Good morning, good morning, good morning. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. And we're hanging out with you until noon.
What's happening, everybody?
On 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2. We are also on YouTube and Twitch. If you would like to watch the show, you can do so at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you decide to watch on YouTube, please subscribe to the channel. We would appreciate that immensely. There's our full live shows, but then our great executive producer, Jesse, does a great job of clipping up shows and generating additional content for you at our YouTube channel. So it's not just the live stream. All right. I have a bunch of Kings thoughts. Mike Brown returns tonight. We got to talk about that.
Yep.
John Morant buzz continues around the league. Keon Ellis buzz continues around the league. But then we've got NFL playoffs to start getting into. Wednesday is typically the day in the week that you start turning the page from last week, start looking ahead to next week, and the 49ers have another divisional showdown against the Seattle Seahawks up at Lumen Field. Fred Warner back on the practice field yesterday. What does that mean for San Francisco? We'll get into all of it. I have a just very brief question.
Uh-oh.
And it is insane. Like, I understand. I'm not asking this from a place of sincerity insofar as, I mean, we're close. We're really close to this. I was just wondering, because we haven't gotten to really wonder this at any point this year. And I was just, as I'm driving to work and thinking about the Kings, which is kind of what I do every day, jealous. How many games in a row would they have to win for us to start looking at the standings again? I'm sorry, the play-in standings, not the who are the worst teams in the league standings.
I hate to tell you this, Cal. It's not that many. It's not that many.
They're 7.5 back of the 10 spot right now.
Yeah, but the problem is the 10 spot is imploding in front of us. The Memphis Grizzlies, who are talking about whether they're going to trade their star player. Their star player does not want to be there. Things are going sideways.
How does it typically go when you trade your star point guard in the middle of the season? Anyone have any experience with that?
It goes very poorly. I've experienced it, Kyle. It doesn't go well.
Oh, okay. Just wondering.
Yeah.
Is there a trade of recent vintage that anyone can think of?
Yeah, it reminds me slightly of De'Aaron Fox trade. That trade. It did not go well.
All right. I think it's 12 games. I think if they win 12 games in a row.
Not many?
I think if it gets to 12.
They get 12, they're like the 6th seed, man. I know they're not, but
they'd be at 22 and 30. 8 games under.
I'll just tell you.
Maybe it's 10. Maybe 10 in a row. 10 is probably a better number.
If you got those right now, they're a playoff team. I hate saying that. Because I've said this all season long. The last 25 games of the season are literally like a cakewalk. Their last 25 games.
No, stop.
Well, they would be if the team was any good.
There you go.
Okay, but this is kind of like when you looked at the 49ers schedule and you're like, oh, it's a last place schedule. They should really be, even if they're mediocre, they're probably going to win 10 games. And it's like, well, no, that's not the case. Like, the team has to be good enough to do it. Because we watched the Raiders and we thought the same thing coming into the season. Sure. And there's a possibility here that if you string some things together and all of a sudden you got, the offense is rolling, you got Pete Carroll, all these things, you have a competent quarterback. And the answer is like, no, it didn't happen. They were horrible. They have the first pick in the draft. They have 3 wins. So I kind of feel the Kings are more Raiders than 49ers.
Sure.
But the final 25 games of the season was always going to be a problem for a team that was tanking.
I think that's part of the reason that the trade deadline is also important. That's the underlying thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because what we're seeing, what has played out over the last couple of games is, and we said it yesterday, the last 2 games I think are kind of what the team was expecting going into the year, where they're just kind of competitive on a nightly basis. Whether that means 40 wins or 30, is sort of irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
It just comes down to veterans leading the way, rookies contributing however they're going to contribute, and you bring them along. And I don't think there's some massive winning streak coming. I don't think of I don't. They very well may lose tonight. In fact, I expect them to lose tonight to the New York Knicks.
Oh, I expect the Knicks to have a little bit of extra tonight.
I agree. So I just when they win 2 in a row, it's like, let's have some fun. Let's think about if they win a bunch. But on the other hand, when you talk about the trade deadline, let's just go to the world where they start winning 6, 7, 8, 9 in a row. Let's just go there.
Mm-hmm.
The underlying part of this is, if they're doing that, it means their veterans are playing really well.
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook, Dennis Schroeder, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk. That means all those guys are playing well. And that starts to become a problem from a draft perspective.
Of course.
Where now, okay, yeah, you want to trade those guys because you want their contracts off the books, you want financial flexibility, you want all that. But also, if you start winning 5, 6, 7 in a row, it's like, we got to get rid of these guys because we're winning too much.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I don't think they're going to get there. But as I started thinking about the Kings and the fact they've won a couple in a row, and hey, maybe you know what? Maybe there is a little edge against Mike Brown. Maybe they do come out with a little fire tonight. Maybe they do make it 3 in a row. Like, man, that could very quickly become a serious issue.
Yeah, I do think that there is always a possibility, but there's going to be this happy medium that you got to live in, where you're actually progressing as a team and not just losing every single game. I know there are some people out there that want them to lose every single game from here on out.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't think people understand what a 10-win team or a 17-win team or an 18-win team, that is so miserable.
Mm-hmm.
And there becomes a point in the season where just everyone is blank stare and just I can't believe we have to go through this again. I think one of the best things about the young players right now is watching Dylan Cardwell and Max Reynaud and Neat Clifford all pile around the beam button, and they're all
awesome.
They're all together. Well, it's a couple of games in a row, but they're laughing, they're smiling, they're enjoying the game of basketball. And when you lose every single game, it doesn't matter how much you're getting paid. It feels bad. When you're covering a team that's losing every game, walking in the media room, walking in the locker room, it feels horrible.
Yeah.
Because it's not if there's a big loss, that's one thing. It's oh, let's go in there and see what the mood is like. When it becomes so repetitive that you just become numb to it and everyone is numb to it, then you're just looking at each other okay, I know you got to ask questions, and I'm looking at them I know you got to answer questions, but it's just this really awkward because there really isn't anything to talk about when it's the same thing again and again.
It's also the worst thing as a fan, waking up every day and you don't even check to see if your team's playing.
Yeah.
I had that with the A's so many years where the A's were just awful. And by May, the A's play today? Yeah, probably, because they're in Kansas City, games at 4. All right, I'm not.
But that's when
sucks.
You start to look for specific players, and you're okay.
No, sure, right, understood.
Yeah.
But it's so different from the Beam team year. You're waking up every day hey, I know the Kings play today, and I know they play again Friday, and you know the schedule, you know who they're playing against, and there's just this excitement about getting to wake up and watch the Kings, or getting to wake up and watch whoever your favorite team is.
Yeah.
Just when it's not that, it's all right, we're at this point where, hey, the Kings play. People might know tonight because Mike Brown's coming back. Maybe that's something that people circled on their calendars.
Yeah, and there's a certain amount of New York Knicks fans in Sacramento, just like there are Boston Celtics fans. So you're going to see a lot of Knicks colors tonight, which is fine.
It's a weird thing to me.
Yeah?
All the Knicks fans.
Well,
the Knicks haven't won a title in 55 years.
Yeah, that's crazy. And there's a ton of Philly fans. Philly fans come. I've said this before on the radio. I'll say it again. Every single time the 76ers come to Sacramento, there's a fight in the stands. Every time. It's not just that they're fans; it's that they're passionate fans, and they literally get into fights. I remember
it's
Arco,
kind of their bag.
Yeah, I remember Arco watching a guy like get in a fight, and then the ushers came to stop him, and then he's like, the building had cleared out, so there's a bunch of empty seats.
Mm-hmm.
He was running up and down aisles, jumping over seats, trying to avoid getting nabbed by all of the security that was chasing him. It was like the wildest scene, but I have seen so many fights every single time Philly comes into town. And like, look, that's why being a fan is cool. Like I can't imagine not being a sports fan and not having any passion for anything that I'm watching.
Dude.
That would be so hard.
All right. This is sort of irrelevant to the.
We've gone sideways here.
No, it's fine. So you talk about you can't imagine not having a passion for sports.
Yeah.
I'm the same way. Anybody listening to Sports Talk Radio at 10 a.m. on January 14th also has that passion for sports.
Yeah, you're a sports fan. We're here for you.
Yeah, we got it. I've talked about this before, but it really hit me because I do a show on 106.5 The End called The Saturday Comeback. I've gotten very into K-pop over the last few years, and I play an hour of K-pop on the radio. And through that, I've gotten to meet a lot of really cool people. And in K-pop, it's a lot like sports, where there will be like fan groups. So Stray Kids is the group that I like a lot. They're my favorite group. There's a District 916 is their fan group here in Sacramento. There's ATs, another group I really like. They have Sector 916 here in Sacramento, another fan group. And the ATs group, Sector 916, is throwing an event, a listening party for the ATs album that comes out in early February.
Okay.
Their listening party is Sunday, February 8th. That's Super Bowl Sunday at noon. Like,
they don't care about sports.
Don't even register like, hey, you know what? That's Super Bowl Sunday, because they just don't care. I can't fathom this.
Mm-hmm.
Complex, our brand manager for 102.5 KSFM and for 106.5 The End and a million other stations across the country. He's like, yeah, Super Bowl Sunday is great because I can go to Costco and there's nobody there.
Yeah.
I'll turn on the halftime show if it's somebody I care about, but couldn't. Can you imagine?
No.
Waking up on Super Bowl Sunday, and it just, even if you're not a huge football fan,
yep,
I'm sure if you're a sports fan, you have something in your life that happens on Super Bowl Sunday. You're aware that it's going on. Oh, I can't fathom.
I've told you, my mom is not a sports fan at all.
Mm-hmm.
Every single Super Bowl Sunday, she texts me, who's going to win today? She goes to a Super Bowl party every year. She's never watched she doesn't watch any other game. I don't even think she watches a football game. She just goes to hang out and eat food and watch commercials.
Love that for her.
Yeah.
Right? There's like a cultural element to it. And
this
is not a knock. Like, this isn't people are doing it wrong. Like, live how you want to live, be a fan of whatever you want to be a fan of. This isn't an insult. It's just, I live in this realm. You live in this, people who listen to Sports Talk Radio live in this realm where Super Bowl Sunday is an event.
Oh yeah.
And then there's an a massive portion of the population that's just like, that doesn't exist.
That's
wild.
So weird.
Wild
so weird.
to me. It's crazy. That's even here in Sacramento. Like, the Kings are such a close-knit part of the community. And that's true. You visit Sacramento one time and you understand that.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't take a lot. And Sacramento is such a close-knit part of the community here. But I know people in Sacramento who are like, yeah, I couldn't tell you a player on the Kings. Just couldn't.
Yeah.
Not for me. Like, what?
Yeah,
you don't get involved like a little?
Hey, I live in a household where 3 of us will watch sports and 1 doesn't. And the one that doesn't is my youngest son. He could care less.
Wild.
And and he's been raised in a household where I literally have an entire sports bar in the room. He will walk into the bar. I've never once had him ask me a question about who's out on the wall. Like, and my bar has every single, like, black and white photos everywhere, old SI covers. Like, it's like rich with sports history. Doesn't care at all. Has no idea who anyone is on the walls. Man, it's bizarre.
Like I said, I'm not there's no like. There are people, for example, we're going to pull the K-pop thing back into it. There are people who know every member of every group and know when they debuted, and they know when their next comeback is. That's when their next album comes out.
Yeah.
They know when their next comeback is. They know the last time they toured in Northern California. They know. It's like, I can't fathom having all that information in my brain.
It's like there was a Survivor episode where
Survivor's a great example.
Well, yeah, but even within the Survivor world, there were two guys on Survivor that were both Swifties. No, one was a Swiftie and one was a Metallica fan. And they sat there and went for hours naming songs, one after another. One dude was going through the catalog of every single album, going one by. So the game was, you got to keep going until you can't come up with the name of a song. Just kept going and going and going.
Oh my God.
And going. Yeah, there are crazy fans of everything, I think. Yeah. And like, we just happen to be sports fans. We just happen to be talking to sports fans.
Survivor is another one, though.
I love it.
Survivor has been on for 50 seasons.
Yeah, 25 years.
I think I've watched 2 full seasons of Survivor, and it was when it first came out. And I know there's so many people like you, who know all the players. I know Parvati from when she was on the show, and I know Boston Rob from when he was on the show. But they're relevant in my life now because they were on the show Traders. That's how they've come back into my life and stuff. But there's so many people on the show Traders. Great show, by the way. If you're into like reality game show type things, Traders is great. It's on Peacock. And there are so many people who go onto that show who are from Survivor, like Survivor winners, and people are like, whoa, Survivor legend. I can't believe they're here. I'm like, never heard of that person. Just non-existent in my life.
Yeah.
Insane.
I'm so far into it that like I've had literal conversations about being on Survivor with both Scott Pollard and with Joe Hunter.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool to have access to that. All right, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're hanging out with you until noon. I'm also going to try and help you make some money right now because the football playoffs are here. You've watched the games. You know the players. You know the teams. You know the matchups. You know who you think is going to win, who's going to play well. Well, take that knowledge and use it on Underdog Daily Fantasy because with Underdog, you make some picks, you can win some money, and you can do so in California. It's not weird. You can do this in California. It's super easy. You open the Underdog app, you take a look. You got a bunch of player stats, higher, lower, across all the NFL games for this weekend. And you just pick higher or lower on at least 3 player stats or at least 2 player stats. And if you get your picks right, you go up to 5,000 times your cash. It's really, I'm not joking. It's that easy. There's no caveat. There's no catch. It's that easy. Here's the lineup I'm rocking with this weekend. It's the same one I gave out yesterday. I feel really good about this one. I feel so good about this one. I usually do a flex play, which is where you can get a pick wrong and you still get like your money back or depending on how the picks, you win some money, even if you get a pick wrong. I feel so strongly about this one. I'm doing a regular, not a flex. I have to get all 3 right.
Power play.
A power play, and I feel so good about it. I've got Josh Allen to score a rushing or receiving touchdown, plus higher than half receiving or rushing touchdown. I've got Christian McCaffrey lower than 57.5 rushing yards, and I've got Brock Purdy higher than half an interception. I feel great about that lineup.
Okay.
And I'm doing a little power play. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and use promo code KYLEM. That's KYLEM to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. All right. He's James. I'm Kyle. Mike Brown back at Golden One Center tonight. Are you booing? Are you cheering? How do we feel about Mike Brown's return? We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, we're clear, guys.
Clear.
I wish it was anime. No, my wife was into Stray Kids, and right after I got laid off, she went on kind of on a whim to go see them live in LA with a friend from who we'd never met.
Mm-hmm.
And now that person, Samantha, is a huge part of our lives. We love her to death. But it was just something that she enjoyed, and it was just kind of her thing. Well, then I got laid off, and I had a bunch of time on my hands. Stray Kids came out with an album while I was laid off, very shortly, a couple months after. And she was like, "Can you drive me to work today so I can buy albums at Target and open them on the way?" Because there's like trading cards inside. It's a whole thing. And she turned the album on while we were driving to Target, and I was like, "Oh, this is good. Like, I really like this." And because I was laid off, I just had all the time in the world, so I just fell down the rabbit hole, and now I'm here. That's the very, very condensed version.
Okay.
Stray Kids 5-star is the album, if anybody wants to check it out. Not a lot, because I'm still, like I said, I've been in it for 2.5 years or so now. So I'm still I'm trying to keep up with what's coming out that's new, and then also going back, like I'm still going back through like EXO's old stuff and BTS's old stuff. Play some like Girls' Generation and Shiny on the show, but yeah, I'm working on wading into the past while also kind of trying to keep up with the present and future. Important question here from Scooter. Did you get some rest yesterday?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I did. I got, like the back-to-backs are a killer.
Mm-hmm.
They are. You just don't get out of there quick enough. And then when you start stacking them up, I just have a really, really busy week. Every once in a while you have one of those weeks where it never stops.
Mm-hmm.
And this King schedule is wild. Like Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, home games. And in between all of those, I have soccer matches for my sons and other stuff going on. I think like Saturday, I'm like, Saturday is the only day I have free. And then I remembered that's the night the 49ers play.
Whew.
What time do they play?
What a week. 5 o'clock.
5. Dang.
I know it's ass. I was listening to the Twice set list for their show in Oakland this weekend, and man, what a set list. So good. All their solo stuff. Couldn't tell you anything about Derek Forrest. If you like it, I love it. Eyelid's great. Eyelid's fantastic. Do your dance, do your dance, do your little dance. I will never feel like Ricky Pearsall is going to play until he has pads and a uniform on. I'm so serious.
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
All right, we're coming back.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. What a K-pop talk at the break on YouTube. I love that. Hell yeah. But a lot of Mike Brown talk right now because Mike Brown is making his return to Sacramento, his first time at Golden One Center since his unceremonious ouster a little over a year ago.
December 26th.
A little over a year ago.
Yeah.
I'm going tonight because mainly I want to see what the reaction is to Mike Brown.
Ooh.
Because I mean, as you know, Scott Moak, the tremendous PA announcer for the Sacramento Kings, always when he intros the team, he intros the starting 5, and then he says, the Memphis Grizzlies are coached by Tuomas Isolo. And then they go into the Kings thing.
It's weird that you chose that specific team with such a difficult name to say, but go ahead.
Dude, regretted it as soon as I said Memphis Grizzlies. I was like, oh, no, it's not Taylor Jenkins anymore. Oh, no.
Oh, smooth, Kyle. Smooth.
I've just got Memphis Grizzlies in my brain because we had the video of John Morant and Vince Williams yelling at each other today.
You're in a Memphis state of mind.
I'm in a Memphis state of mind, 100%.
That's right.
So, I'm interested. Does Scott just do that? Does he just say the New York Knicks are coached by Mike Brown.
It really, or I wonder, because I know the Kings,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm wondering if they're just going to skip that. I don't know. I don't know.
Hey,
I'm just saying.
if they do that, I don't write about the Sacramento Kings. I would find a place that would let me write a column about the Sacramento Kings doing that. That would suck. I didn't even consider that, but you're so right.
Oh, man. Yeah, there are
That
times where, like, the sell chance, oh, no, that gets drowned out instantly with fake crowd noise.
I was getting ready. I was getting geared up to wonder aloud if there would be some kind of video tribute.
Oh, no.
But I think there is a better chance, a way better chance of what you said, and that they ignore it completely.
I think they should have a video tribute.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. This is... Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, the guy delivered the first playoff appearance in 16 seasons.
Immediately.
His first year on the job. Wins
take long.
48 games, and they make the playoffs, and, like, you get a playoff series. You're the third seed. Like, he should be celebrated in Sac. Like, it's a very, very strange situation. And, like, look, it's just classic. It's classic Kings. And like, I'm excited to see Mike. I texted him this morning. I'm excited to see him. He's a very, very good dude.
Great guy.
And, like, he's excited to be back in Sacramento. They've been in Sacramento for a few days. I believe he still has his house in El Dorado Hills. I don't know if he sold it yet, so I'm sure he actually, hung out for a couple of, because they've been here for whatever reason. The Knicks have been here for a couple of days.
No, they just love Sacramento,
I guess. Well, and that's, I guess,
were they able to find a hotel?
Okay, that's the backstory to the hotel situation.
Okay.
So I guess what happened was...
okay, this is big. Okay,
that both the Knicks and the Lakers were already in town. And so that's why the Rockets had trouble finding a place to stay. Like, that, again, I don't know if the hotel was booked out, but I don't think it was booked out. But that's one of the issues behind this whole thing.
Okay.
Of Sacramento not having enough. And again, there are other hotels. I mean, for decades, teams stayed at the Sheraton downtown. Like, it's still a really nice hotel that teams stayed at forever. There's also another hotel on the river that is worthy. I think a Residence Inn or something. I don't know what it is, but it's NBA worthy.
Yeah.
So I still don't understand why exactly we went through that whole mess.
It's a hotel.
Yeah.
Kick your feet up and watch Limitless. You're good.
Yeah, it's a hotel. and even, like, again, the Knicks played in Portland on Sunday. So it's not like they've been here for like a week. But I don't know. Maybe the Knicks flew in on Sunday night. That's a possibility. I don't know why they didn't just stay in Portland an extra night and fly out Monday morning.
I don't know.
I do know that Mike Brown likes to practice, so there's a good chance that they got here in Sacramento so they could practice. But even still, you could have flown down on Monday morning from Portland and then gone to practice, had practice time here in Sacramento.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you would like to join the program, how do you feel about Mike Brown's return tonight? Because I have a hard time thinking that there's any reason for animosity toward Mike Brown, unless you're the type of fan, and again, not a problem. Just this is how some people are, who say, if you're not with my team, you're against my team. So to hell with you, no matter what the circumstances are. If that's not you, I don't know why there would be any reason to have any beef with Mike Brown.
Yeah, I don't think
Mike
so
Brown
either.
didn't leave. He didn't go double birds to Sacramento on his way out.
Didn't say a word of negative.
Never said anything
bad. Single
bad.
Negative word about the Kings, about Sacramento. No, he was. To be honest, he was a huge part of the community. Like, he was at football games every Friday night. He went to high school basketball games all the time. He went to Sac State games.
Yeah.
Like, Mike was a huge part of the community. And not only that, but like this last summer, he stayed in Sacramento. Like, he kept his house in El Dorado Hills, at least through the summer, and was here for part of the year. He splits time between, when he was here, he split time between El Dorado Hills and then he has a place in New Mexico,
Mm.
where his life partner
Okay.
stays, where she has a house there. And
his
they
son's on
built
the
some.
Niners coaching staff still.
Yeah. His son is on the Niners coaching staff. I don't know if his other son is on the Knicks coaching staff with him. I don't know. And just so people understand, like, that's commonplace. Like, we had DJ Ham is on the staff here in Sacramento, but when the Bucks came through town, Darvin Ham is on that staff, but also, I don't know his name, but Darvin Ham's other son is on that staff. So when they came into town, the three of them took a picture together.
That was cool.
And then someone photoshopped me in the picture because my last name is Ham.
Great point.
Yeah.
Aren't they 2 M's though?
No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Darvin Ham was fun to watch as a player.
See that, see the
Like
resemblance.
like a human highlight reel. Like,
sure.
Yeah, he the dude could jump out of the building at like 6'4", 6'5".
On the Mike Brown subject, Jill Adge makes a great point. Queen of Kings Twitter, by the way. Said, we have had 2 or 3 core teams make the playoffs. No reason not to celebrate those teams, coaches, and players. That's it, man. If you're going to be, I think it would say a lot to me if the Kings did some kind of tribute for Mike Brown.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be a video. I'd prefer that, but I get that, like, you can't really like have a video of a coach necessarily. But some kind of, when Scott Moak says, and head coach of the New York Knicks, if he did so in his Scott Moak way, instead of just, the understated and head coach, doing it with the voice, the this many wins in this many seasons with Sacramento, and led them to their first playoff appearance in 16 years. Like, say some of the coach of the year, 2022, 2023 coach of the year, like, give those accolades out and give people a chance to appreciate Mike Brown, because you didn't.
Yeah.
You never gave anyone that opportunity.
Oh, the basketball world is a cold world.
Yeah,
like,
and I get,
he was there one day at practice and then fired on the way to the airport.
On the way to the airport.
Yeah.
Like, everything they did with that situation sucked.
It was bad.
Whether you think he should have been fired or not.
Yep.
Because maybe you went, you know what, hey, and this is sort of where I land. Man, they had to do something, and that was the easiest thing they could do at that moment. It had kind of run its course, I guess. And hindsight, of course, is what it is. But like, at the time, it went, oh, okay, I kind of get it. But the way they did it, and then no press conference after, and making players, specifically De'Aaron Fox, answer for it, like, that, just the whole thing stunk. If you go ignore it, like, guys, you can't. You cannot ignore. You don't need to do a video. You don't need to do a pregame ceremony. You don't need to do anything crazy. Just acknowledge that this guy coached here last year.
The best years in the last 20.
Yes, and since he's left, it's been a dumpster fire.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, realistically, it's like, I've mentioned this before, and you don't know the reference, but Toonsis the Driving Cat.
God.
On SNL.
Toonsis, for sure.
Yeah, a guy lets his cat drive his car, and every single time they drive off a cliff.
Off a cliff, yeah.
That's exactly what happened. Like, you just let somebody, like, go ahead and take the wheel for a few minutes. Ah! Yeah. Whole thing blew up. Like, I mean, I don't know how to, like, Kings fans should not have to go through stuff like this again and again and again and again. And it's just so brutal to watch. Like, every time you take 2 steps forward, you have to take 3 steps back. Like, again, Dave Yeager got the team to 39 wins and was building this young, super fast, super team, just young. Thanks, Vlade.
Yeah.
And you fired him. Like, every single time you have any positivity and you have any positive momentum, you find a way to snuff it out. And Mike Brown is just like a long list of people who have like met their demise in Sacramento unceremoniously for no reason.
I think it would show a lot of organizational growth if they did something for Mike Brown tonight.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what they, because I don't, is anyone booing Mike Brown if they do just like I said, a Scott Moak, very quick, and the New York Knicks are coached by, and accolades, Mike Brown, lay out for a second, let people pay their respects, and then lights off, Kings intro starts, we're moving on, game time.
No one is
Give
going
them
to complain.
Not a single person.
No.
In fact, it's standing O. I would imagine.
Yeah, I would imagine.
All right. Let's get to the phone line. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you'd like to join the show. And the phone lines are open, which means it's Mitch in New Jersey time. Mitch, what do you got?
How are you guys?
Doing
What's
great.
going on, Mitch?
Hey, good. How you doing, James? I think he was a great coach. When we had Mike Brown, we also had a Fox for sure, and I believe Halliburton. So I miss those days. It was bad. Let him go, and now the guys that we got, we want to trade them. But he's some coach. You know, he's picking his spots. New York, Lakers, Warriors, Sacramento. He's picking his spots. You notice he's like doing the whole country, the whole tour. He's a good coach. Anyway, thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Mitch.
Thanks, Mitch.
That might have been one. Okay, this is one of those weird things. If you listen to this show a lot, you know who Mitch is.
Yeah, of course.
If you don't, Mitch lives in New Jersey. Mitch is an eccentric guy. And he will call in, and he has thoughts on the Kings and the Raiders and USC and the Dodgers and everything going on in the sports world. He's a huge sports fan.
Yep.
He's got grandkids. Lets us know about that. Most of the time, the quintessential Mitch in New Jersey call is a phone line that may or may not be from the early 1900s.
Running through the Brooklyn Tunnel.
The
wind, the cars honking.
Yeah.
He's on a bicycle.
Yeah, or he's on like the subway and like leaning out a window. He's busted a window out and he's leaning out the window, talking on his rotary phone to us.
Smoking a cigarette.
Smoking a cigarette. And talking about 8% of what we're talking about and 92% what's on his mind.
Yep.
And as a person who is trying to run a radio show, the producer in me, the call screener in me is like, brother, I need you to be on topic. I need you to call in, say what you want to say, get in, get out. Like that's kind of what we're trying to do here.
Yep.
If you want to have some fun, like, okay, we can do it. But so last week or a couple weeks ago, Mitch called in and had a real, like, just off the rails, like personal phone call to us.
Yeah.
Like, hey guys, how's it going? Here's what's going on in my life. And it's like, buddy, we got to go. Like we got to move. And Mitch took that to heart clearly because he was so subdued today. He got on an actual phone line with a real connection. He was not on the train with his leaning out the window.
No.
He's put the cigarettes down. I don't know if he smokes. I shouldn't put that on him. I have no idea. But just trying to figure out activities you can be doing. And then just is like, yeah, hey, here's what I think. Mike Brown's a good coach. See ya. And now it's like, while the other stuff frustrated me, now I miss it. I feel like we didn't get the real Mitch call. You never know what you got till it's gone. Mitch, next time you call,
be Mitch.
Make it so I'm like a little bit mad about it.
That's right.
Anyways. Yeah, Mike Brown, good coach, man.
He is a good coach. Good dude, good human, good coach.
Oh, yeah. All right, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're hanging out with you until noon. Okay. Mike Brown's back tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, last thing on this. The Mike Brown, Monty McNair thing has very big, and I think we talked about this at the time, but it has very big Jim Harbaugh, Trent Baalke vibes to me.
Yeah.
There was a rift between coach and GM, or not even a rift, a disconnect between coach and GM. With the 49ers, it was a rift. Jim Harbaugh and Trent Baalke did not get along.
Mm-hmm.
And the owner chose the GM and said, GM, we're sticking with you. We're firing coach, hire new coach. Let's get this figured out. When in reality, the problem was that the GM was not doing a good enough job.
Yeah.
It was not the coach that was the problem. And lo and behold, Trent Baalke fired 2 seasons later as the 49ers continued to fall deeper into a pit. The Kings at least avoided that and fired Monty McNair the same year they fired Mike Brown. But it has the same vibe to me.
Yeah.
The moral of the story is if you have somebody who you think is a good coach and your team isn't very good, either fire them both or fire the GM.
Yeah.
Because firing the coach usually isn't going to fix it.
No, it
Usually.
sends you into a death spiral, and that's exactly what we saw here in Sacramento.
Yeah.
We're in the midst of the death spiral. We're not even
Yes.
to like the bottom of it. We're, like if we're talking Dante's Inferno and the 9 levels of hell, we're at like the second level. Like
Yeah.
we haven't even got near the bottom.
We're trying to accelerate to the bottom, though.
Yeah, we're trying
doing
to
our best.
we're trying to like throw a slip and slide and just like let's get to the bottom fast. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, man. All right. This John Morant stuff is picking up steam. We're in the process of the reporting cycle that it feels like, okay, there's real wheels in motion.
Mm-hmm.
How involved are the Kings? We've got some other Kings trade stuff coming up for you. And we'll have some 49ers coming up as well in the second hour. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. And I feel bad about Mitch.
I will make sure he knows that Mike Brown never coached Tyrese Halliburton.
Well,
but outside of that. The Ja Morant, Vince Williams video is interesting. These two dudes just chirping at each other.
who?
Ja Morant and Vince Williams
Oh, yeah.
at practice yesterday.
The body language, very negative from Ja to me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Antonio Pierce still getting head coaching gigs, by the way,
What?
or interviews.
Wow. Really? You know what that feels like? Like, not to be a total jerk to Antonio Pierce. It feels a little Mike Singletary-esque. Like, you did it once, and it was a pretty big disaster.
Maybe.
Man. Looking at what the reporting is on what the Raptors are offering, and not only have the Kings said no, but Dallas is saying no. Like the Kings have a bunch of players that you're like, oh man, they're getting older, and I don't know if I want to take on that kind of money. But teams are shooting down Emmanuel Quickly and RJ Barrett deals. Like that's intriguing.
Hang on one second, guys. Mound visit. All right. Never mind.
And we're back. Yeah. Domas was sick. Yes, Leezy. They also the Kings also when they fired Michael Malone
20 seconds.
Sent DeMarcus Cousins had viral meningitis.
Right.
He had been cleared 2 games earlier, but they kept him out and told him, hey, we just, for precautionary reasons.
They tanked to fire their head.
They lost those 2 games, dropped under 500 at 11-13, and they fired him.
All right, come back.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I don't know if you guys saw the John Morant video today from Grizzlies shoot around in Berlin. I don't think it's that.
Play.
I don't think it's that big. Yeah, right. Where's out?
Yeah.
I don't think it's that big of a deal because in a vacuum, stripping away context, it's two teammates talking about something basketball related. Like you could very much tell that this is because you've got Vince Williams, he's like pointing to the corner, and Ja is pointing somewhere else on the court. They're discussing something about, but it's animated.
Yeah.
And to the point that another coach or player, I can't tell, comes over and starts to interject, and Vince Williams puts his hand on the guy and pushes him away. Like, no, get out of here.
Yeah.
And then as Vince Williams walks away, you can hear Ja clear across the court going like, what? Why? Like, just, I don't think players having animated discussions and disagreements in practice is news. I'm guessing that happens a lot. To varying levels and degrees. The things I couldn't help but notice, though, is one, Ja Morant not in a Grizzlies shirt. He's just in a white t-shirt.
Yeah.
The body language, he kept doing the move where he's got like his arms at his sides, and then he like throws his arms in the air like, what? And then drops them back down to his sides.
He keeps going like this.
Yeah, right. It looked like such a negative interaction. And maybe I'm projecting here. But between that and an uptick in reporting about Ja Morant's interest in Miami and vice versa, which is hilarious because Miami has had success this year running the offense that Ja Morant didn't like last year.
Yeah.
And now he wants to go to Miami. Whatever. We're just at the point of the reporting cycle that it feels like there is a move imminent, and it feels like he's going to go to Miami, which is probably good news for the Kings.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm that far into it. I think that there's an open door for him to go other places, including Sacramento.
Sure.
But like, look, at a certain point, you just can't be the place that collects all the negative value contracts. And, again, Ja right now, like the Kings today don't have the infrastructure to support what's going on with Ja Morant. Like, I don't know, again, like just on the basketball side, you need to make sure that like he's medically sound. They have people that can do that. But the rest of it is just a mess, man. Like, are you dedicated? Are you in it? Are you here to win basketball games? What is your motivation? And how do we reach you? And how do we get all the nonsense to stop? And how do we get you to be the dude who you were, the great player you were like 5 years ago? But that's the problem. We are so far away from Ja Morant being that guy. Like, we remember, like, Beam Team 1 seems so long ago, right? And people forget that Ja Morant led that team. That they were the number 2 seed. The Kings were the 3 seed, right? And everyone thought that they were a legitimate 2, and the Kings were not a legitimate 3.
Right.
But still,
that was the I'm fine in the West year.
Yeah, and where are we now? Like, this thing is so messed up that, like, their team is bad. He is bad. He can't stay on the court. Like, we saw the stat. He hasn't played 6 consecutive games since 2023, right? Yeah. He's been suspended by the league multiple times for doing the same exact thing. Like, there has to be, like, I agree with, we had Jerry Reynolds here, and he said something like 95% of players need to play somewhere else. They need to play on a second team. Ja Morant needs a second team so bad it's like ridiculous. And I don't know if like the Heat culture thing will work with him or not, because the Heat culture thing, it doesn't always work. It didn't work for Jimmy Butler like the whole time. Like, he did the same exact thing.
They went to the finals.
Well, yeah, but then right after that, he did the same exact stuff that he'd been doing in Philadelphia or Minnesota or Chicago. He did the same stuff. Like, nobody blows things up like Jimmy Butler. And I think that the next version of that could be Ja Morant. And you're just waiting to see, like, who shows up. Is it going to be a serious basketball player, or is it going to be a bunch of this nonsense that we keep seeing from him over the last couple of years? And I don't know the answer to that. And I also don't think that the Kings are in a world where they can be the team that gambles on that. But I also look at the future of the Kings and go, okay, like, how do you find that star? And sometimes the only way to do it is to go, like, grab a player like this that is not working out somewhere else and try to fix them.
I'm interested in the idea of Ja Morant as a depreciating asset.
Yeah.
I don't know that I put him in that bucket, and maybe it's just because of how good he was. Like, I think that it's hard to get there because you're right. It's so long ago now. So much has happened in the NBA since Ja Morant and the Grizzlies were last relevant as title contenders and as an ascending contender.
Yeah.
But I don't view Ja Morant. For whatever reason, and maybe this is wrong, Zach LaVine, for example. We know exactly who and what Zach LaVine is. I don't know that we know exactly who or what Ja Morant is. And maybe this is it.
Yeah.
Maybe he plays 30 to 40 games a year and he gets you 20 and 6 when he is on the court, but he's going to require $50+ million annually because, hey, remember that year he averaged 27? Remember that?
Yeah.
And the further and further we get away from it, you're right. Like that just becomes who he is. But I don't know that I'm there yet. I don't know that I would view the Ja Morant acquisition as the Kings were acquiring another depreciating asset. I think it would be a huge gamble.
Yeah.
It's a massive, massive risk for a litany of reasons. But I don't think I would. And again, this is also dependent on what they give up. If Memphis allegedly wants multiple firsts and pick swaps and a young player for Ja, again, out. Don't want it.
Reporting yesterday was really interesting on what they're looking for. They're even willing to take on a bad contract if you're willing to give up a first-round pick.
Right. So if this becomes the Trae Young trade,
or less,
yeah. Well, okay. Now I'm listening. Now I'm at least thinking about it. But I would not. If they let's say the Kings made that move. Let's just I don't know how the money. Let's just say it's Zach LaVine, and they give up Minnesota's 2031 first with some level of protections on it. Say it's lottery protected. I'm not looking at that as like wow, they just took on a bad contract. Oh, this is brutal. They took on a gamble. They're taking a risk, but for me it would be at least they rolled the dice. At least they rolled a dice on a player that I think still has some upside. I don't think Zach LaVine has upside. I don't think DeMar DeRozan has upside. I would at least see the vision with Ja Morant.
Yeah.
In a way that I don't with those players. So I think I would stop short of saying like, wow, they acquired another depreciating asset. I think it's a depreciated asset.
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure whether this is his trajectory. He's heading into the pits, or is there some bounce back that comes with a change of scenery? And I think that chance for a bounce back would make me feel at least a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, I think because of his age, what is he, 26? I'm always kind of in the mode that, sometimes you do need not only a change of scenery, but you need a second chance. Right. And so I don't know that I'm 100% out on Ja, but the situation has to be so perfect. And I just don't know how you equate Sacramento to a perfect situation. Like, I don't. And, like the way that like this is being framed, like, so let's just go to the reporting on it. Right. Some of the reporting is this, that if the Grizzlies are willing to talk about a deal that starts with DeMar DeRozan and Devin Carter and maybe some draft capital, then the Kings would listen, right? That's the reporting so far.
Okay.
That to me tells me a couple of things. Number one, the Kings believe they already have some other trade that they can potentially pull off with Zach LaVine. Because if not, why not just trade Zach LaVine for him straight up? I mean, it saves you money. It would they might have to throw in another player, but why not Zach LaVine and a heavy protected pick down the road?
Yeah.
Whether it's a Minnesota pick or whether give them the 2031 pick swap pick.
Sure. With the Spurs.
With the Spurs. Yeah,
Mhm.
like there has to be something else, right? And you can
Mhm.
even protect that pick, right? So you can protect it like, hey, it's still top 10 protected. So that way
Mhm.
if somehow the Spurs and the Kings are both bad
Mhm.
and the pick swap doesn't matter,
Mhm.
right? Then there's always that possibility that they could get a really good pick out of it.
Sure.
Like I think that there's a way in which you can at least attempt to do this, but I don't know that the Kings have like the support system in place right now. Like as
Right.
somebody who knows Doug Christie really well,
Mhm.
like I would love to see Doug try to work with a player like Ja to get him back on track and to help him fix his career and show him a pathway forward to not just being a better basketball player
Mhm.
and healthier basketball player, but a better human
Mhm.
that avoids the pitfalls that
Yeah.
again, John Morant steps in himself. Like
Mhm.
nobody else, it's nobody else's fault but
Mhm.
John Morant. Like this is a kid that like got into the league as a worker who did all the work that it takes to be a great NBA basketball player. And then he got lost in the malaise of being an NBA player. I think I would take the risk, but it would have to be like so incredibly perfect.
Yeah, and it has to come with no additional money, too.
Well, yeah, it
And
does.
that's
I mean, if
he's
they're
got a
willing to
couple
take
years
on a
left,
bad
right?
contract, he's got
Yeah.
3 years this year and 2 more.
Sure.
Again, Zach LaVine this year and next year.
I'm gonna counterpoint this or play devil's advocate on this.
Uh-huh.
Because I still see people in the chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320. We don't have a text line, so that's what we use. Still see people being like, I'm out all the way. Don't want to. The risk there, even if you're not giving up a ton, because the reward is, yeah, hey, he just wanted out of Memphis and now he's going to be amazing. Great. That's the reward. The risk is that, all right, you've got him for 3 years and he just torpedoes everything you're doing. Because you're building your team around him. He's the guy. And what if they're not able to get through to him and it just continues to be this and it's just 3 years of mess? How does that affect Nate Clifford? How does that affect Maxime Reynal? How does that affect Dylan Cardwell and rookies to be named
How
later?
does it affect the first round pick that you're going to get that's going to be a top 10 pick or a top 5 pick? That's the biggest question.
And how does it affect how the team views Doug Christie? And how does it affect how Vivek views Scott Perry? Like Scott Perry, that's it. The clock has started on Scott Perry. And if that's the move he makes, all right. If that doesn't work, it's going to be really, really hard to justify letting him make another move.
Yeah, it could be a genius move.
1,000%.
It could also be a complete unmitigated disaster.
Could also torpedo you.
Yeah. No, it's
nobody
a tough
knows.
one.
Nobody knows. But those are the factors kind of at play here. All right, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. The 49ers play this weekend. Fred Warner back on the practice field for San Francisco. Does that move the needle for you at all? We'll talk about that. And then we got to talk about Keon Ellis, whose name will not leave trade rumors. What does that mean for the Kings? We'll get to that in the second hour here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's happening, everybody? Kittle's currently getting his Achilles surgery. Yeah, that was happening today. It does make you wonder, like, which type of surgery, because I think there are 2 different types of Achilles surgeries at this point. Leezy, any word on my guy Bobby Portis? I don't know that. Like, look, the Bucks. I don't think Bobby Portis is available as much as Bobby Portis is a contract that they would have to give up in order to get one of these big players that they hope might satiate Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like it might make him want to stay. But yeah, I don't know. I like Bobby Portis, but again, at this point, I would rather, like, because you are where you are, I would rather look at the three young bigs and of Max and Dylan Cardwell and Precious. I don't know that you need that type of big. I'm actually really intrigued to see what happens if Domas comes back, if and when, if he's not traded, because I don't know what's going to happen there. And I do think it's really interesting that Max and Dylan have been playing together and that they're going to play together more in the coming weeks. But I also, again, Max is a really good story. Domas is just like such a great player when he steps on the court. Like consistency, the passing, the rebounding, all that stuff. Like I kind of want to see what Max looks like coming off the bench. I kind of want to see what Max looks like playing alongside Domas. I want to see what Dylan looks like playing alongside Domas. Like all of these things are possibilities. Yeah, Scout, I don't know that I like Precious more than I like Bobby Portis, but I do think that they're in the same mold, and like you have a very cheap option there, and I would keep Precious around at this point, other than signing Bobby Portis. Precious has made a really good impact on like my thoughts on him, watching him every day. Like he plays hard, he's physical, he can shoot the three. Oh, Senegal has eliminated Egypt and fly to AFCON final. This right here, he does really care, and he's a really good dude.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Kings Knicks tonight. We'll continue diving into that, but we will also continue taking a look at this 49ers Seahawks matchup in the divisional playoffs on Saturday. That's a 5 p.m. kickoff from Lumen Field. I have a weird, I don't know. I've got to grapple with my feelings a little more about this one, because I felt it's probably just recency bias. Actually, it's probably not that deep.
Okay.
I felt going into the Eagles game like, man, yeah, the Niners could win, but I don't see the path. And I don't feel that way about the Seattle game. Like okay. I still would pick Seattle, but it feels much more coin flippish to me, and I don't like feeling that way. I don't like that it feels that way for me, and I can't explain why. It's probably something that I need to talk to a therapist about. But,
yeah, you do have a glass half empty point of view
on it's like sports.
On sports,
that's not how I view life.
No. You're not like
it's a very weird thing.
You're usually pretty happy-go-lucky.
Sure,
but I mean, you're not a negative person or anything. But when it comes to the 49ers specifically, you usually choose the path that they're going to lose.
Yeah.
I mean, at least
usually
over the last 2.5 years that we've been doing this show.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, but I will say, like last week, I was with you. I had the I had the 49ers losing. I think it was 27-13 or 24-13. I think that was my pick.
Yeah,
I was wrong.
I was in the same range.
Yeah.
And I, like I said, I still lean Seattle just because I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to look and go, yeah, Seattle's just better.
Mm-hmm.
They're just if for no other reason, they're healthier. And I don't think the Niners have a coaching advantage the same way they did against the Eagles. But the other part of it, so part of me is like, man, why don't I feel as down? Because I legit, I turned the Eagles game on Sunday. It's like, all right, let's get this over with. And then second play of the game, I think was the 60-yarder to Demarcus Robinson.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, well, that's interesting. Then the Eagles go down and they score and they miss the extra point. And then the Niners go 3 and out and they had the bad punt. And then eventually the Eagles had the 94-yard drive and the touchdown. Is like, oh man, here we go. And it just,
and then Kittle got hurt.
And Kittle gets hurt and it just,
yeah.
It never felt. And then they hit the trick play. And it's like, oh, okay, we got life. I was thinking about it today on the way in. I don't have that same dread. I don't have the same. Oh God! All right, Saturday at 5. I got to turn a game on, and
I think why I have some positivity about this game is
more than you did last week. Are you?
No.
Me on this as well?
I honestly think that they can beat. That they can beat Seattle,
which is weird because Seattle just stuffed them in a locker 2 weeks ago.
They did, but they did it in such a specific way.
Mm-hmm.
Like we talked about it at the time, and I honestly feel like their head coach did a really, really smart thing. He said, we are going to run. We are going to crush them in the trenches, and we're going to try to physically dominate them on both sides of the ball in the trenches, right? And what we're not going to do is we're not going to add to this Sam Darnold lore that he can't win the big game.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to not let him even get in the conversation as to whether you will win or lose this game. This will be about the run game. It will be about the defense. And we're going to push all of our chips in right there, and we're going to try to physically dominate them. And I think it's a really, really good idea. But you just showed your hand. Because if the 49ers make the adjustment and say, okay, look, we're going to stack the line. We're going to try to fight fire with fire, and we're going to stop your run game. Because they just, Saquon he had 110 yards or whatever it was, but he also, 29 yards came on the one play, right? And then they figured
much
that
better
out
in the second half.
Yeah, they figured out, hey, do not lose edge, contain on him, or, push him back inside, and we're okay. There were so many stops on the defensive line that the defensive line rose up and okay, we got this. We can figure this one out. They, when you go against Seattle, if you can try to take away the run and you can put it on Sam Darnold, I think the one thing that we learned in the other game is that we still don't know if Sam Darnold can beat you in that situation.
Yeah, he was fine.
He was fine, but he was a game manager. That's all he was.
He nearly fumbled. Well, he fumbled that one handoff. Yeah. If he fumbles that handoff and the Niners recover and they go on to win, we're like, wow, look, Sam Darnold choked again.
Yeah.
Later on, it was less consequential because I think they were already up 2 scores, but he almost threw the late interception to Renardo Green.
Well, even if McCaffrey doesn't hand the ball to the linebacker for the interception,
a 3-point game,
and they score that touchdown, that it's a 3-point game, and now again the onus is put back on Sam Darnold to win the game.
Sure,
we do not know if Sam Darnold can win that game, and I walk into this game thinking if Seattle's going to win that game, I'm making Sam Darnold be the reason why they won that game. And if they're going to lose that game, there's a good chance it's going to be because Sam Darnold couldn't win the game.
Yeah.
And again, you have Brock Purdy. He makes mistakes, but he can win you games. That's he's 5-2 in the playoffs for a reason. And realistically,
with 4 game-winning drives in the fourth quarter, I think.
Yeah, and I don't even want to give him the 5-2. He's really realistically 5-1. He blew up his elbow in the first minute of a game, and you had a backup that you had signed also earlier that worked. Yeah, earlier that week or the week before, you signed a 36-year-old backup. Yeah, I mean, look, I think the 49ers have a shot because of all of these things, because we do not know who Sam Darnold is in the playoffs.
I think the other thing that sticks out to me, and maybe this is just confirmation bias. I have been on this Fred Warner train for a while. And what I mean by that is we watched them in their first game without Fred Warner rally and play really well against Atlanta. Now, I think Michael Penix is probably not very good. And Atlanta, I think, that started like a 7-game losing streak for them. Turns out the Falcons just weren't great. But the 49ers defense played as well as it had, or as well as it has really all year since. They haven't played that well since, I don't think. And I've been wondering, hey, is a potential key here as we try and find off-field edges, because I don't think they have the talent, is a potential key here Fred Warner and his pending return.
Mm.
And then you see him on the practice field yesterday, and he wasn't just out there walking around in shorts and a t-shirt. He was in uniform. He's doing drills. Kalia Davis, the starting defensive tackle, talked about it, how didn't even see Fred Warner because you're doing warm-ups and you're doing individual drills and stuff. And then they lined up for the first time as a defense, and he turned around and 54 is behind him. It was like, oh, shoot, Fred is back. Like, Fred's here. And I think that's the other part of it. I think I'm trying to romanticize this a little bit in my brain, or I'm letting my brain go down that, like, because that's just like a classic sports movie trope where Fred Warner comes back and the downtrodden team, the 49ers, they rallied and scrapped and clawed and figured out a way to beat the Eagles on the road. And then, oh, wait, here comes Fred Warner onto the scene.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and they know he helps them rally to beat Seattle because they know he's coming back for the NFC Championship game, and they just want to get there because they just want to give their guy a chance. Again, I'm romanticizing this. This sounds insane. This sounds like a Disney movie, but I think it's one of the reasons that I don't feel as I don't want to say downtrodden again, but as pessimistic about this weekend's game as I did last weekend. And we're coming off a performance where I didn't expect the 49ers to play well, and lo and behold, they played pretty well on both sides of the ball.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe it's that.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're thinking is a little bit of like the Willis Reed effect.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, like Willis Reed coming back into a game where he was injured, and you're like, okay, like the emotional push that a team gets from this player that is realistically, it's their heart and soul. Like that's like Fred Warner is the heart and soul of the 49ers. He has been for a decade or 8 years or whatever it is. But if you can get him back on the field, I don't know if he's going to play this weekend, but just the fact that he's going to be there. Yeah. It's still like crazy. It's crazy that they've got to this point. But at the same time, like, look, I think some of these guys, they're holding up. Like they're doing the job that they're being asked to do. And at the end of the day, like the way that I think the way the Seattle beats you this weekend is, number one, Sam Darnold, but number two, it's Smith and Jigba. And if you can stop him from having one of those big, crazy weeks, and the one thing I would say about the 49ers, all of the injuries that they've had, the injuries that they're okay at is the defensive backfield. That's where I think, again, if Upton Stout plays, I who knows, but the fact that the rest of the group, I think, can hold up.
Jair Brown is the safety user.
Oh, yeah. Jair Brown has a concussion, right? Question?
No. He has I
thought they had a concussion issue with one of them.
That was Stout a couple of weeks ago.
Got it.
Brown has a ankle.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, if they can hold up, if the defensive backfield can hold up, they might be able to figure this thing out.
Jair Brown has a hamstring.
Okay.
But yeah, man, I think you're right, because to your point, and I think the two things go hand in hand. Sam Darnold was 20 of 26 for $198 back in week 18. He wasn't bad, but it very much wasn't like, man, I'm blown away by how good Sam Darnold is. And as a result, Jackson Smith and Jigba has 6 catches for 84 yards. If JSN's going for 12 catches and 190 yards and 2 touchdowns, Sam Darnold's obviously going to have a huge day. So I think those two things go hand in hand. Oddly enough, do you know who their second leading receiver was in week 18?
Like no.
It was Kenneth Walker with 4 catches for 36 yards.
Yeah. That's been their season, though. Look at their tight end has a bunch of yards,
AJ
but outside
Barnett.
of that,
Yeah.
like they don't have a lot of like dynamic playmakers outside of Smith and Jigba. Like, take them away.
The thing I keep coming back to, though, is that defense is very good. And we just watched what Houston's defense did as their offense tripped and fell and stumbled and face planted and turned the ball over and had 7 points through 3 quarters. Their defense said, to hell with it. We'll score the touchdowns. I think Seattle has that kind of group. I think they're that well coached and they're that talented. But it's different when you play a team a third time. I think the other thing that keeps lingering around in my mind is maybe Seattle looks at this and goes, man, we just smoked these dudes. Mm-hmm. We missed 2 field goals. We botched a 1st and goal from the 1. We should have won that game by 20 points. Like, let's look ahead to the NFC Championship. And do the Niners get a chance to punch them in the mouth early? Mm-hmm. And that's I think going to be the path to victory because again, we're going to talk about this every week or every day as long as the 49ers are around in the playoffs. It's just really tough to draw a path to victory for San Francisco. That's just, oh yeah, they'll just go outplay them. I think it's going to take those emotional edges, those emotional lifts. We saw the home crowd in Philly. The second that offense started to sputter, I thought this was really interesting. Where are we at? Post 3-2. Nope. Week 1. Philly. We talk about this on Candlestick Chronicles. Me and Chris Biederman have a Niners podcast. We talk about this all the time, where home field advantage has its benefits.
Yeah.
But it also has the opposite effect when that game gets tight.
And it gets quiet.
When you're not playing well. And it gets quiet. And then that 2nd and long incompletion hits the dirt and it's silence and there's some boos. How do you respond? The Eagles went 10 plays, 63 yards and scored a touchdown. Their next drive, they went 7 plays, 20 yards and turned it over on downs. Their next drive was 16 plays, 99 yards, 94 net yards. They had a penalty in there, but 99 yards they were credited for. They scored a touchdown. After that, 3 plays, 6 yards and a punt. 3 plays, 7 yards and a punt. 4 plays, 6 yards and a punt. 10 plays, 23 yards and a field goal. That was after a turnover. 3 plays, 7 yards and a punt. Late in that game, that crowd got tight. And I think you saw their team respond accordingly. Those are the kind of things that I think it's going to take for the 49ers to win. Can they get that emotional lift from Fred Warner? Can they throw the first punch? Can they get Jake Tunges involved? Because Seattle, you know what, thought they could throw their helmets on the field and win this one. Like, can they get up 2 scores and put it on Sam Darnold? And now he throws an interception and now the wheels are falling. That's the type of game script I think is going to follow. I don't think we're going to be coming back in here on Monday and going like, man, Niners just played great. Yeah, just outplayed them. I think it's going to take some very specific things happening.
Yeah, I think there's one other way there's one other thing that's going on that I think matters in this game. And
can we talk about it
We
next?
can talk about it after the break.
Attababe. Well done. That's a radio professional, folks. His name's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. We will continue talking about this 49ers path to victory against the Seattle Seahawks. James Ham's got a new one for you. And then I have a couple of Kings questions as well. And I don't know if you saw it. Giannis booed Bucks fans last night. I have so many thoughts. All right, we got tons to get to next.
No, Jesse? Did you hear me?
No.
Oh, he's out today? No. What's happening, everybody? I was Norm. I was okay yesterday. It was just Kyle was nice enough to reach out and say, "Hey, if you want to do the show from home tomorrow, that's fine." It's just 40-minute drive each way. Not getting in until super late, all that stuff. So yeah, I'm okay. It's just a super long week of Kings coverage. Lots going on. Way too many games over the stretch of a short amount of time. Huh. Okay. Either of you guys have one surprise to look out for around the NBA? No. I think this is going to be a pretty wild trade deadline, but we always think that, and then nothing happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've talked about this. Actually, Kyle talked about it on the air yesterday, day before. I have no idea.
What is it?
About the electrical plant next to Levi's Stadium. Well, it's not Levi's Stadium. It's next to their practice facility.
Yeah, which is next to Levi's, but yeah.
Yeah.
My take is that I've gone from thinking it's like total crackpot BS to thinking it's at least something that should be studied.
Yeah.
I'm not ready to be like, yeah, that's the reason for sure, but I also don't think you can just rule it out as poppycock. So I believe that the 49ers, a multi-billion-dollar organization, should invest money into at least ruling that out or finding out that it is a problem and moving the practice field.
Yeah.
That's my take. All right. Now we're coming back.
Just wondering why you feel this way.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Got a lot going on. My goodness.
A lot of things happening.
Gotta do that. I am juggling a couple of different things. I have to get that. There we go. All right. James Ham's there. I'm Kyle. Hey, before we get into some Sacramento Kings stuff, did you either see the Giannis play last night where he booed Bucks fans?
I did not, but I did read his response.
His response was way worse than the booing the fans part. Because we've seen this before. Where I think was it the Mets a couple of years ago? Their fans were booing them, and then one of their players, as they crossed home plate, like gave the fans a thumbs down, and it kind of became like a whole thing. The Bucks, if you missed it last night, lost at home to the Minnesota Timberwolves 139-106.
Ooh.
And they were getting smoked early. They were down 31 at halftime.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of those games this season.
76-45 was the score at halftime, right? Very Sacramento Kings-ish. So the Milwaukee Bucks, a fan base that, I mean, you have Giannis. You expect to be competitive every year. And they're very good when Giannis is on the court, but last night they were not competitive. They fell to 17-23 overall. Well, during the first half, they started booing, which, understandable. They're down by 31 at home. Giannis gets an and one, and while he's seated on the floor, gets up and looks at the fans and goes 2 thumbs down to the fans.
Ooh.
Here was his response. It doesn't matter, Giannis said about being at home. This is from ESPN. I play basketball for my teammates. I play basketball for myself and my family. When people don't believe in me, I don't tend to be with them. I tend to do what I'm here to do, what I'm good at. It won't change home or away. But yeah, I've never been a part of something like that before, and I don't think it's fair. I don't. But everybody has their opinion to do what they want to do. The quote continues. I'm not going to tell them what to do and how they should act when we don't play hard, or when we lose games, or when we're not where we're supposed to be. I don't think anybody has the right to tell me how I should act on a basketball court after I've been here for 13 years, and I'm basically the all-time leader in everything. Yikes, dog.
Get a little angry.
I understand.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Because there's days, I know I don't do great on this show. I can't imagine we're sitting here doing this, and you can just, through our headphones, hear listeners like, boo. We see it in the chatty house.
Oh, yeah.
On youtube.com/ESPN1320. But can you imagine, like, you put so much time and effort into this, and people are booing. I get being upset at that. This response is tough. If you want to be like, look, we need your support. Like, we feed off your guys' energy. Like, that's not helpful. If you want, like get, when we bring some energy, the negativity doesn't help. Being like, to hell with you guys. I don't play for you. I'm the all-time leader in everything. Like, all right, man. You got it.
I get, there's always there's a couple of players in the league that are, there's a little bit of detachment. Like I had this discussion with Malik the other day, and again, it was like an off the record discussion, but it's nothing that, like, he said that there's a certain dollar amount where you kind of lose touch with reality.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, where's that dollar amount? He's like, I don't know. He's like, it's slightly above what I make, and you lose touch with reality. He's like, so you see players and you're like, hey man, I think you've lost touch with reality. And he's like, and there's some others that, you know, like, that they're just normal people. He's like, but there's certainly a dollar amount that you kind of feel like when people hit that dollar amount, it's like, I get to do and say whatever I want. I just get to be just like whatever.
Interesting.
And I think that there's, like, with certain players, again, like, sometimes it's where they came from and where they're at, or, you know, sometimes it's that, you know, like, like, you don't know, like, there's too many variables, right? But there's a naivety to certain players that I think at certain points you embrace, and you're like, oh my gosh, I love that he's honest. I totally love that Joel Embiid just talks about how many Shirley Temples he drinks every day.
Hilarious.
You know, it is. It's funny. And you're like, you know, there's the Skittles guy, Marshawn Lynch. Like, oh, he eats Skittles all day long. It's so funny. But there's, like, something that authentic, but also naive about it, where you're like, man, should you really be eating Skittles all day long? Like, or man, should you, you know, but I think with Giannis, we've seen him for so long, and there's always been something about him that's like, it is authentic and it's real. And also when things start to go bad, it's still going to be authentic and real. And maybe people aren't ready for what he's going to say because he's being true to himself and authentic to what he believes.
Oh, I fully understand that. I get that. And I appreciate and respect that, because I think sometimes canned answers are, I don't think they help. In fact, I think they hurt more than anything.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I think he's just off base here.
Yeah.
I don't mind that he's upset, but people aren't booing you, bro. Nobody's like, man, I'm having such a good time, but boo that Giannis guy. No one's booing you. There's a frustration, the same frustration you, Giannis, have that leads you to say to your agent whatever you say that makes your agent go and seek out trades, even though you say you don't want to trade. Your agent is going and speaking on your behalf, exploring trades.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's be real here. If we're being authentic and real, let's do it all the way. So you're also unhappy here. You're also unhappy with this team. You also think the team should be better. And that's what the fans want. We're all rooting for the same thing here, man. And booing is the one way that fans have to express. I would rather a boo than people stop showing up.
Yeah.
People stop buying your jersey. People start being apathetic toward you being traded. Like, yeah, get the hell out of here. I don't care.
Yeah.
Go, whatever, man.
Yeah, because we see that here in Sacramento with so many of the players.
Yeah, people just check, like you check out when an organization continues to smear their fans' faces in mud.
Yeah, and I would say this too, like there is something to like the fact that it doesn't matter how long he's been in trade rumors or how many times we hear something or whether he's in the rotation or out of the rotation. The love for Malik Monk in Sacramento, it should be something that is like that is discussed within the walls. That is like, okay, how do we get out of this, or how do we make this right if we're moving forward without Malik? Because and it's the same thing. I think some people are already having this discussion. Like, what do we do about the Giannis situation? Like, if we have to trade Giannis, like we know what the backlash is going to be. Like how do we start setting ourselves up to not be just the most horrible human beings of all time,
right?
That traded everybody's favorite player, and that's not an easy place to be as a franchise. This is why we see the exit strategy junk that we see all the time. Totally. Where you start hearing little bits about how this player does this or this player does that. Like there's a reason why we're moving off of him. Like it's always like a weird game that they play. We never did get to the reason why I think the 49ers could win.
I'm sorry. I want to. I just this Giannis thing bothers me. Yeah. Last thing, real quick, and then we'll get to why you think the 49ers can win on Saturday. So dumb they're playing on Saturday. People are booing because there's a belief that the Bucks should be championship contenders because of Giannis.
Yeah.
He said, when people don't believe in me, no, everybody has the ultimate belief in you. Bucks fans live and die with you, brother. They have the ultimate belief that they should be title contenders because you, number 34, are awesome. You are a god to them. And you're getting blown out by 30 at home.
The top 3 player in the NBA shouldn't lose by 30 at home all the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Dallas Mavericks, if they get blown out by 30 at home, nobody's booing. They might because of Nico Harrison, but nobody's booing the Mavs, right?
Yeah.
Hornets get blown out by 30. All right, you lost by 30. There's a greater belief in the Bucks because of Giannis. It's not because of AJ Green. God bless Kevin Porter Jr.'s year. He's not. It's not. Nobody's. Yeah, he's awesome. Like, no. Ryan Rollins, salute. That's who I meant to say just now. God bless Ryan Rollins, who's been incredible. Nobody's booing because of Ryan Rollins. Like, they're booing because they should be better because of Giannis.
Yeah.
They do believe in you, and that's why they're upset at the rest of the team. Anyways, I just thought he was a little off base. I get being upset when people boo you, though, because you also don't want to be losing by 30. I get it. Anyways, shifting gears.
I also think that when you walk into a locker room or you go into a press conference right after a game where you just got clubbed and there are a bunch of fans booing, that you're raw and you're going to say things that maybe you didn't think through nearly as well.
Sure.
And I mean, I've seen it throughout my career, like covering a team. Like there are things that you look at a guy, you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Let's rewind this.
Sure.
Let me play this for you. And let me tell you, why don't you tell me how you think this can play? And it's like, oh, that's what I said? Like, yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not what I meant. It's like, okay.
Well.
But I do think that, again, with Giannis specifically, like, he's got to figure it out.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Shifting gears here on the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. We were talking about the 49ers' paths to victory on Sunday. And I kind of laid out all these things I think would have to go right. But for some reason, I feel good about it. What's the other path that you wanted to put forward?
I think, like, as much as I think that the 49ers' path on the defensive side of the ball to victory is to stop the run and make Sam Darnold beat you. And that's because I do think that they're a one-dimensional offense outside of the run game. Like their running backs are solid. They're not anything special. Like I like both of their running backs. They're just not like they split carries because they have to split carries. They don't split carries because they split carries because they don't have a Christian McCaffrey. I think that's where I would go. So I think that, like, to beat Seattle, you have to stop the run and then throw your best players at Smith and Jigba, because I don't think that they can beat you in a bunch of other ways, right? I think the one weird path to victory for the 49ers is that they are so unpredictable as to who is going to be the guy that day. And you can think, oh, I'm going to take away George Kittle. Well, he's not there. So now everyone's like, I'm not really worried about Tonjes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not really worried about Kendrick Bourne. And I'm not really worried about Demarcus Robinson. And I'm not really worried about Juwan Jennings can have a good game, but can he go for like 180 yards and 3 touchdowns?
Yeah.
The answer is like probably not.
Mm-hmm.
But there's almost so much diversity in who can beat you that it becomes like an advantage in itself that we have no idea. Is there going to be, like no one had on their bingo card that Demarcus Robinson would have like 111 yards or whatever.
Yeah.
I doubt he was on Underdog. I doubt he was even an option on Underdog as a player that you might be able to pick that could go for more than 12 yards receiving.
And if it was, it was probably like 16.5 yards.
Yeah, his catches were like...
Let me see if I can go on the app right now and find his number.
It was probably 1 catch or more. And I think that there's a beauty to that like we realistically, if Ricky Pearsall plays, will Ricky Pearsall, like, because we've seen it this season where Ricky Pearsall's healthy, he's playing, and he goes for 0 catches. Like, you can't center yourself on any specific player on the 49ers in their receiving core, or like whether it's Juszczyk, whether it's Tonjes, because you don't have to game plan for Kittle. But I think the lack of game planning for specific types of players makes you like unpredictable.
Yeah.
And so that's why I do think that there's a way in which the 49ers can have 1 or 2 or 3 heroes that no one saw coming. Like,
yeah, that was the case against Philly.
Or was it Malik Turner? Like, how in the world did Malik Turner just beat us for 60 yards?
Sure.
In a game? Because that could happen this weekend.
Sure.
And everyone's going to be like, hey, this guy hasn't got a ball since 2001.
Yeah.
2021. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's been a long time.
Yeah, but it's like, but that's how you have to game plan for the 49ers going in. You know, there's I've had coaches tell me in pregame in the past, like even when the Kings were bad, they're like, yeah, they're not good, but they have 4 guys or 5 guys that can go for 30 at any point.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really tough to defend. It's not that difficult to defend the fact that Luka is going to go for 40.
Sure.
And that LeBron's going to go for 28. What's tough is if Austin Reeves is there and all of a sudden he's scoring a bunch. And then also because those guys are there, now Rui Hachimura goes crazy. And that's how you start to get more and more, like the more diverse you are as a team in the scoring, as scorers in the NBA, the more difficult it is to defend. And I think right now the 49ers, just because they have a bunch of randoms, like somebody's going to make a play that no one expects. And like, how do you game plan for it?
It's tough. I would assume you just say, all right, cool. If those guys are going to beat us, then so be it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how the 49ers look at what Seattle's defense did to their offense and held them to 3 points 2 weeks ago. And now without George Kittle, build off of whatever they learned in that game. It's going to be an interesting chess match for sure. Speaking of DeMarcus Robinson on Underdog, because of the Niners injury situation, there's not a ton of numbers available just yet, because if Ricky Pearsall's out, that changes DeMarcus Robinson's numbers for his bonus total. So they'll wait for the final injury report. But it's funny looking at DeMarcus Robinson's game logs. 2 catches, 36 yards. 2 catches, 23 yards with a touchdown. 2 catches, 30 yards. 3 catches, 24 yards. 6 catches, 111 yards and a touchdown.
Didn't see it coming, Kyle. They didn't see it coming.
All right. Even if you take away the 60-yarder, he's still at 51 yards, which is 15 more than he'd had in any of the previous 4 weeks. Yeah, man. I think this goes back to what we keep talking about with Kyle Shanahan. He has shown that he has the singular ability to be creative enough and be unpredictable enough. And I watched this really great breakdown. I posted it on my on Instagram of all the times they've run the play that they ran on the game-winning touchdown to Christian McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm.
and how every time it's this formation with these certain actions, Christian McCaffrey beelines it for that left slot. They scored a touchdown against the Giants on that play. They ran the play a couple times earlier against the Eagles. But then that one wrinkle in the biggest moment of the game is Christian McCaffrey beelines it for that slot. The linebacker, knowing that that's where he's going, goes outside leverage, so goes toward the sideline basically to cut him off early. And then it's called a Texas route. You just angle right back inside. And now he's wide open because the linebacker thinks he's going the other way.
Yeah.
Those little wrinkles, can the 49ers come up with enough of those to piece together another win? It's going to be fascinating, and we're going to continue talking about it throughout the week. Maybe we'll continue talking about it with DLo and Casey because they're going to join us for the handoff next. This is ESPN 1320, and it is Sacramento Sports Leader.
Let's see. Yeah, this is a really crazy stat. Snoozer for Boozer. Sam Darnold has thrown 0 TDs against the 49ers this season. West Sac Kings fan. I'm not quite sure. Maybe I know who you're talking about.
I'm in the wrong browser.
Is
James Borrego.
I mean,
James Baldwin?
Is he related to me by marriage? That James B? That's a possibility.
James Betancourt?
What's that?
James Betancourt.
Oh, that's what he said?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I went to high school with him.
Hey, David Morley.
What's happening?
Kenny Caraway.
Oh, yeah. Jim Betancourt? Yeah. Went to high school with him. Graduated with him. Me? Nevada Union. Del Oro? Oh, yeah? To them? What year? Oh. Oh, yeah. Renicky went on to be a major league pitcher. Yeah. His dad is Gary Renicky, who is one of the Renicky brothers that were Major League Baseball players forever. Gary Renicky was with the Orioles with Earl Weaver and was the first platoon outfielder where they did righty-lefty splits. Yeah. Josh,
wow.
Let me see. I don't know Josh, but I know his dad. Yeah, Josh Renicky. See.
What was I gonna say? Oh, I'm gonna go mics off real quick just because this is a technical thing.
Yeah. So his uncle,
Wait,
who was a manager.
here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. DLo and Casey are here. It's the handoff. What? There we go.
Yeah.
Hello.
I am concerned a little. I want to do our daily 49ers confidence meter check-in.
Oh, you know what's interesting about that is I do my homework like I do. It might have gone up a little bit.
I have not done any homework. What was I yesterday? 3.25?
Yeah.
On a scale to 10.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up today,
Uh-huh.
driving in, thinking about the show, what we're going to talk about the Kings, Mike Brown's return. I'm like, all right, what's there with the Niners? Oh, Fred Warner is back in practice. And I hate this. I don't even want to speak it into existence right now. My confidence meter, I woke up at a 5.
Oh.
I didn't even do anything. Fred Warner came back to practice. I was like, oh, well, there's a coin flip now. It's seeing Fred Warner in uniform.
Not to practice, not to play this week.
Yeah, no, right. Not even to play.
No,
he was just I saw
he
video,
was there.
I saw a video of Fred Warner in shoulder pads and game pants. I was like, all right, we are here. That's it. That's all it took. I don't know if I get higher than that.
Confidence meter doesn't matter, like for me, but I already said the 49ers were
You
winning.
didn't even like hem and haw.
He said this Sunday night.
Yeah.
He said it Sunday night. He said Sunday.
I can't. I won't.
It's
get
not
there.
like they're
I won't
winning
get there.
36-3. It's not like I'm just overly
Sure.
confident. It's just I like the human emotion aspect of this.
That's exactly where
I like the tape for the
Mhm.
San Francisco 49ers. And I'm past the I'm past the oh man, they just keep surviving, the George Kittle and the Nick Bosa and the Fred one. No, man, like I thought that. I thought that Sunday. But no, they're a good football team that is coached really, really well. Like the upper 1% of coaches in professional sports is where I think Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, and that entire staff are. And that's why they're here. That doesn't mean they're going to be able to beat Seattle, but it's not going to be, the luck finally ran out. Oh, this happened, that happened. No, they're going to go in there with a game plan, whether the game plan is going to work, whether they have the players to execute what they want to do. There is, Kenny knows this. I think James knows it. You might not. I do not believe in house money. Once I win money, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm up.
Okay.
It's my money. I don't believe that the 49ers are playing with house money. But what I do think is they are not playing with a shred of pressure. The pressure is on the team that finished 1, the team that's at home, and the team that's trying to shed the label of a quarterback who can't perform in these games.
And the team that just beat this team 13-3 2 weeks ago.
They have the pressure. The San Francisco 49ers don't. And while I don't think that's a house money analogy, there's no external pressure. Internal pressure, absolutely. This is a team that absolutely thinks they should be in the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl, the whole deal. Externally, no one's thinking about them.
Sure.
Everyone's saying I can't believe they're here. Yeah. My God, how did they do it? Kyle said it. Kenny said it. Jake said it. Brandon said it. Everybody. How did they do it? Okay, because they're a good football team.
And they're also
that's why I think they're going to win Sunday.
They're also saying it's going to end now. It was a nice story, but it's going to end now. That's what I've heard for the last 3 or 4 days.
Yeah,
that's what it is. There's a couple of things, some strategy stuff and some vibe stuff that
I'm so in on the vibe stuff. Let's go.
We'll start with the vibe stuff.
Okay.
I don't know who it was. Forgive me for not knowing who the player was. Not familiar with this game, but he's pretty good. I think he's on the defensive end. Everybody on that defense is really good. I was listening to the Streets of Seattle, and they were talking about, I was in the streets. And they were talking about old boy who put the comment on the Fred Warner post. Did you see that?
I didn't.
So I don't know if it was Fred Warner's page or the Niners page or something, but they're like, Fred Warner window open. It's something just alerting that Fred Warner's there, picturing him in uniform and everything else.
I
like
think
that.
it was San Francisco. Yeah. There was
Yeah.
a 49ers page.
And oh boy, comments like, yeah, dream ends on Sunday. And oh, okay. Okay. I like that. I like that. Now here's where I was talking about. I listened to the streets. They were telling me, and everyone listening, they were telling me that's not what they do here.
Oh,
They don't do all this. Oh, I'm gonna get like, for instance, Diamond Lenore. That's what he does. Diamond Lenore will go to social media, say whatever he says, and that's what he does. Like if he does that today, we'll be like, that's what he does.
Did Byron Young not post a photo of him tackling Christian McCaffrey with the caption "little ass boy"? I believe that happened.
I remember that.
But they don't do that.
I remember that. So, but look,
They don't do that.
they talk about they don't do that, right? You doing that now? It's just a little, you're not really locked in right now. You worried about all this other stuff. You don't win or lose games on social media. That's not what I'm saying at all. But that I'm getting you out of character.
Sure.
I'm getting you out of character right now. I like that. I like that. I'm getting you out of character. Now that's the vibe stuff.
Yeah, I love the vibe stuff. That's all I care about.
Also, old boy went to I think it was Reed, who's a bad boy. The lineman.
Jaron Reed.
Yeah, he's a bad boy. You better watch out for him on Saturday.
I love what he said. Because if you missed it, Jaron Reed, the Seahawks defensive tackle, was just like, I hate that team. Like, personally, I just don't like anything about them. It's like, good. Yes, that's what a rivalry should be.
Yeah.
Salute to Jaron Reed for getting it.
Yeah.
All right. Hell
like
yeah.
I said,
I feel the exact same way about everyone in Seattle.
Look, like I said.
Good city.
All right. Little out character. You feel it? You feeling something right now. You feeling something right now.
Me for?
You brought it up.
Oh.
The pressure.
Oh.
It's a big game for you, Jaron Reed. It's a big game for you, linebacker that I don't know. This is a big game. I always say it all the time, and he was right. He was right about this. Floyd Mayweather used to always say, yeah, you've been in some big fights. You've been in pay-per-view fights. But when you fight me and you start that ring walk, there's a few more people in the crowd than you're used to. The lights are just a little brighter than what you're used to. And it doesn't mean you can't ever overcome it. But it takes a while to just see. I was talking about Floyd. I'm born in those lights. I'm used to it. This is what I do. But it takes a while for you to get adjusted to where the temperature them lights are on. The extra 1,000 people that normally aren't there at your games takes a little, like it's bigger. It's a bigger event. Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, not George Kittle, but Trent Williams. They've been, come on, Diamond Lenore. They've
Eric
been
Kendricks.
They've been in the brightest. They're here. They've been in the brightest lights for the past 4 years. This is another playoff game to them. This is the biggest game some of these Seahawks have ever been in. We'll see. Maybe they'll be ready for it. We'll see.
I can't tell if it's a good or bad thing that this is, because what James and I were talking about earlier was largely that. Like, my feelings about it are, man, maybe Seahawks get complacent. There's not a single, like, I think the Niners got the advantage at this position.
Quarterback.
But that's not always the game.
No, totally. I don't know if that was the game on Sunday.
Quarterback.
I think I think what happened on Sunday was
true.
I talked about it. I think the culture mattered so much for both teams in that game. The Niners got hit the mat 4, 5, 6 times. They're like, all right, getting back up.
And
Philly
that's
took one jab and started yelling at each other.
The culture thing. Well, that's the it finally caught up with them. Yeah, it finally caught up with Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You've been at each other's throats for weeks. Yeah, it finally caught up with you. The poor play calling, the inefficient offense, it finally caught up with you. That's the story. But that's football. Right? That's the game. They're trying to use all of these other measurements to say, well, the spirit, this, all of that. If the 49ers lose, it's because the Seahawks executed. If the 49ers lose, it's because they just didn't have enough talent to combat that defense in all likelihood. Like I'm projecting a little bit. I don't think it's going to be an offensive thing. It's going to be that their defense just finally broke apart a little bit. Like when and we'll talk about this as the day progresses. Turnovers are always a conversation. Can a quarterback play clean? Can Brock Purdy play clean? The thing that I'm watching in the 49ers game, a couple of others, but particularly the 49ers game, is time of possession. Because if you have a tired defense in the fourth quarter, that's a regular defense. No matter how good they were for 18 weeks, they are a regular-ass defense when you're exhausted. And when you're exhausted and you're in the playoffs and the pressure's on you, what did you just say? It's different. It's different.
Okay, I talked about the vibes. Can I talk about the football a little bit?
Yeah.
Maybe.
What if I told all three of you guys that my boys, Kendrick and Wallow, were better than Winters and Bethune?
I don't hate that.
And
I'm not ready. Go ahead.
And even if you're like, nah, you tripping, Winters and Bethune got hurt in that game in week 18. I think Bethune was in the second quarter. Because I remember there was a halftime report about him not coming back. So it was either first or second quarter.
I think the same thing happened to Winters. I think he walked off the field a little early.
Yeah. And I look, I don't want to put too much on it. I bring that up because I thought Kendricks and Wallow, who I'm not going to act like Wallow was like this hidden gem. I didn't know the guy before.
I had
Sunday.
no idea who he was.
And
didn't even know he was on the roster.
He looked
followed
fantastic.
The team very close.
He looked really, really good. He looked solid. The level of communication between Kendricks and Wallow was something I hadn't seen since Fred Warner got hurt.
Well, and that's what Kendrick said yesterday, I guess. He's like, I knew, or maybe it was after the game, doesn't matter. Like, the way he communicated, the way he talked, that's how you judge a linebacker. When the going gets tough, when you're in the foxhole, does that guy clam up and shut down? Or does he get louder? And Garrett Wallow got louder. I'm really interested because the way the 49ers typically operate is if D. Winters is healthy, he's going to play. But I'm really interested if they're looking at it going, hey, you know what? Let's give him another week. Let's give D another week. Because that duo played so well against Philly.
Let me ask you this, because you understand this dynamic. Is Kendricks took Winter's spot?
No.
Wallow took Winter's spot?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you talk about how they don't do a situation where if Winters is ready to play, they'll just move Wallow over here and have Winters, Wallow. They usually just go like back, whoever your backup is. And if the starter is ready to go, Winters, Wallow won't play.
Correct.
Okay.
I would assume, I don't know where he's played in practice and stuff. Maybe he's played that third linebacker spot. I don't know, but it's not, their defense isn't such that, like, yeah, if you play linebacker, you just play any spot.
Yeah. It was one of those moments, almost like the tet, like it's little that I got stuck on, right? This little moment. There was something going on. I think it was in the third quarter or something like that. And they were lined up, broke the huddle, defenses, formations out there. And Wallow goes to one of the defensive linemen, hey, no, and taps him on his hip. No, hey, get over here. I was like, oh, Wallow out there directing stuff. Let's go. I ain't seen this since Fred left. Yeah. He tapped him on the hip. Defensive lineman moves over to his left. I think they probably got a positive defensive play right there. But I think Kendricks and Wallow might be a better linebacking tandem than what they saw in Week 18. Definitely with the substitutions that came in. And that goes into stuff like stopping the run or identifying, because I think Kendrick's mind, even if he's lost a little bit physically, he's seen it all in this league. So his mind won't get tricked the way maybe a Bethune, who may be more talented right now, but he just hadn't seen it all, happened in Week 18. I think they might have improved at the linebacker position.
He got 11 yards of depth on that last play against Philly. He started with, when the ball was snapped, he was at the line of scrimmage at the 20, and then dropped out and broke up the pass at the 9.
That was sick.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
That was
for
sick.
sure. I got 5 minutes for the legal? Because this feels like a good time to reset.
You could do the legal now.
Okay, I can just do it right now. Okay, great. You're listening to
It's KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the Odyssey app, iHeart app, live on smart speakers, live on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, whatever.
Real quick, Joe Fortenbaum. Joe Fortenbaum. That's his name.
Joe Fortenbaum, yeah.
Yeah.
95-7 the game legend.
All year long. I'm not saying he's hating or nothing like that. All year long, he's picked against the 49ers in whatever situation. And they're 12-5.
They love this dude. They love that guy.
Yeah.
And a gambling guy.
No, yeah, I'm taking Seahawks -7. I'm sure last week he took the Eagles. I'm sure he took the Seahawks in week 18. Like every single time. I feel confident when he does that.
It's 6.5, right? Is that the number right now?
Yeah.
That's not really my
He's
thing.
got it at 7. -7 for the Seahawks.
That Eagles line opened at 3.5 and
I
moved
wonder-
to 6.5.
I wonder what the over-under was on ESPN bet shutting down. Because if you took the under, you ate.
Yeah.
ESPN bet's
already?
gone. It's gone.
Like
It's
less
gone.
than a year.
Yeah, it's gone.
That
They're
seems
Like,
like
no, well, we tried.
What died quicker, ESPN 3D or ESPN bet?
I didn't even know ESPN 3D was a thing.
No, they were shooting games in 3D cameras for like 4 people who had 3D television.
Yeah.
Man, you remember at Costco, they had the whole setup. You put the glasses on. They had the little couch you could sit on.
Oh,
They had
yeah.
the 3D
I
TV.
missed that one.
I missed it too. I
Oh,
wasn't a
man.
Costco member.
Oh, yeah, it's a new
It's
development.
changed your
New
life.
development, yes. Yeah.
That's funny.
I want to get to the Kings because Kenny asked me an interesting question via text earlier that I would like to get to, but it ties into something. I feel like the 49ers are taking different stakes, obviously, but the 49ers and Kings are trying to travel in down the same path, but in different lanes, I guess, where I think we're seeing it with the 49ers right now. CJ West, Alfred Collins, really good against Philly, really good against the run. Upton Stout played his best game in week 18 and was really, really good again in the playoff game.
He's good. I like that.
Marquise Siegel came in 7 tackles? 8
It was
tackles?
more than that. I think 8.
8 tackles. Didn't have a missed tackle. Filling in for Jair Brown at third quarter.
That's another possible upgrade from week 18.
Potentially. So they played these young guys all year. They've leaned on them. And lo and behold, come playoff time, they're playing their best game every week. Every week is a new best game for them. It feels very Kings-ish to me. It feels very, all right, Dylan Cardwell's going to get a few minutes here, a few minutes there. And now circumstances dictated that, you know what? All right, Dylan Cardwell's got to play a lot of minutes. Maxime Reynaud, you're going to start now. And you just lean on those young players. And it feels like it's not because it's a little different. There's 82 games, so it's a little more frequent. You're not going to have your new best game every night.
Yeah.
But it does feel like if you're taking chunks of 5 games, every 5 games is like, man, Maxime Reynaud is a little better. Dylan Cardwell, man, he's a little better. And I think I think it just goes to show, like, man, you play your young guys and it works.
I think it's funny you said this, or you brought this up, because I know we're relating it to the Kings and we'll talk about the Kings with it. But I wanted to ask, just have a check-in with all you guys, because remember at the beginning of the year, I talked about the 49ers and what this year might look like, and what Kyle had said, and it was kind of right in line with what you just talked about, Kyle. Was like, we have to reset this thing.
You got to help me a little bit. You're talking about Kyle Shanahan?
Kyle Shanahan.
Okay.
Yeah, well, Kyle Shanahan said this. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
And
what I meant.
Kyle Madsen might have echoed it as
Okay.
But it was like,
Everybody named Kyle. We talked about it at the meeting.
The
This
meeting,
is
the Kyle
sentiment.
meeting.
I think
Yeah,
I should just
yeah,
start
yeah.
calling him Young, like I do, Young Shanny. And when I say, yeah, me and Young, we talked about it. Y'all know who I'm talking about.
Trey,
Mm.
Doug,
Young Shanny.
Jeezy.
Because he didn't like to be called Lil Shanny. So that's when I started calling him Young Shanny.
Oh, okay. Did you ask him?
No, remember that was the thing? Because they would always call
No.
him Lil Shanny, or because of, you don't remember
I
that?
don't remember that at all.
Yeah, that's why I started calling him Young Shanny, because he didn't like Lil Shanahan. Lil Shanny or Lil Shanahan. He said, I've never liked that. I don't like that and stuff. But anyway, the plan was play these young guys early. We're going to lean on the offense. And as the season goes along, hopefully we find some guys, we get where we need to get, and maybe we could be ready for a playoff run if we handle business early. And I think they've succeeded that way. And we always related it to what the Rams did 2 years ago, where they
reset.
In 2021.
They won the Super Bowl, had a bad season, and then that following season, they had the young guys in there. And that's where Jared Verse came from and all this. And we that's the model for what the Niners need to do this year. Now, the big caveat is the Rams got Puka in that year. And that
matters.
That's the difference.
Good player.
In a major way from what the 49ers hadn't found no Puka level player anywhere on the roster.
Not even close.
But do you think they've done a good job of following that Rams blueprint? Have they found enough players in these last 2 years?
I'm not there.
Okay.
If Ricky Pearsall was healthy all the time, but James and I have been
or
talking
some
about,
of the time.
James and I have been talking about since training camp. Like we just until Ricky Pearsall is on the field for 15 consecutive games, I think he's good.
Oh yeah,
Lord,
I'm done with him being a number 1 or number 2. Like you need to prove that now.
He's Ricky Bagley the third.
Oh
yes.
no!
Oh
my
yes.
gosh!
Yes.
Like I mean, how many times were we talking about? Can he play? Remember when he played 20 games in a row? I think we threw a parade.
I think yeah. There was like
I'm sorry to the young man. Yeah.
Marvin Bagley.
I used to make the joke that he's got to travel with a second suitcase because he needs his boot in there in case he gets hurt again.
Damn.
Like he's got to have the extra boot.
It's uncalled for, James.
Well, look, I mean,
we would never make jokes like
with
that.
With Pearsall, like I'm just over it. Like, okay, you're fun to watch when you're on the field. You're not that fun to watch. You're not like some crazy game changer.
I do wonder when the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, I wonder if they're over it.
Well,
because they draft pretty well, and Ricky Pearsall, the player, seemed to have been a good draft pick. Just Ricky Pearsall, the human anatomy, not so much.
Can't stay healthy.
So let me.
He's in a worse place health-wise now than he was after he got shot.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, let me stall out Ricky a little bit, and I agree with everything. Like I said yesterday, like, okay, they got to draft a receiver round 1.
Yeah.
Or something. They got to find a number 1.
Or they got to trade for one.
But don't play like that, bro. Oh. Hey, don't play.
Streets are talking.
Usher.
Streets are talking.
Don't play like that. Don't do
Streets
that.
are talking.
It's been the same injury all year long that he probably should have surgery on.
Yeah, he got hurt in week 4.
And he's tried to come back, but it's
no doubt.
It's not like it's a different injury every time.
Sure.
It's the same one that he probably needs to do some type of surgery or rehab on to get it fixed. And he's tried to play through it, and the hip drop tackle kind of re-aggravated it against the.
That was the ankle. The knee was later when he slipped and fell against the Colts. Same game, but different play.
Yeah, it's not stable. It's really not stable.
And I don't even know if he's a surgery candidate. I just he just doesn't heal fast. And there are players that just don't, right? We talk like all the time, like this specific injury with Domas, the cartilage thing. I don't know what's going on. And I'm just going to be honest. I think it plays into a larger thing that's happening with the Kings this specific season. But if you go back to like the course of time, how he's always fine and he always plays, he plays through injuries. There are guys that are like that. And then there are other guys that don't play through injuries at all. And to be honest with you, Pearsall appears to be a guy who can't play through injury. You can't be questionable 3 or 4 weeks in a row in the NFL.
I would put that a little bit on the 49ers, where he didn't practice for 2 consecutive weeks and they made him questionable both times. It's like, oh yeah, he's gonna try and give it a go, and then he can't. Like I don't necessarily put that on him.
But he didn't have a knee. He didn't have surgery. He didn't have something that's gonna put him out 3 to 4 weeks. I mean, and then the reverse is like, while it wasn't that effective, like Juwan Jennings just kept going out there. I mean, the dude's got broken ribs. He's got a collarbone issue, or a shoulder issue. He had a high ankle sprain. It's like he was motivated by the contract for sure, the incentives, and maybe it hurt the team a little bit that he's out there playing that way. But at the same time, at least he's going out and playing, and so you have the two dynamics of one guy who's going out there and playing through anything, and another guy who's like, yeah, can't go again.
I don't know, but
He
okay,
just-
I
but
can't
he
believe
just-
I'm defending Ricky Pearsall.
Well,
here.
no, you should. though.
I don't think it's on him necessarily, though. Like we talk about all the time, load management in the NBA isn't the players. It's the team going, hey, you're sitting tonight. No player is like, hey, can I not play?
Well, I think
Unless
there's one
you're,
that does
unless
that.
you're, yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Are we thinking of the same guy?
Yeah,
plays
he's
down
out
the road?
planting trees.
Oh, no.
Or not.
Okay, I was thinking of the,
Oh,
I was thinking of the other
hey,
guy who
hey,
starts and then
that boy
gets
back
tossed.
too. That boy back in the last month.
Yeah.
he
He
is.
reminds people every once in a while.
Yeah. And everybody goes, are the Clippers title contenders? Kawhi.
They're
Look
not
out.
title. They're not title contenders, but they aren't where they were.
No.
Yeah.
They are
And it's
not where
strictly because
they
they're-
aren't by where the Kings are. They
He
have
is-
moved themselves away. Those two teams had the same record not that long ago. That is not the case anymore.
He's playing like
And
the
the Kings
guy
have
who
won 2 in a row.
circumvent the salary cap to get.
Facts.
That's exactly what he's playing like right now. But no, I think he's testing it out, and the Niners are like, yeah, you're not moving well enough to do what we need you to do, so you're gonna sit. That's what I think. I don't think
that's
Ricky's
the
like,
case, too.
it hurts. I don't want
Yeah.
to play.
I
don't
think
think it's
his
that.
knee is moving when he runs.
Yeah.
Like the cartilage in the
Sure.
kneecap is moving when he runs. You probably shouldn't be running.
But at the same time, like, man, can you get healthy once?
Mm.
For one, it's a hamstring in his first training camp, and then it's a shoulder.
Wasn't it a
And then
hamstring this training camp?
He had another hamstring this training camp, and then he had the knee thing. It just, and then an ankle when he did come out. It's just,
Imagine
Stuff.
telling like your grandkids the story of your NFL career. Like, oh, guys, Grandpa got shot before his first game. Oh, Granddad, no, that's terrible. Oh, no, it was fine. I walked out of the hospital like a day later. I just couldn't get this damn hamstring
Yes,
right.
it's-
That's like, no, the bullet went there. It was fine. Like the shooting was totally fine. Like I stopped the guy, just walked to the ambulance, went home. But yeah, this
It's
damn
it's
hamstring.
good he didn't get
The
shot
whole
next to
time.
this electrical substation.
Your grandkid
Well-
is wondering, wait, they shot people in the NFL? Like, no, I was in the streets.
Yeah, it was a different game back
Much
then,
rougher
kids. Yeah, much rougher game.
You be careful out there, Kenny, in the streets, because bad things happen.
All
right.
I keep my head on a swivel.
I want to talk about the Kings young players because Kenny, you texted me about this. And where would you like to start? It's a whole bunch of stuff about the Kings front court
Well,
and the
into something
immediate future of that front court.
that myself and Damien we were planning to talk about yesterday, but Ja came up and it just didn't. We didn't get time to it, but it was basically about because you saw Sabonis working out. I think that's where. It
Yeah, I meant to ask you about that. Let's start with Domantas Sabonis.
Mhm.
I got to the game unusually early the other day, and Domantas Sabonis went through his full workout, like
Yeah,
his full pregame. Has he been doing that?
I don't think so, because typically when I see him in the locker room, he comes in the locker room in pregame, but he's in his street clothes.
Mm-hmm.
And then last game he wasn't. And
Okay.
I'm like,
No,
hey,
he
what-
worked out. Yeah.
I saw him. I'm like, hey, what's up, big boy? Like, hadn't seen him in a while coming in his uniform. Like, huh, that's different. Like, what's going on?
Okay.
Now, he's not going to stop and say what's going on. But, like, look, this is part of a bigger, like, it's the beam scheme. Like,
So
that's
The
like,
beam scheme.
like, that's what this is. It feels like they're like going out there and playing the young guys right now. And there might come a point where they bring him back out there and integrate him back into the system. There's also a chance that he's not here by February 5th. I don't know what's going on. To me, it seems very strange, but it's clear, number one, he did not want to have surgery, so he did not have surgery. So it went from a 3 to 4 week injury to an 8 to 10 week injury, whatever it is at this point. We have got to be close to the second month. I don't know what I can look it
I
up.
think
when-
yesterday we kind of broke it. It's probably like 7 weeks in at this point, or the third week of the second 4 to.
The
5 weeks
second
in.
update came on December 19th. So what are we looking at? 12 and then another.
We're in like the third
Three.
week.
So we're at 26 days into that. So yeah, that's a long time to be part of. And it was 4 to 5 weeks. So by that, he's anywhere from a week to 10 days out.
And that was a reevaluation in 4 to 5 weeks, I believe.
A reevaluation for sure.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So, but that kind of goes into like what we were talking about as far as, let's say he does come back. Say 2 weeks from now he's back. What does the minutes distribution look like? one of these young guys, Dylan Cardwell or Maxime Reynaud, do they go back to DNP land?
Yeah,
Like
and credit to
Sabonis?
Kenny, because I wasn't thinking about Dylan. I was thinking about Max. I was like, what do you do with Max when Dylan, when Domas come back?
Yeah.
And KC was like, what do you do with Dylan? And then I was just stuck. I was like,
I'm a big Dylan
bench
Cardwell
Domas?
guy.
I don't know.
I think
I'm a big. I think he gives this team a lot of what they need.
I want to expectation set a little bit. I don't know that, and he's a rookie. We don't know what he's going to look like next year, the year after that. We have no idea. But I think right now, the way I view him, I don't think there's some like super skilled, like putting the ball on the deck, shooting threes, doing all this stuff. I think he's like an energy big who does all the things he does now, but just better as he goes on. That's the type of player I think we're talking about.
100%.
I think it would be a colossal failure to have him play the way he's playing this year when he's productive and when he's not. Just the way he plays, the way he approaches the game. I think hey, all right, snatch, you're off the court. I think that's super counterproductive to what they're trying to do this year. I think you have to continue playing him.
And look, I'll go a step further. Once again, like you mentioned, the way he plays, he don't need to go to Stockton.
Not even a little
like,
bit.
What's the point? What, you want him to work on his dream shake? That's not his game.
No chance.
He showed what his game is. There's no need for him to go to Stockton.
Yeah.
He can be in the NBA doing this. And I'm not advocating for this guy to go to Stockton. If anybody needs to go there because their game is more skill-based and working on skills and different stuff like that, it would be Maxime. I'm not saying he should go, but to me, that's what you go to Stockton for.
Right.
To work on your skill stuff. And he's more of a skilled big than Dylan is. Dylan is who he is. Like,
go work on trying.
Right.
Okay.
Or like get that ball in the block and work on your turnaround fadeaway. Like we're going to give you the ball there for a quarter. I want you to work on how to operate out of the post for a quarter. Like that's what you go down there for.
I think I can answer the question. I mean, to be honest, like what this does is somebody's going to lose, and I don't think it's going to be any of those guys. Like, so if you look at 96 minutes at the power forward and center position, you take away 32 for Domas. You still got 64 minutes, and I'm splitting those 64 minutes exactly the same way I'm splitting them right now. Max Reynaud is averaging 23.5 minutes. Precious Achiuwa is averaging 20.2 minutes, and Dylan Cardwell is averaging 17.6 minutes. That fits into the remaining 64 minutes. But that means that somebody at the small forward position is losing as soon as Keegan Murray comes back, and Keegan's playing the 3 from here on out. And I don't care about Drew Eubanks. I don't care about Dario Saric or anyone else that might play the 4. If those 4 guys are healthy, I'm going to play them in some sort of rotation. I want to see Dylan Cardwell with Domas. I want to see Max Reynaud with Domas. I want to see Precious Achiuwa with Domas. I want to see how it looks, because there is a way that this really helped the Kings, that this injury helped the Kings in a huge way. And for that matter, Keegan Murray missing most of the season could help the Kings in the development of these young guys. Because if not, what we would have seen here in the last month was Keegan Murray playing the 4 again, and the same thing with DeMar DeRozan playing the 3 and Zach LaVine playing the 2. That's what we would see. So when these guys when Domas comes back, I believe that somebody, whether it's DeMar, whether it's Zach, whoever is going to lose minutes, they're going to lose minutes. You're still going to get your 12 to 18 minutes of Neat Clifford, which, to be honest, that's all he's deserved at this point. That's all he's earned. And I would like to say that, like, Dylan Cardwell's earned a bunch more minutes. You're down to 31 games. We talked about it yesterday. Yeah, 31 games is all he can play. And there will come a point where you got to make a decision on what you're going to do with him. But for right now, just let them figure out, because none of these guys, like, they can all be rotational players. I'm not sure that any of them are rotational players at this point. I think the one that's closest to a rotational player is actually Precious. And it's just because he's 26 and he's shown that he can do it in the past.
He's been in the league for
the
5
rest
years.
of the guys, I have no idea. Like, I love what Dylan Cardwell is doing. He's doing it on a 10-win team.
Sure.
He's doing it on a team that is absolutely trash. And I think it's really cool and it's fun. But again, can you do it when Domantas Sabonis is playing next to you? Can you push Domas out and have him be the trailer and and shoot threes from the top of the key while Dylan Cardwell's rim running. I maybe. And then with Max, can Max step in and stretch the defense and let Domas play down low? And so I think there is a way in which this works because all of them are so different. None of them are Domas, but Domas can't do what Dylan Cardwell does. And he can do some of what Precious does. But the fact is, Domas is so much better than any of these guys today. And it's not even remotely close. And we have no idea if any one of these players is going to get to 50% of what Domas is as a player, as a whole, like on a good team. We don't know that.
Sure.
And they need to show that they can do that, not just like playing for a bad team, but playing with another guy who has literally been all NBA 3 times and made all-star teams. Can they do that with him? Because I think that's where it's going to be like, how do you move forward with this group? And I think you can move forward with these young guys being part of it, but you're still going to, you keep saying, you're still going to have to find that other guy. Well, you're still going to have to find a guy who averages 13 or 14 rebounds a game because as of right now, they still don't have that.
I disagree with that, actually.
And I think I do too. I want to say one thing real quick when we talk about the minutes distribution. You talk about how to all play itself out. Dylan will help with that because he has 5 fouls 5 minutes into his play.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
So Dylan will make sure it won't be an issue.
Well, yeah, then I'd say the same thing with Max. And hey, the cool thing is, it would really be nice to see what Max Reno looks like just against backup centers.
Sure.
Not against a starter every night.
Right.
Like it's one thing that, you got to go up against Jokic and then Valanciunas, but it's a whole other thing if you're going up against
Chris Boucher.
Yeah, or like just go through what the Portland is running their first round pick out there.
Young Hansen?
Yeah. Okay, what does Max look like against him? What does he look like against the second centers in the league? And how much can he grow by that experience? How much can he grow by Domas pulling him over for a second saying, hey, don't do that, do this. And because there's so many times that this team is, like, again, Max has been a revelation, but if you really look at some of the defensive stuff, it's a complete and utter disaster. And the only reason he's out there is because you have no other option than for him to be out there and to hopefully he gets to a point where he isn't a sieve on defense.
Sure. On the rebounding thing, I think if you have Dylan Cardwell and you have Max Reno and you have Precious Achiuwa and they're all part of your rotation, I think the necessity to have somebody who's pulling 15 rebounds down a night goes out the window a little bit. And plus Keegan Murray, if he's at the 3, he's pulling down 6-7 boards. I think if you're a better team rebounding group, I don't think that necessarily.
The Kings right now with those guys playing are 29th in the league in defensive rebound. They're 23rd in the league in offensive rebound. They're 27th in the league in overall rebounding. They're getting their ass kicked on the glass.
All right, then I feel way worse about all those players. I'm a thumbs down.
But I will also,
down.
hey,
they all suck.
It's not just Domas.
Sure.
The fact that you're missing not only your number 1 rebound, but your number 2 rebound in Keegan Murray is a huge issue. I mean, you're missing 20 to 21 rebounds a night.
Yeah.
So, and those guys would look much different if Keegan Murray is averaging 6 boards, 7 boards a game at the small forward position. I mean, it would make this team could go from being one of the worst rebounding teams to the best rebounding team in the league, which they have been for like the last 3 years, the best defensive rebounding team.
Was there something else you sent, Kenny?
Yeah, it was kind of just like it also goes into a bigger discussion.
Yeah.
Of I think Max and Dylan are backup bigs in this league right now. What they show me right now, they're back. I wouldn't say, hey man, start these guys if you want to be a good team.
That's the trajectory they appear to be.
Right.
Can Max be one?
Maybe.
Or, that wasn't fair.
to-
Can either one of them be one is how I should have asked.
I think Max
the
has a better
question.
chance. Yeah.
Well, and I think Max needs to show that he's not just like Quentin Post, right? He's got to be.
Damn.
Well, no, but like realistically,
I get
you know
what
what
you're
I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
like,
100%.
hey, like we want to give him all these props and stuff, but it's out of necessity that he's doing what he's doing. And I would
Sure.
like to see him, like, number one, I'd like to see him in a regular offense.
Mhm.
Like, I'd like to see him shoot the 3 ball more, but we're looking at year 1 of a prospect and everything is
A second round prospect.
Yeah. And you're going to start
Which is
giving him
amazing.
more
Yeah.
and more and more and more as time goes on. But I want to see him as a corner 3 specialist. I
Sure.
want to see him be a stretch 5.
It feels like he
I
has a
agree.
bag.
That's
Yeah.
it.
A
If,
little. It's a little, like one of Kenny's crossbodies, not the expensive kind, but
sure.
he's got a couple things in there he can pull out.
This is your bag,
what
sir.
is he talking about, man?
This
guy
Louis
talking
bag
about?
behind me is yours.
Do you want to do this? I'm going to ask you right now. Do you want to do this?
You don't. Hey, you definitely don't.
Okay, I got one. How many you?
What's that?
How many you got?
What's that?
Oh, Malanta,
damn.
what is it?
What's
All
that?
right, well, don't worry.
What's the? Can you
forgot.
please describe what that is?
Same designer as mine.
Oh,
He has two of them.
oh,
And I wasn't speaking of the quality of the bag. I was speaking of the size of the bag. Like it's, he's just, he's got a little turnaround, mid-range
Sure.
turn right there.
That's
He's got a little finish at the rim, right? He's got a couple of things, it's not a big backpack, it's not a Jokic size,
sure.
travel luggage that he has, but it feels like he's got a couple of things in there he could dip into once in a while.
I think I've seen enough of Maxime because I'm with Kenny. I think both these guys are trending toward being rotational bigs in different styles, but rotational players, not like
I think so too.
that's our starting set.
Yeah.
But if you told me one of those guys takes some leap as a player, I think it's Max, no question. If you told me that all of a sudden Maxime Reynaud developed a little bit off the dribble game, started hitting 37% of his threes, 38% of his threes, and he's shooting 5 or 6 a game, that I'd be surprised. But I can see that more than I can with Dylan Cardwell, I think.
Well, and I want to point out, Gruff Scruff says here in the chat, I realize that Sabonis is a great rebounder, but how about he works on his jump shot and we move him back to the 4 where he's drafted playing undersized 5. That is, okay, so the reason I bring this up is because the Kings need to get Domas on the court with these guys so they can decide how they want to develop the body of Max Reynaud. Because at this point, at 29 years old, Sabonis is what he is. You can't go back to him being, he can play the 4, but you can't say, hey, man, we need you to drop like 20 pounds so you can hang out with stretch 4.
And we know how open Domas is to change.
A huge fan.
He's a big fan of change.
Yeah. Get him out there so they can showcase him.
He did shoot 40% from 3 last season.
He did.
Like there's definitely a possibility.
Do you have to point out that it was on limited?
Yes.
Oh,
he's also 30.
It doesn't change what James said.
Yeah.
He did shoot 40%, but it's not like Steph shooting 40%.
Well, and it's not even like, it's not, you brought up Quentin Post earlier. He is a catch and shoot, like he's a center, and when it gets to him, he's blazing away. Domas shoots it when there's nobody else around. It's like pass for
everybody backs off.
Let me get the trebuchet ready, and
Post can shoot the rock. Like
there's right. He is a shooter.
Yeah.
Well, although he sucks.
Doug said something the other night that I thought was really interesting. He said, "Hey, we really, there's some of the development that we're trying to go through here. Part of the problem, we have to get Dylan and Max both to figure out the DHO game. They can't run the DHO right now because those guys don't know how to do the dribble handoff. They don't. They've been either pick and roll guys or they've been just screen setters. They've been
screen setter.
They've been pick and roll guys, but they haven't been DHO guys where you invert the pick and roll game. And that's something that it's very much limiting what they can do offensively because of the inexperience of the two. And it's not a knock on the guy. Every single one of these things is something that you'll work on after the first offseason. There's a punch list that's happening.
Real quick, here's the way I look at Max and Dylan. Max is a more offensively skilled player than Dylan Cardwell. He's got a better touch around the rim. I don't know if he necessarily has a bag. I look at Max as a finisher. Like Russ drops it down to him, he's got the touch to finish around the basket. If I give Max the ball and tell him to go score for me, I don't think he can do that today. Like, I don't think he has the bag to go get it himself. He's a good finisher. Here's the thing. If I were going to start either one of them, I think I would need 4 really, really good players around them. In that case, if I got 4 really good players around them, those 4 probably can score, and I would just need somebody to defend, to rebound, and to finish around the basket. And I think Cardwell gets 2 of those for you, where Max only gets 1. And that's where I'm thinking of as a potential starter. I wouldn't start either one of them. And Max is more skilled than Dylan, but I think they both need so much around them to be effective. If that's the case, I probably want to go with the guy that I'm going to look to. I just need the dirty work done. And Dylan does that better than Max
Sure.
today.
They're chaining Max to the post right now. There's a lot more there, and I don't think there is with Dylan. And it's not a knock on Dylan. Dylan's just he's a true rim
big.
runner at the NBA level.
We got to start DLo and Casey. I'm going to give you a 2.5 hour time to think about this because you just talked about the DHO and what they, what you could do with these bigs and all that. Do we have any clue what Doug Christie wants to do with this offense?
I don't know that he has the players to do what he wants to
None.
do with this offense. Which I hadn't heard him mention that before, but when he mentioned it, I was like, oh, and then I go back to that play where Cardwell tried to do the DHO and then didn't know what to do and then threw the ball out of bounds. And was like,
No need to think about it. You can answer me now.
All right, DLo and Casey next. Drink water, be nice, people.
good teeth. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
No, I think
I mean, if that's as simple as the answer, like there's nothing
it's
to
a
talk
much bigger
about with
discussion.
that.
Though.
Yeah.
Like,
All right, we can bring it back.
Yeah.
It's just program one. That's all I'm doing.
he's out front.
We got them screaming DLo, Casey, DLo, Casey, DLo, Casey, DLo. We got them screaming DLo, Casey, DLo, Casey, DLo, DLo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? DLo, Casey, DLo, Casey, DLo, Casey, DLo. We your number one spot.
Hey. What it do? Something just. So we're always we overshare here on DLo and Casey, and a couple of things just dawned on me. Jesse's out today. So when Jesse's out, the setup of the board is different.
Okay.
I get that. I completely understand no one cares. But what happens is the processing on our microphones is different because this microphone is constructed for Kyle Madsen. That microphone is constructed for James Ham. And the DLo and Casey microphones are on a different setup that we can't go to because Jesse's down for the count.
Okay, wait a minute. What? All right. That's an off the air. Why can't we go to that?
Because if we go to our setup, it feeds to Jesse in there. But Jesse's not there. So we can't feed to him.
We should be able to get to ours.
We would need a third setup. We would need a third setup that has our mics processed. Well, it just it doesn't happen very often. So we are going to make sure we got Casey potted up really high. My voice might not sound as deep as it normally does because I put processing on my voice to make it sound a lot more midnight than it normally is.
What's the you should do the show in auto-tune. Can we do that?
That's essential. If you ever heard, like, I don't want to say early like 70s, but if you ever heard like Howard Stern in the 90s or like the early 2000s, whether it be but mostly on his radio show. I think sometime around where E started to air his radio show on television, they changed the processing on his voice, and his voice sounded like it. When he started, his voice was about $1.50. By the time he made his announcement to go to satellite, his voice sounded like $1 million. And it took a long time to realize, it's his voice. Of course it is, but it is heavily processed, and it completely changed the way that he sounded. He used to say, make mine do that.
You know, sometimes I feel like I could have been an R&B singer. Because
I heard you sing, and I firmly disagree.
Well, no, that's not true. Because I've heard some very popular R&B singers sing outside of the record.
You know what? I retract my statement, sir. You are correct.
And I'm like,
be an R&B singer.
I'm like, wait, what?
Yep.
Oh, get me in the booth today.
Nah, that's facts. No, you're right. You're right. That's
I ain't gonna say one of them because I like him, man. I like his music, but I heard him. If you were familiar with the Versus series, I heard him.
Yeah.
I said, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait just a damn minute.
Yeah. It's on point. It's on point. I apologize to you. You've been a hell of an R&B singer that would have gone platinum. Problem is, you only would have gone platinum for like 2 years.
Yeah.
Then it would have caught up with you. Like when you went on tour, they would have been like,
That's
man,
all
we
I
can't
need.
go see this dummy.
That's all I
And
need.
you'd be living off of, 2 solid years, as a top 10 R&B artist.
Well, then they would say, he doesn't sound the best, but he's a heck of a performer.
Yeah. And then you could get into reality TV.
I'm with that.
Yeah, you could.
I'm with that.
Full, real.
Randy said Bryson Tiller. No, it's not Bryson Tiller.
Oh no, Bryson Tiller, because we saw Bryson Tiller at the park. He was good.
He was
fine.
Good.
He was good. Was it different? Yes. Was it good? Yes.
There was one that I heard that I said, oh no, hell
well,
no.
Who was it?
All right, I'll say it was Jeremiah. It was on the Omarion Mario Versus.
Oh.
Ray J and Jeremiah came out. Oh my gosh, Jeremiah sounded awful. I said, what?
Wasn't he here with somebody? I feel like we were promoting a show with him. Was it Trey Songs?
Maybe. Yeah, I think it was.
Can't remember.
I think it was.
No.
And I really like Jeremiah. Like I like his music, his hits and stuff like that. He's dope, but
on the stream.
Yeah.
That's just not in person, not at Concerts in the Park. Also, Jeremiah will be here May 2nd at Concerts in the Park. That's not true.
I'd be there.
True.
I'd be there.
Well, we definitely will be there.
I'd be like, that's my dog.
I know young Zell's ears just perked up. He heard Concerts in the Park. Zell, we are. It was like I've seen some of the acts y'all have on at Concerts in the Park. Will you get my man on the stage
that needs to happen.
for 12 minutes, please?
That needs to happen. Come on, man.
I remember one.
Uh-oh.
No, I ain't gonna say. Zell should have been there. Zell should have been there. And there are people who cover this basketball team who are going, Mike Brown should be here. Mike Brown should be here. Well, good news for them.
Transition.
Mike Brown is here. He's here as the New York Knicks coach.
Been here all week.
That's what it seems like. He's like a comedian. Who showed up to the venue early. He's ready to cook. Mike Brown is, in fact, in Sacramento. I know Jake Gayden talked to him yesterday. Our guys at CBS 13 talked to him yesterday, and he's back as the New York Knicks head coach. And, of course, when, whether it's De'Aaron or hopefully by the grace of God, a long list of players that we'll be talking about here in the coming weeks, whenever someone comes back, there's kind of a post-mortem conversation. And when Mike was fired, the New York Knicks, by the way, 25-14, second in the East right now. When Mike was fired, I thought he deserved a lot of criticism for where the Kings were. I wasn't absolving him of anything. I think what he did at the beginning of the season with Chris Duarte was a huge miss. It was, in my opinion, a complete lack of understanding of what this basketball team is. Attempting to, this might be an unfair word. If it is, I apologize. Revamp the offense, retool the offense, restructure the offense was a miss on Mike's part. You had something that worked. Now, if you wanted to add to it, or what the Kings probably should have done in year number 2 was find a way to build on that. I understand that. What happened is they revamped it, retooled. They tried to do other things because Mike was just hell-bent on getting better on the defensive end. The rest of the league caught up with them, and they never even got back to what they were the year prior. And what was it? 6, 7, 8 teams were playing at a pace faster than and higher than what the Sacramento Kings were doing the year before. So I didn't think Mike was above criticism, nor I didn't think Mike. I thought there was a fair conversation of Mike being fired. And now here we are all of this time later, and there's a little more context, at least for me, added to it. It couldn't be more clear, regardless of whose decision it was to fire Mike Brown, that Mike Brown and Monty McNair were never on the same page. They were never on the same page when it came to this roster, what this roster looked like, and how this roster should be constructed. And understanding now that the weight of this decision was put on a few players that went to ownership and said, hey, we're not feeling Mike, to me, makes the decision that much worse. Again, Mike is not above criticism for why he was fired. I just don't know that what was happening warranted him being fired. But when you have a front office group on one page, or perhaps reading an entirely different book, you have an ownership group who is very accessible to their players. I don't know that Mike really even had a chance to succeed in that construction.
Yeah.
Beyond what he did, I'm talking long term.
Right. And that's, there's a lot of people that bear responsibility for how all this played out. Ultimately, it lands on Uncle V, Vivek Ranadive, because you're the decision maker, you're the final decision maker in something like that. And if the general manager and the coach weren't on the same page, to a certain degree, if you want the guy there, it's up to you to get them together and say, you guys need to figure it out. Because neither one of you leaving. And I expect to win. So figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
If a player or players come to you or you get wind of them not being happy with Mike Brown, it's up to Vivek Ranadive to say, once again, figure it out. I'm not trading you. I just got done committing to paying you handsomely. So you're not going anywhere. You guys are both best for what we're trying to do. Work it out. Figure it out. And don't come to me no more with this. I don't want to hear it. Go, let's be the best team that we can be. So ultimately, it comes down to him and his decision not to be strong enough in those moments to do that and have that type of outlook and have that type of leadership to be able to handle things that way. But, I mean, everybody in between, like Monty McNair, you got to figure some things out with Mike Brown. Players that went to Vivek and voiced their displeasure and their frustration, and ultimately, I thought, eventually checking out of things and tuning him out. You got to wear it. You have to wear that as a decision that you made, as the way that you went about things. And whether I talk about it, DLo talks about it, the fan base, you can't get mad. You decided to do that. So you got to wear it. And then Mike Brown, I think he's a great coach, but he didn't handle things the best all the time either. You know what I'm saying? I was just talking to somebody the other day, and they were talking to somebody close to Mike Brown and close to the situation, like in the league. They're like, yeah, Mike is tough, man. Mike is tough. He's right. He knows what he's talking about. But he's a tough guy to play for sometimes with the way he goes about it and how hard he is on the players. And yeah, these
but that's okay. Like, it's okay to be tough.
It's okay, but you also have to build, I believe, you have to build relationships and build trust. You can't always walk in the door saying, this is how I do things. I don't care about what you think because you haven't won championships like I have. Get with it or get lost. You can do that, but you also got to realize, while there's a Damian Barling who will be accepting of that and understanding of that, maybe Kenny Caraway will be like, hey, you ain't got to talk to me like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's cool, but like, relax. And if you do that too many times and you don't relax,
you don't think he
you
did?
could lose him. He might have. I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. I'm just going off. People say, like, yeah, Mike is difficult sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And people that love Mike, people that believe in him and think that he's a great coach and would play for him if they were players and would coach with him again, given the opportunity. Like, yeah, Mike kind of tough sometimes, man. He's tough. Like that, I think he's got to learn that sometimes, learn how to maneuver around that.
I wonder, the true success of Doug, Scott, coach to be determined, really in particular Scott, may line up with, we can wonder, okay, maybe Mike's got some changes to make with the New York Knicks. Maybe Monty McNair has some change to make with the Los Angeles Clippers or whatever. But none of it matters in terms of the Sacramento Kings unless Vivek Ranadive has changed. So if, player A, B, C, run to Vivek and complain, Vivek needs, hey, bro, my door, look, I'm happy to talk with you, and I hear you, but the operation, the chain, your boss is Scott Perry. That's who you go to. If you feel like you can't talk to Doug Christie, you go to Scott Perry. Mm-hmm. It's like, if you feel like you can't talk to Mike Brown, you got to talk to Monty McNair. We've learned Monty McNair might be incapable of holding conversations with people. Great. Those players, Domantas Sabonis, Malik Monk, at the very least, felt like they could go to Vivek Ranadive. And that's one of the most frustrating components to all of this. it's one of the most frustrating components to the Mike Brown firing and what's now January, 6 months of Malik Monk trade rumors. You fired a head coach because of a guy who 6 months later, no, it wasn't even 6 months. 6 months after the firing, you're trying to trade. Like, if it's Giannis, it's tough, but I get it. If it's Kobe, LeBron, I get it. If it's Nikola Jokic, I get it. Mm-hmm. It's Malik Monk. With all due respect to Malik Monk, Malik has earned that equity. Okay, he has. Fine. Clearly, he hasn't earned that equity around the league because the next general manager who came in here was like, how can we get this guy out of here? And suddenly, a guy who's shown over the last 2 games who was pretty freaking dynamic, who can come off the bench and score for you, could come off the bench and make plays for you, who could start in a pinch, who could score points, who could create his own shot, create for others, do all of that different stuff, who makes $18 million, is untradeable. I get frustrated, particularly right now, watching Malik Monk play, thinking I really don't want Malik Monk traded. Mm-hmm. But is the word out on Malik? Hey, Malik is part of the reason Mike Brown isn't there. Malik will bark up the tree. Malik's bark doesn't match his bite. It doesn't match his on-court production. Yeah, that $18 million is too steep. We good, dog. We good. I wonder if the word is out, because there's nothing to me. He's not perfect. He is far, far from perfect. There's nothing that I see from Malik Monk that goes, yeah, he doesn't translate to he translates to any basketball team. Yeah. Because you don't have to use him if you don't want to. We talk about, what championship team has a Malik Monk on it? That's fine. You need a creator, you need a shooter, you need someone who can score quickly. Malik could do that. Mm-hmm. But he doesn't fit. Nah, I think it's him, the non-basketball player, that might not fit. Domas is one thing. I don't agree with it. You can lean on the all-NBA stuff, like whatever. I don't agree with it. But Malik, I wonder if that has caught up with him. That I don't like whatever the actual conversation was. We just know there was a group of players. By all accounts, I don't know that DeMar DeRozan said anything to Vivek Ranadive or not, but DeMar certainly didn't shed a tear when Mike Brown was gone. So I believe it. I don't think it was just those two. I just wonder if it's all caught up with Malik. That's all.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair question. That's a fair question. Look, from everything that we've heard, yeah, it's caught up with him a little bit. Mm-hmm. There's one place that's like, nah, we know how that went down.
Yeah. Right.
Ain't got nothing to do with whether you're good or not. Mm-hmm. We don't want you here.
Yep.
So I'd be surprised if that was the only place that felt that way. You know what I'm saying? So then word travels in the NBA. NBA is a small community to a certain degree. And if the story is put a certain way and it gets out one way, yeah, I'm sure that a lot of the league hears that moving forward, getting their intel. Talking about, hey, I know so-and-so over here. Let me ask him what he thinks, man, if we should bring him in. And they talk to him and they're like, this is what happened. I don't know if you want to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the league talks.
Yeah.
The league talks, and it's not just about trades. It's not just about acquiring players. It's not just about the league talks. Yo, what happened with Mike? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a conversation. Mm-hmm. We think the media looks at Vivek Ranadive a certain way. I'm pretty confident owners look at Vivek Ranadive a certain type of way also.
For sure.
I'm not going to say all owners, but I'll say more than one. They look at him a certain kind of way too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree, man. So Mike being back here in Sacramento is going to invoke a lot of emotion from people tonight at the game. I don't know if it needs to be too dramatic, like the announcement and stuff like that. I wouldn't be mad at a video, but I don't think he needs a video.
You don't need a
But
video.
you know,
Not for any other reason. What kind of video are you gonna air for?
Well, I
Coach?
tell you, it's
Just
gonna
give
be
a pop.
it's gonna be it's gonna be look, my guys,
Yeah, okay.
I love being here. And if we don't offensive rebound, then it's just not gonna work. I told him, look.
There it is. That's what really solidifies the.
Just make sure you defend and move the ball.
That really solidifies the Mike Brown and track. That's the only thing that saves it. That and the glasses push up. That's the only thing that saves it.
But just like we talked about it yesterday, Scott, when you saying the head coach of the New York Knicks, Mike Brown, let that breathe a little bit. Let that breathe a little bit. Let the people say what's up to Mike Brown and show their appreciation. That's all that's really needed, I think.
Just for those who are curious, 52-27 is the record of Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox's teams right now. Ken Holm is asking, come on, guys, what are you inferring about Monty behind the scenes? I don't get it. We're not inferring anything. Monty didn't talk to people. We always joked about Monty's press conferences. That was Monty McNair, the person. Like, Monty did not have conversations with players. He did not have conversations with De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron, again, everything I say to you regarding my conversation with De'Aaron Fox, he was like, you can tell people whatever you want. Like, that's why I'm talking to you. Mm-hmm. He's like, I've had one conversation with Monty McNair. Tyrese tells the story that Monty called him. Hey, man, you're being traded. Okay. All right, man, bye. Mm-hmm. That's the story Tyrese told years ago. Mm-hmm. Like, it's not an inference of that's just Monty McNair's personality. He was an analytical guy. He was a what probably is, because the team was successful, a very strong second to Daryl Morey. What's Daryl Morey? The complete opposite of Monty McNair. Put the camera on me, put the microphone in front of me. I'm going to talk. I'm going to tell you what I have to say. Danny Ainge, same thing. That's what those guys are. Monty is the guy who's like, hey, what about this? Kind of a filter. Let's run things to you. Okay, here's why this works. Oh, this is a great idea. Let's use this. Monty is the front man. That ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. You have to be able to have a relationship with players. We talked about this with, I think it was the Steelers yesterday, about hiring the same type of, we were talking about Mike Tomlin and maybe Robert Saleh fits there. You talk about hiring the same type of coach. Mm-hmm. Oftentimes, we joked about Michigan briefly, because I don't want to tell too many jokes about Michigan because I feel bad for him. But if you saw the new Michigan coach, it could not be further from the previous Michigan coach. They're like, we're going in an opposite direction. Monty McNair to Scott Perry is going in the opposite direction. Scott Perry hasn't stopped talking since he got. Every time I turn on the TV, every time I open up YouTube, somebody is talking to Scott Perry. Yeah. Scott will get his message across
100%.
And it's different, right? We don't know if it's effective. I'm not saying Scott Perry is more effective than Monty McNair. We don't know yet, but right now it's different.
Yeah.
DLo and Casey brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. Our girl Jess has joined us many times out at Sky River Casino and at a variety of different events. Really, every event we do, Jess is outside with us, and I'm sure she's not listening right now, but she lost her father recently. So we want to make sure we show our girl some love, let her know we appreciate her, her endless support of us, the station, the Chatty House. Jess, know that we're thinking about you, and we'll come back.
Praying for you, man.
We'll talk about your favorite thing, the Sacramento Kings, a little bit more when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Just a heads up for those who are just now tuning in. Something will go wrong today. Just know I'm going to fix it. I got it. I'll fix it. It's just at some point it's going to go wrong. I've said this time and time again. I have told our boss's boss, everything falls apart if we don't have Jesse. And today will be a great example of when things fall apart. It's like, just get Jesse the best health care in the world because we need him to operate this ship as appropriate. Shout out to our man Jesse, man. I hope he feels better here and is back with us quickly. By the way, quick programming note.
Now see, I will say this real quick.
Yeah.
I didn't know we were back.
Oh, see?
So I didn't hear like the guy coming back.
Oh, you didn't hear none of that.
Mm-mm.
Well, that's too damn bad, man. You're just gonna have to trust your boy. You're just gonna have to trust your boy here. Okay. All right, I got it. I'll do better. Hand will go up. That will be the sign. That would be the sign.
Because I was about to I was just gonna start cursing.
You would start cursing about that second show Bruno Mars just added to
they gonna make me go to
Stadium.
Levi's. I was always like, no, I want to go somewhere else. I mean, come on.
So was it Friday, Saturday, or Saturday, Sunday?
The original one was the 10th. This one's the 11th. So I don't know what
Sunday.
day of the week that is.
Yeah, that's Sunday.
Saturday, Sunday?
Yeah.
Man,
I think that's what he's doing. I think Usher did that. I think Usher did all weekends.
Yeah.
Everywhere he went, he did Saturday shows.
Yeah.
Because did we go on a Saturday or was it Sunday?
On a Sunday.
I think it was a Sunday. Yeah. So he does Saturday. He did
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday when we went. I think that's what the weekend did too. I can't remember. I remember looking at the dates, feeling like there were a lot of weekends. Maybe he's doing Phoenix on like Thursday or something like that. But he does have a weird schedule where he opens up here and then leaves the country.
Yeah, during the summer he's going to Europe.
Yeah, with Victoria Monet, and then comes back. Greatest booking ever. DJ Complex landed us Victoria Monet. I think in my mind it might have been 9 days. It was something really, really close. It was 7 to 9 days prior to her getting nominated for like 7 Grammy Awards. And I remember texting the group that night. It's like, well, we're never going to see Victoria Monet again. We cannot afford to see that woman ever again. And salute to her. Victoria Monet, always been a big supporter of 102.5, which is pretty dope.
Yes, indeed.
So we got the Kings and the New York Knicks tonight. We'll talk a lot more about that. James Ham going to join us coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Some real interesting discussions with the insiders just a bit ago.
I interrupted you too. You were going to give the people a programming note.
Yes, I was.
And
what could that be?
I don't know. I don't know. You said,
we'll be here. Note. Oh, yeah. We will be here. I will be here Monday. I don't know if I'll be on the air on Monday in representative of DLo and Casey.
And I may or may not be here.
It
depends on if the Niners win.
That's perfectly fair. We had kind of a tough call. Monday's obviously a holiday. It's MLK Day. But we had to make the call before the 49ers-Eagles game about whether we work or not. And because it's normally you guys have to be off. That's just the structure of our company. DLo and Casey, we're off from KSFM that day. The wake-up call is off. Abe is off. Everyone is off. But sports is such a different animal that it was like, all right, we have to tell a group of people what we're doing. And I was like, let's just do it and I'll work. And then anyone else who wants to work, they could work too. Because I told you, I felt like the 49ers were going to win. I don't know what's going to happen Sunday, but I know either way, if nothing else, I'll get here at noon, open up the phone lines and let everybody get their KC jokes off. And I'll be clear, y'all better not, because there ain't a single Seahawks fan in this chat.
Well,
who?
There is one, and I saw him on Monday. He was talking crazy, and I'm ready.
Who's the Seahawks fan?
Good Kid, Dad City.
I knew that.
I saw him at the game,
I knew
he was talking crazy. That's what we do.
I just saw his IG. I was like, oh, okay. All right, good kid. I see you.
Yeah. And look, when the Niners win on Sunday, I better see you in here, good kid. I better see you.
Well, to be fair, Good Kid isn't in here every day. You know, he
Well,
ain't.
he better be there that
John
day.
Bull. He ain't gonna.
He better be here that day. I saw him earlier today in the chat.
Was he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said we were disrespecting. He said we were just podding. We were talking about the Seahawks. He said y'all don't believe that. Y'all just podding.
I see y'all. You can't throw the y'all out there because I ain't said a bad word about Seattle.
I ain't said a bad word about him either.
I've said what I feel about. I think San Francisco will play a better game right now today on January 14th, and this will be the same on January 18th. Mm-hmm. I do not think, as currently constructed, the San Francisco 49ers are a better football team. Not without Fred Warner, not without Nick Bosa, not without Ricky Pearsall, not without D. Winters, not without all of these guys that we have gone over time and time again that aren't out there on the football field. I do think they will play better collectively as a unit, and that's why I think they'll beat Seattle. I don't even trash Sam Darnold the way that y'all do.
Oh, yeah, Sam Darnold's a big reason why I feel confident.
I didn't say he's not a reason I'm not confident.
He's a big reason why.
I just don't go out.
Go beat me. Go beat me, Sam Darnold. Go beat me. You beat me, I'll tip my hat. Go beat me. Go beat me. I'm gonna put 8-9 in the box. Sam Darnold, you throw for 330 and 3 touchdowns, I'm gonna tip my hat. But you're gonna have to. If I'm Robert Saleh, he's gonna have to beat me. I'm not gonna get shredded on the ground like I did in Week 18. He's gonna have to beat me because I ain't seen that since the Rose Bowl when they were playing Penn State. That was the last time I seen it.
Can I offer you can have the game plan? He gonna have to beat me. That doesn't mean you can execute it.
Very true. You got better linebackers this time too.
Okay,
that'll help out.
Okay,
I'm with you in the respect of I think the Niners are gonna win, but at the very least, I think it's a different type of game and a better performance from the 49ers in this
than
game.
18.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I think at the very least it's that.
That doesn't mean it can't be better for Seattle.
100%. Seattle absolutely can win on Saturday. This ain't what they call the stone cold lead pipe lock of the night. Like it ain't it ain't that.
It's on Fox Sports. You can find it.
Ben Maller.
Been doing the same bit for 40 years.
But Seattle number one seed. I don't look at them the same way maybe others do, but I do think they're a really, really good team. And at home, first home playoff game, non-COVID in 10 years, that place is going to be going crazy. It's going to be a tough play. I said just like the Eagles game, the Niners got to play.
Did they have a COVID home?
They did, yeah, in 2020.
But Seattle took it seriously. No?
Yeah, well, yeah, there was I don't think there were fans there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they lost to the Rams.
I don't remember. It was sold out at Kansas City.
Yeah, no,
that's all I remember. It was like, oh, they're going every other road. Then they do the overhead shot like, they are not.
Didn't they not let fans in to see the Packers games all year, and they let them in for the NFC Championship games?
I can't remember. Maybe
I think that's what happened.
Casey was all a blur.
I know, it really
I don't
was.
remember.
It really was. But it's gonna be rocking. They're gonna have the crowd gonna be crazy. All the speakers are gonna be turned up. It's gonna be crazy.
Okay, that was a shot.
It's gonna be crazy in there. And the Niners are gonna have to play their best game of the season to beat I don't think they can play and have the 2 turnovers and some mistakes the way they had on Sunday and beat the Seahawks.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to play a much cleaner game.
3 interceptions for Brock Purdy in the 2 games versus Seattle. 2 of them were in week 1. 1 was in week 18. He's also had 3 interceptions in the last 2 weeks. 2 really good defenses, obviously Seattle and Philadelphia. JT Low 916 in YouTube says Seattle or Denver is losing on Saturday. Hopefully Seattle. Sweetie, they both losing.
That's cap.
Okay.
Just one. And it's Seattle.
Damn. Lost all faith in the 49ers, huh?
That said it's Seattle who's losing.
I got Buffalo
Broncos
beating
winning.
Denver. I don't think so. I don't think so. As a matter of fact, I know this is a note for later on in the show. You got another team. I think those are the 2 best defenses left in the playoffs. You disagree? I'll up it a notch. All 3 of them defenses losing. because you love your little Houston Texans, boy, and I know you got it on the board right there. Texans will make the AFC Championship. You got to do a Ronda Rousey style, though, with like you can't smile. You just.
How we point to the board.
You know what we need to do? We need. This is a tough time to have this conversation because I was just talking to Kyle about how we need to like upgrade our cameras here in the studio. We need a camera on the board. That way, when we reference the board, we can just go to the camera. And it's right there. We point at it like it's the WrestleMania sign.
But yeah, I got Texans to the AFC Championship game, and
that's like I put it over my now.
Over mine, maybe.
Look. Yeah, you could, but the door is right there.
Yeah, people walking. How many times do people walk in here, though?
Well, I think our girl Addie walked in here just mid-show one time. Shout out Addie. That's the homie. That poor child was mortified when she realized what she did. We'll figure out a way to do it, though, because this board, we're going to come up with something stronger than takes with steaks
well,
or whatever Kyle wrote up there.
Whoever used to work with Butcher Boy wants to pay for it, yeah, it'll be take with steaks. That's
a good point. That's a good call.
Yeah,
that's a good call. I think it was Harris Ranch, maybe.
That's a good knowledge. That's good because they did one thing with us.
They did, yeah, they did. Neither of us got paid for it, but they did. Boy, they used to get DLo and Casey back in the day. Boy, 2020, it was a lot worse than you guys realize. Way worse than you guys realize. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the playoffs coming up this week. And are the Thunder back? Maybe they are, but I know who's not. We'll explain. DLo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. How about now?
Check one, check two, check.
So I think as long as I'm out of programming, we're fine.
The stream is program 3, he said.
I think the stream is program 4.
And over the air is 1.
Yeah, over the air is 1. We're out of 1, so we should be fine. I wasn't. I'll leave the mics on. We'll be good.
Like I said, Cole. Well, Damien told you to call in. Don't worry about it. Call in. I said, I see your game. You're calling in today. We ain't heard from you in a while. All of a sudden, the Thunder get a win. And now you want to call in. I see your game. Look, I was like, hey, who the hell are you and how do you know? Then I read.
Leave me alone, Kyle. Stop micromanaging me. God damn it. Or just making sure we don't take the station off the air. Just, I got it. All right, we're coming back. Big shout out to our man Dusty Baker and Baker Family Wines. He's got the itinerary up for the weekend, man. They're going to be watching football games out there at the winery in West Sacramento. The tasting room right there in West Sacramento. You can learn more about it over at bakerfamilywines.com. While you're there, become a member of Dusty's Clubhouse. Get the exclusive releases, the tasting room specials. They got special $3 glasses of wine. Like, they do a setup. And if you follow them on Instagram, you can always find out when Dusty Baker is going to be there and hanging out, and you can get those beautiful wine bottles with the baseball stitch autographed. If you can't make it out to the winery, it's all good. If you live in the Elk Grove area, head over to the Nugget. They got the bottles there for Baker Family Wines. Granite Bay, Roseville, they got them there as well. We're getting the Nugget in Rockland too.
Go.
A brand new one, because I guess there's not enough Nuggets in Placer County. There's a new one going up, and I'm going to make sure that Dusty knows, hey, make sure we in there.
Yes, indeed.
Make sure we in there. And as always.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
All right, let's have some fun here. Let's see if we can get to these phone lines. We got our man Cole. I know this is Cole. I'm working strictly off caller ID, so work with your boy right now. What's up, Cole?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Happy New Year.
Hey,
I know.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on, man.
Come on, man. We ain't heard
Cole.
from Cole since Wemby was knocking shut down. Now all of a sudden, now we hear him from Cole.
No. This ain't for you, DLo. This is for KC. December 30th episode, a show. KC, you over here talking about my team should blow up and trade for Giannis and all that because they won 3 regular season games against us. I'm sorry. Did you see Caruso shoot 2 for 12 last night? You know what I'm saying? You act like it don't be off days, dog. You trying to act like my team. You trying to act like my team is trash because of Wemby. Nah, bruh. So we heard you, and you see what happened last night. Clap back. He don't need to go make no moves. He don't need to do nothing. And I told you on the 30th in the chat, I said I'm calling in on January 14th when we beat them on the 13th. So this is all for KC. Stop that, dog.
Hey, Cole.
Better than that, man.
Hey, Cole, if this was a series, you guys would be down 3-1.
Hey, $100.
Series will be over.
We play him in $100. Me and you. When we
Gentleman sweep.
$100.
Gentleman sweep. That's what it would be right now, Cole.
Cole, the bass in Cole's voice is there right now, boy.
Hey, $100.
Okay, Cole. We don't need to make no way. Cole, you can't call and say Happy New Year, though. That is a major foul. You can't do that. I love you, brother. I know you wasn't coming for me today, but we appreciate you as always.
And Cole, all I said, I didn't say they weren't ever going to win. I just said they can't beat them in a series.
Yeah, but you act like the 3 games they won. Now all of a sudden we trash. Nah, man. Nah, don't do that,
never
man.
said that.
Appreciate you, Cole. Cole gonna go back to hating us, man. Stop, like y'all leave my man Cole alone. We just got Cole back. We almost lost Cole permanently. We just got Cole back. Come on, man.
Oh man. Hey, look.
Thunder got a win though.
They got the dub.
And it's not. And I know. I know Cole's fired up over the Spurs. The Spurs lost last night, but you know the Thunder it was leaking oil a little bit. They lost like 6-12.
It kind of felt like it's crazy. I like they needed to win that game.
Well,
not for their season or anything.
No.
But their psyche
sure.
against the Spurs specifically.
But to me,
I felt like they needed to win that game.
I agree. Just as importantly, though, that's 4 in a row for them.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever that little bump was,
mm-hmm.
they've seemed to have leveled out a little bit and have gotten
that little bump was called good teams.
Well, no, because I think they lost to Charlotte in there. They
got beat down by
a couple
Charlotte.
weird you know, they did lose to some good teams, but they lost to the Hornets. I mean, the Suns are certainly good. They beat the Warriors, Blazers, Hawks. Let's see. Well,
yeah,
they lost to the
finally played the
Spurs.
good teams.
Well, no, they lost to the Spurs. That's the problem. They lost to the
Minnesota
Timberwolves.
too.
Yeah, they lost to the Timberwolves too. But 3 of those losses in that stretch were to the Spurs.
And
then one
play
was
the
to the
Nuggets?
Hornets. No, I don't think. This seems impossible
Just
to me.
never going to play.
I
the
don't
Hornets.
think they've played the Nuggets yet.
While the Kings are done. While the Kings are done playing the Nuggets. Come on.
Nah,
man. That's crazy.
I'm not crazy. They have not played. This cannot be right.
Yeah, I don't think they've played.
They have not played the Denver Nuggets yet.
Yeah, I don't think they played.
They absolutely have not played the Denver Nuggets yet. They will finally play them. I see it right here. That is the first one. They will finally play the Denver Nuggets on Sunday, February 1st on NBC.
Yeah. I like that. I like that.
Basketball night in America.
Yeah, I like that. I see him cooking.
I saw the alert that Jokic is out there on the floor. So 2 weeks, maybe. Maybe
his return that night.
Could be. So we got the 1st, we got the 27th, we got March 9th, and then again April 10th. So those are the 4 games, again, that OKC has with the Denver Nuggets.
Okay.
And I think they do. February 4th, one more against San Antonio.
Yeah, in San Antonio.
Yes, sir.
For just to be
certainly on primetime television. Yes, on ESPN.
Just to be perfectly clear here, we're having fun with Cole.
You hate the Thunder.
The Thunder are championship contenders.
You hate.
They could
Shea.
go back to back. That's Shea. That's my boy. That's my boy.
No,
right
he's
there.
not.
How?
No, he's not. Because yesterday I said Luka might win the champion, the MVP by default.
I forgot.
And I mentioned Giannis's games played and Jokic's games played, and I said, well, there's Luka. I swear to you, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander didn't even pop into my mind in that second.
Is he leading the league in scoring again?
He's leading the league in everything.
Jeez.
I don't think he's leading the league in scoring. I think Luka is, but he is 30+ points per game.
That's my boy. I forget about his dominance.
He is casually just hit that level where like, yeah, he's great. So what?
He's second at 32 a night.
Yeah. Yeah.
31.9 to be exact, but
Close
my
enough.
goodness. My goodness. Yeah, that's my dog SGA. And the Thunder are championship contenders.
Of course.
I think the Spurs are a bad matchup for them. And if they play them in the playoffs, they will not get out of that series. That's all it is. That's all it is.
I don't agree. That's a strong. It's a strong take. I like it. I agree with the bad matchup. Your boy was 1 of 4 last night.
Well, I hate that for him because that is my boy.
We're talking about Chet Holmgren for those who are unaware. Chet Holmgren, who we don't know the origins of it, but Victor Wembanyama clearly hates this person. 25 minutes, 8 points. Not to steal your gimmick, I did tap into OKC today.
What are they talking about? The Sooners?
No. Well, okay. I didn't tune on the radio. I don't want to hear about Oklahoma basketball.
They were talking football.
I don't want to hear about Oklahoma football either. I don't want to hear about anything the University of Oklahoma. I don't want to hear JR doing a call in. No, it was OKC podcast, Thunder related podcast.
Yeah.
They won last night. 119 to 98. They won. There was a lengthy conversation about do you bench Chet against them moving forward and bring him off the bench and try to run with, whether you have Mitchell out there. Like, do you try to run with do you throw different looks at San Antonio that maybe alleviate some of the, I'll say pressure, but I think what they meant was hate that Wemby has towards Chet, alleviate some of the pressure on Chet Holmgren. So that's what they're talking about in Oklahoma City, at least with Thunder-related podcasts, is there a conversation to be had about benching Chet Holmgren when they play the San Antonio Spurs.
That's tough. That's
benching, as in, I'm not talking about not playing him.
Right.
They're talking about utilizing him differently.
That's tough because
that's really tough.
Chet, I'm serious. Like, I really like Chet's game. I think he's the difference maker on that team. I think he is the reason why they're a championship team outside of SGA. Jalen Williams is fantastic. Caruso's done a great job. But outside of San Antonio, the way Chet can play close to the basket and away from the basket, the way he can defend and be a rim protector, that's the one thing that others can't match up with on a night-to-night basis. So I'm a big believer in Chet. But this Wemby thing it's got him all crumbled up. It got him messed up. And I don't know what he does. I think it's probably a little bit of a weird situation where he's probably never, outside of this matchup, outside of the fact that Wemby has all this venom for him, like, that's probably something psychological that's crazy. Chet probably ain't never played nobody taller than him. And he's like,
true.
What does this look like? It's almost like in boxing when Deontay Wilder was like 6'7", 6'8", might even be 6'9" or whatever. And his whole life, he boxes a certain way because he's 6'9". He's tall. His punches, his whole entire life, he's trained because guys are shorter than me. This is how I got to punch. This is how I got to throw the hook and all this other stuff. And then he fights Tyson Fury, who's 6'9" too. And it's like, everything that I've worked on forever, I'm not punching down no more. I got to learn how to jab straight or maybe even jab up, and that and a couple other things messed with him. I wonder if it's the same thing with Chet. It's like, all right, well, if I got, this guy on the block, usually I just turn over. They out jump him, jump hook, fade away, whatever. This guy taller than me, that's not going to work. All right, let me go to the perimeter, and then maybe I can blow by him. No, he's just as quick as me. And, he's long. He can get to my shot. I got to figure this out. Maybe it's something he has to figure out. I don't know how you practice against it.
I'm sorry. Who was the first pick in that draft? Paolo.
Yes.
Right? It was Paolo, then Chet. Why does Wemby hate this person so much?
No, I remember the first time I saw them play. I don't think it was the first time they actually played, but the first time I saw it was like an under 17 Team USA game. And I remember this vividly because that was the year the Kings had the number 4 pick and Jaden Ivey was in that game. And I went and found that game on YouTube and watched it. And I remember it was like, oh, there's that guy Chet Holmgren they talk about. And then I think I maybe heard about Wemby. I was like, who's that tall guy? Oh, yeah, it's the French guy that, okay. And the announcers kept talking about, like, yeah, no love lost between these two. These guys are 12 years old. What are you talking about?
One of them doesn't even live in the country. What's the problem?
But then I remember hearing it back then, and Wemby just wired like that. He said, I'm going to destroy this American who's tall.
Like there's always a story that Andre the Giant hated every other big man. Maybe that's Wemby. Wemby
like
is Andre the Giant. Like if you're over 6'8", Wemby just doesn't like you. If you're over 7 feet, he hates your guts. Maybe that's
I don't know what it is. Taylor Rook's got to ask him next time she does
no, someone who he won't lie to.
That's a good point.
Someone,
a really good point.
I mean, beautiful young lady. I don't know. I don't think people lie to Maria Taylor.
No.
Ask Maria. Maria Taylor, the hard-hitting journalist.
Maria Taylor's tall, too.
Maybe Wemby hates her.
So I said,
Wemby and Liz Cambage once got in a fight. I don't know. And to be clear, it's funny.
It's hilarious.
It's funny.
It's hilarious. And I like Chet. I need him. Like I said, Chet got to give him my elbow or something. He can't just keep not responding to this. It's not working. There's got to be a dust.
Oh, that'd be a good one. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Go face to face with Wemby a little bit.
Yeah, he's got to do that. He's got to.
I normally don't advocate for that. I swear, like you call for it twice a week. Somebody needs to take somebody out. You're on to something this
Or
time.
Ryan Rollins.
Hell, well, in that situation, you were right, and so was Russ. And for the record, you can put this in your notebook. Russ is never wrong. If he decides to take someone out, they warranted it. It doesn't matter if it's the final 30 seconds of the game or the first 30 seconds of the game. Russ had a reason for doing what he did.
He did, and he let him know about it too.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he did. Until well after the final buzzer went off.
Yeah. A quick call back from the chatty house because I saw when you put it up. I want to make sure it gets addressed right now.
Yeah.
Good Kid Dad City
He out
says,
there.
"What am I getting text for? KC coming for me or something?" I guess the people are texting him. They heard me. Good Kid, let me back up a little bit because I don't want to mess up the mics. We coming after you, Good Kid.
That's not the quote.
Seattle.
And
we coming after you.
I'm pretty sure that red button is the dump button. So just in case you go full Booker T, I think I got it. The stream will get the treat, but I'm pretty sure.
Good Kid, I just told everybody, let you know, you need to be here on Monday. You know what I'm saying? You need to be here on Monday.
What if he out there walking for MLK?
Be better. It's 2026. You pull up that YouTube on your phone.
You do that.
You better be here on Monday.
Oh, to be clear, you might not be.
True. But if I'm here, he better be here.
Oh, okay. Better be here Tuesday. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
It's leaning toward I'll be here, but I don't want to. I got to talk at home before I confirm.
Well, Thunder back on track again.
That was
the win against the Spurs is important, but it's kind of to me it's kind of the okay. We're back. We're good. We're moving again because they were rocky there for a little bit. 4 straight wins, including one against San Antonio. And and again, it doesn't get you got some big boys coming up. Mm-hmm. You know, we mentioned the Denver game and the it's a couple weeks away, but we mentioned the Denver game, the last San Antonio game. It's a couple days later. Mm-hmm. And when you're OKC, when you're the defending champs, you got the MVP. You're going to be on TV a lot. Mm-hmm. You know, I think we were having a conversation. Might have been Eddie. Everybody's coming for you. Like he was like, the Wizards are sold out because OKC is here.
That reminds me. No, it's not sold out. Sorry, you were making a point. I'm sorry.
No, that was the point. Yeah, I'm done.
Did you see that Rockets game last night?
I did.
That's ridiculous, bro. That's ridiculous, man. That's what be making me mad when here in Sacramento we got these sorry teams and we still out there. And the Rockets, top 4 team, got Kevin Durant. Oh, there's so many empty seats in that place last night at tip-off. And then somebody was like, oh, yeah, we're a late arriving crowd. And then Brick Center, that's where I saw it from, Pauls. That was the account.
Hey, no, it's fine. Hey, whatever accounts you follow, that's your business, bro. That is not my business.
Because they're the ones that put it out there. They were like, oh, okay, well, let's go to video in the 4th quarter. Still open seats down there. And these people, they don't be appreciating good basketball, man. That's a bad look for Houston.
I hear you. I need you to paint the picture for me. I did not tap into Houston last night. I only tapped into a couple. Who's Houston playing?
Chicago. Does it matter? Once again,
no.
Kings play Chicago here, Bean Team 1 year.
Oh God, no. It
Come on
doesn't.
now.
I'm just asking. You're so it's pretty tough, man. Like you put all of us in a pretty compromised position with that. But again, it's yours. As Marvin Bagley once said, it's your Twitter. It's your Twitter. Do what you want to with your Twitter.
It's the account. It's a basketball account, man.
Sure it is. Look, again,
I tweeted it out last night.
Account.
I tweeted the Rockets thing from their accounts. I gotta cite my source.
Sure you did, man. It's just fine.
And I said this is pretty pathetic, and it was. That's ridiculous, man. Our Houston Rockets are a championship contender, and it's
You see-
30% full in the bottom.
So I can confirm. I can confirm. This is a basketball account. Terrible name. Terrible name. Did you see the other clip that they posted?
No.
Wemby was the only Spur to walk off the court
No.
without dapping up the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I didn't see that. Oh, no, I'm going to see that.
That is amazing.
Hey, Wemby, that dude. Wemby, that dude,
This
man.
account is getting followed.
It's
So,
one of the ones.
first of all, I've seen this account before, and I refuse to follow it just on name alone. I didn't need the, but this video where it shows Draymond Green shooting the ball during a timeout and hitting the side of the backboard is enough for me to say I need to follow this account. I rock with this.
Oh, man.
This is great content right here.
That is some good stuff. They also got Giannis crying on the bench. Allegedly.
Do we think Giannis was crying?
No, I don't. But the video, I'm just seeing this video for the first time. That's kind of a meme. I can see that being a meme. He's like rubbing his eyes with the towel, and then he sits there and he just shakes his head.
Help your boy out if you can, real quick. Oh, no, you don't have to. I got the scoreboard over here. Hang on, because it's kind of a they're goofing around on this account a little bit.
They definitely are. No, they're haters on this account. Let somebody have a bad stat line. That's all they talk about. It's literally, that's what they mean when they say Brick Center, not what you guys are talking about. They're talking about guys.
We didn't talk about anything. You're talking about Brick Center, the account you follow, and we're all asking questions, and you're getting offended by it. We didn't say what it was. We didn't even ask what it was.
It's a basketball site.
Sure. They posted that I'm looking at the clip. I didn't realize the clip is responding to Kevin Durant. We're fashionably
KD said
late.
that?
But no. KD quote tweeted them saying, "We're fashionably late down here, champ. Check back around mid-second quarter, and it's a different picture. Been that way in Houston since I've been in the league."
That's cap.
Well, so what I was checking was the score because they have it cropped.
Mm-hmm.
And I was checking to see, because it says it doesn't tell me how much time is left, doesn't tell me what the Rockets have. I was like, oh, they're at 108. Maybe it's a blowout and everybody just went home. Well, no, the final score was 119 to 113. So it was a close fourth quarter. There's a lot of empty seats.
That's a bad look.
It looks kind of like the Kings game, like right after halftime.
Yeah. And the tip-off was ridiculous. The tip-off clip, no. And I will say this, it doesn't normally look like that in Houston. So, I don't know. Maybe it was just a bad night. But
LeBron, okay, this account is funny, and you do have to follow it. LeBron is full-on George Jefferson at this point, yeah? I'm not one to, far be it from me to joke about the man's hairline. But they have a shot of him walking to the bench. He's going to practice his golf swing. And it's like, oh, this isn't just the front. Like, this is full on George and Wheezy.
Yeah, it's time.
He's moving on up.
It's time to give it on up.
Yeah.
Because he's trying to do the Kobe low ball
not working.
thing.
Not working.
It's just when there's nothing growing there in the middle of your skull.
Nothing growing is what you just said, right?
Yeah.
Can I tell you said it perfectly?
Yeah, because I always say the two different words perfectly.
Yes.
It's you guys gaslighting me.
All right. Just want to point out, it sounded very similar to what you were saying yesterday, but I get it. I got it. Man, this clip of Draymond Green hitting the side of the backboard is phenomenal. Absolutely incredible. What do we got tonight? I know we got Kings Knicks. Obviously,
Nuggets.
That's where our attention will be.
Somebody.
No, sweetie, it's Nuggets in Dallas. That's the ESPN game.
Oh
That's
my
why it's on your
gosh.
mind.
I'll be in Sacramento.
Well, yes, you will be. Cleveland at Philly is kind of interesting.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
We talked
Yes,
about
they
that
are.
yesterday. Yeah,
Yes, they are.
What they got going on?
Yeah, it's a slim NBA night. So let's go. We could focus. We could focus on the Kings and the Knicks, and not really worry about too much else. A number of other things we've got to talk about. I've created some divisional round storylines coming up this weekend. I want to run a couple of them by you. You're not going to agree with them, and that's going to make this conversation much more fun. Also, one basketball thing that we didn't talk about that happened last night. Giannis booed the crowd in Milwaukee.
Yeah, come on.
He did. You remember when you pointed this out. Remember when he booed Sacramento because they booed him because he hit our mascot with like a T-shirt or something?
It wasn't even ours. It was the Stockton guy.
It's ours.
It was a little
209. 209. That's us. But yeah, he booed the Milwaukee crowd in the same manner in which he booed the Sacramento crowd. So we'll talk about that. Certainly some interesting things there. And a team I might have to finally tip my hat to. I'll decide over the next hour whether I actually do it. But Jake Gaden of CBS 13, he joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right, you guys should still have us. Jake in here. Jake, what's up, baby?
Jake.
Yo! What's good, fam?
I can't hear you, big dog.
Can't hear Jake. No, that's probably not Jake's fault. Hang on, Jake. Let me work through this for a second. No, that's it. That's it. This and this. Jake, you there?
Yo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear Jake?
I can hear him. Yep.
You can hear him? Okay, as long as you can hear him. I got these commercials.
I'll say, if you need me to switch my phone, I can.
Is this today? Damn, Fred Warner out here.
Hey, Jake, do me a favor and just say hi.
Hi, my name is Jake Gaden, and my favorite show to watch is the DLo and Casey show on ESPN 1320.
Clip that.
Just tell Jake I can't listen to him for a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, he can't hear you for a little while. Fred Warner out here looking like he ready to do something. Nah, not this week, Fred. Not this week.
See you guys tonight?
Yeah, I think I'll be there as a fan, though.
Courtside Kenny coming at you.
No. Oh, yeah. Not courtside. Not court. I got a nice little seat tonight, though. Potentially.
You know too many people, Casey.
This is Cheryl Nell Grove special, though. You got to salute her. What's up, Jake? How you doing, man? What's up with Madden, man?
What's up?
I said, what's up with Madden? Where we at?
With Madden? Oh, we're doing great. We're in year like 7 right now. With
Are you
Drake
doing
May.
a franchise or are you doing a
franchise mode?
my player type thing?
Franchise mode every single time.
Okay. I said I'm gonna do a my player situation because I always do franchise, and I'm like, let me see what this is like. But the my player it doesn't feel like it really works right for me, at least if it's anything other than a quarterback.
No,
maybe if you're a running back, like maybe, but I'm gonna be a DB. That don't work.
Now try being a linebacker. That's the fun thing. The only one I'll do my player on though is CFB because that's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can choose schools. You have to transfer portal. There's certain things that's my jam.
But then you got to take that guy to the pros. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing the CFB. I'm gonna be wherever I'm gonna be, and I'm gonna import it to the Madden class.
We'll see how it goes.
Somewhere.
Hold that thought, guys. We're coming back in 10 seconds.
Jesse didn't decide to be here this week because Miami sucks.
All right, we back here. Our man Jake Gaden of CBS 13 with us. Jake, what's happening, baby?
What's up, fam? How we doing? Great week to be here in Sacramento. Mike Brown back in town, 49ers in the divisional round, and Drake May is still going to be the MVP of the NFL.
Well, we'll get to all of that. We'll start with
the greatest first playoff game ever.
Let's start with the 49ers because you're off to Seattle, right?
Yeah, I'm going out to Seattle on Friday. It's going to be a great game, I think. Round 3 of this matchup this season. Of course, as we know how the first 2 went. 49ers won Seattle in week 1 of the season. Week 18 went Seattle's way in San Francisco. I am excited for this week. I think the big key for the 49ers is if Ricky Pearsall is going to be available, because Trent Williams will play in this game. He's already said he's going to. Played last week. But if they can get Ricky back as well, I think that changes some offensive scheme of what they can do. I'm paying a lot of attention. I know the big topic this week is Fred Warner and him being activated off the IR and practicing this week. Do I think he plays on Saturday? I don't think there's a shot on that. But if that man can play next week in the championship game, that would be wild.
Damian and Kyle Madsen have talked about a number of different times the possibility of, yes, Fred not playing this week, but the thought process for the team of like, yeah, he's not going to play this week, but I think he'll play in the NFC Championship game if we can get there. And that motivated, hey, just get one more and then we're going to get our guy back. Like being just a little bit of a motivating factor in a game that's already, you should be highly motivated for your season's on the line, but any little bit helps at this point, right?
Yeah, I think any little bit helps, and I think also the possibility of knowing how close Fred is and how attainable that could be, and miraculous, quite honestly, that would be. But if you're not getting up for this game, man, you're not a real football player, because playing in a divisional round game in the playoffs in the NFL at the highest level, it don't get much better than that. So, you can use it as motivation all you want. I think the big motivation will be the smack talk between the two teams, because after that week 18 game, Seattle was talking a bunch, and they're still talking this week. And I think the 49ers are kind of doing the same, the back and forth. This is not a friendly rivalry. You guys both know that. And I think, the first 2 games were very close games, defensive battles. I don't expect anything different in round 3. I think maybe more gimmick plays for both sides of the thing. But at the end of the day, if you ask me what this thing's going to come down to, it's going to be Sam Darnold and how he can play a quarterback once again. Can he play mistake-free? And that will kind of probably decide the game once again.
You got a prediction? Sorry.
Just real quick. I mean, I'm looking at some clips right now. I don't think he's playing on Saturday.
Ricky?
Fred. I don't think Fred is playing on Saturday.
Okay.
And he looked like he's playing. He's moving on this practice.
He looked like he was playing after the Chicago game.
Right. He did. But he's moving some type of way. Also, Ricky was in practice today. He wasn't on the side field, nothing like that.
Okay.
Ricky was in practice today. So, I mean, they haven't said
hope he didn't get hurt.
I hope he didn't either.
I mean, I got to imagine, what's today? Wednesday. Is probably the only practice?
Yeah, probably only full-speed practice. Tomorrow will be a walkthrough again, yeah.
Walkthrough Friday?
No, they'll travel.
You travel on Friday.
You travel Friday. So you do a walkthrough in the actual hotel, but you won't get the practice field.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, just seeing clips, and I don't think Fred's playing on Saturday, but I do think if they win, he plays in the NFC Championship game.
You'd be hard-pressed to keep him out.
From Chris Biederman at this exact moment. You can't convince me he's not listening. At this point, I don't think we should be surprised if Fred Warner plays Saturday.
Man. What?
To be clear, our guy Chris Biederman is not reporting that Fred Warner is playing this Saturday.
Yeah.
But he is as locked in as anyone else. And you heard him.
I don't know.
Be surprised if he plays.
I don't know if Chris he's super locked in. And I don't know if Chris was literally at the practice. And
he's probably looking at the same clips you are.
Fred looked like it's almost like, all right, well, what's going to change in 1 week? From seeing him practice these clips, what's 1 week going to do?
Benchmark?
He looks ready to go now.
Might be a medical thing. I don't know, guys. I'm not a doctor. Are you? I don't know. There's benchmarks for these things. Oh, you are? Dr. KC coming
Love
at you.
He stayed at a Holiday Inn Express.
I'm the love doctor. That's what I am. They go to me for advice.
Love that. Love that.
Who's they? Just for the
People,
record.
people have clients. They're like, KC, what do I do here?
Did you
man?"
get him from that Twitter account you follow? Jake.
Is he the Hitch of Sacramento? Is that what we're getting at here?
Hey, little known fact about me. Never seen Hitch.
Really?
Yeah, never
That's a
seen
good
it.
movie. It's
Yeah.
fun. It's fun. It's a Will Smith. I like most of Will Smith's movies. Well, in that era of time, I like most of Will Smith's movies.
Eva Mendes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. When Albert
And
Brennan
Sean Payton.
chucks the inhaler, that's the best part.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. What's his name? King of Queens.
Oh, I forgot his
Kevin
name.
James.
Kevin James.
Yeah. But Sean
Yeah, no,
Payton. It's Sean Payton. Jake, you got any predictions for Saturday?
Close one. 17-15. I know that sounds like a weird score, but I think it's going to be a lot of field goals, low scoring game, defensive battle. I'm intrigued to see what the home field advantage is for Seattle, because 49er fans like to travel, and we'll find out on Friday when we fly up there. We got a little direct flight on Delta Airlines. CBS paying the good big bucks for
Shout out CBS.
So we'll see how many fans are going to be up there. I'm intrigued by it because did you guys see the report that Seattle let their season ticket holders know do not sell your tickets, we will find you and come after you or whatever. So I just wonder,
bitch, what are you gonna do?
Well, they said they're sending the people, the season ticket holder themselves.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, we see your seats are on a third-party site. If you sell them, we might not allow you to renew next year.
All right, man.
What if you can't make it though? What if you literally are out of town?
My thought is that
bro, I was gonna go on Sunday. I can't go on Saturday. I got to sell my ticket.
But my thought is they're like, well, we have a in-house reselling thing that we can do. They don't have to be on SeatGeek.
Well, sweetie,
but I don't know if I'll make the bag from a buck for that. So
I ain't defending them. I ain't defending.
That I'm intrigued to see how many Niner fans are up at the 12th man at Lumen Field, which I guess I've never been to Seattle before. I'm actually pumped to see what I heard great things about Lumen Field. So it should be fun.
Yeah, it looks great. I got to get there, man. I don't think it's going to be what it normally is when Niners go up there. I think there's definitely going to be some red in the crowd for sure. But sometimes it looks almost like the Red River Classic, as they're calling it now. It looks like that sometimes. I don't think it'll be that because Seattle, they ain't had a home playoff game in 10 years. So that's like when people thought the Warriors were going to take over the Kings. Golden one for the playoff. Nah, they've been waiting for this.
Yeah. Speaking of, good transition right there from the San Francisco 49ers to the Sacramento Kings. Mike Brown is in town. The New York Knicks are here tonight. And you guys at CBS had a chance to talk to Mike last night. How was that?
Dude, Mike is in great spirits. He's in a good form.
He should be there, 24-13 or something like that.
No, they've lost 5 of what? 7?
Yeah, but when you come back,
they won their last 2. Back on track.
When you come back to a place, because I've done it before in my career, where you had an unceremonious exit, it can be an awkward situation, right? And I think he has been very grateful at every opportunity that he had here. I think it was really intriguing when I asked him, hey, do you have any regrets from your time in Sacramento? And he's like, honestly, I've had none. We couldn't do anything about the injury bug at the end of year 2 when we went from 48 to 46 wins. If Kevin didn't get hurt, if Malik didn't get hurt, it'd be a different conversation. And I think we would have probably had a better record to end the year. And then, he didn't say anything about missing the organization, but he definitely said things about missing the players and working with certain people. And then he specifically shouted out the community and being in the community and living up here. And that's the thing that I think that reflects Mike Brown the best, is just how much he was in the community, how much he felt the fans, how much he really wanted to turn the city and the organization, or turn the team and the organization around for the city. And I think tonight he's questioning if he's going to be celebrated if they show him on the Jumbotron. And I'm going to be if you were let me say this to everybody in Sacramento. If you are not standing up and cheering for Mike Brown when they announce him tonight, I am throwing you out of the Golden One Center, because that man changed the organization for 2023, changed the trajectory of everything was going, was a stand-up individual. Yes, he may have not made every single correct basketball move, but as the person and what he represented for this city, I couldn't have thought of a better outstanding individual to do that. So he says it's going to be emotional tonight. I think it will be. I think, the crowd, as I'm expecting to give him a lot of love and show support. And then, of course, when, the ball is tipped, all bets are off. Let's go to work. Let's see if the Kings can get their third straight win this season, which would be a wild concept if you ask me.
Okay, two quick things, real quick. One, Jake does not have the authority to throw you out of the Golden One Center.
I wish I
did. Jake Gayden and Mike Brown, y'all know around here? This fan base loves their players. As long as you're not Buddy Hield, who they now boo playfully, by the way. He's not Spencer. He's not what was the other one? Was it Jet? Was it Jason Terry?
Sure.
It's not him. That's not go away heat. Like, he has fun, playful heat. Like, and I think he's in on it now. Like, he knows it's a gimmick. Mike will absolutely be cheered. That's what this isn't Twitter. This isn't, hell, it's not even sports talk radio. This is the Golden One Center. It's different. There is a blending of all of those things inside the Golden One Center, but it's different when you're there, and he will get. LeBron James got a pop 2 days ago. Mike Brown will get a pop when his name is called.
I agree 100%. 100%. There's one exception that took us all a little bit by surprise, and that was the initial reaction to Fox. Fox was I didn't anticipate it. And they gave him he touches the basketball, we're booing treatment for like 2 quarters.
Yeah, true. But what happened when the video played?
Standing ovation.
Yeah, like there's a certain, like, when Mike is introduced, there's going to be a reaction. The game hasn't started. There's going to be a reaction. I don't know that Mike will be celebrated later. I don't know. Hey guys, just one more time. I don't know what the purpose, especially for I don't know what the purpose is. It's not like he's Pete Carroll or something, or Rick Alderman, or hell, even Elston Turner. He's not that. But he was here for, the years he was here were important. He'll get that initial reaction, and I think that'll be it. I think everyone knew with Fox they were going to have a chance to celebrate him, and they waited for it. He's going to get that treatment. And I don't know that he'll get that again.
I don't think so.
I think that was really
kind of indifferent.
That was kind of the spirit of the day and the game. And and when it was time, he got the big pop and a sustained ovation. And then that was it. That was it.
That's the interesting thing, though. You guys don't think he gets a tribute video tonight?
Nah.
I don't know how you do that. Like, it's not that
after you announce the starting lineup,
him like pointing, like what's the video?
There's that. Turn on the Jets. Some of the DPOG celebrations, winning the Coach of the Year.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Like I
don't care if he does. He can have it. Yeah, sure, that's fine. That's fine. I don't care if they give him.
Do you think Do you think they should? Like both of you guys. Do you think they should because they fired him, like they moved on from him. Who knows how that relationship is, and they treat it as business as usual, or should they acknowledge Mike Brown is back in town? We want to salute you in some type of way.
I think they got to acknowledge it, because prior to Mike, it was still a blank show, as they would say in Sacramento, of just not being on the right path. He brought some stability to an organization that was looking for it. He brought accountability. Like, he changed the trajectory of the team for 2 years, right? Almost 3. For me, if you're asking me, do I think that he gets a tribute video on the first time out of the game? No. I think if you do it right, I think you announce the Knicks starters, then you put a tribute video up for Mike, then you show Mike Brown, and the head coach of the New York Knicks, Mike Brown. Give him the love there. Then you roll the Kings intro, Kings intro video, and then you announce their starters, tip ball, good to go. Like, if that's, I'm not a PR guy for the Kings, but if I'm doing it, that's how I would go about it.
Here's the question I would ask if I'm game ops, Mo, and probably to a certain degree, Scott Perry and Kings management need to be involved in this as well. Do the fans want it? If the fans do, and they'll react to it, yeah, let's go ahead. Let's give it to him. Mike was coach of the year. Mike was also here like 3 years. That's the other thing that I kind of get stuck. It's not like he was here very long. Like Darren was here, what, like 7, 8?
Yeah.
Like that's
drafted by the team.
Yeah, that's a chunk of his career.
Yeah.
But if I mean, could you do both? Because normally the coaching, I should say, could you do both at the beginning? Normally the coaching is just kind of like an afterthought. The coaching staff is just a quick, and the head coach, it's not like really a big thing. Do you introduce, the final player, take a quick pause, the video hits, turn the F and Jets, coach of the year trophy, Mike pointing at somebody. You probably don't want to show De'Aaron Fox on this video. You probably don't want to show anyone who's not here on this video. Probably don't want to do that either. So you keep the shots real selective, and welcome back to the Golden One Center. Yeah. And you just do it all right there.
That would be dope.
That's what I would do.
Yeah. Outside of that, the Kings have won 2 in a row. What do you attribute that to?
They shot ridiculously well from 3 against the Lakers, like ridiculously well. And then the Rockets game out-rebounded them, and especially on the offensive side of the ball. I think this team has turned the corner. Oh, hi, Kyle Madsen. How are you, buddy? Yeah.
He can't hear.
I know he can't see. I miss you too, bud. All right. Go to Disney World. Sorry. I think they have turned the corner this season. I was talking with a couple colleagues a couple weeks ago. I thought they turned a couple days ago. I thought they turned the corner a couple weeks ago in terms of how they played prior to that LA trip where they got blown out by the Lakers and Clippers on the road the end of the year. And now I'm starting to feel the same way. It's just like I feel like they've turned the corner. The hustle plays there. They're rebounding the ball well. They finally got the rotation situated. But at the end of the day, the past 2 games, it all comes down to one person and one person only. And I sat there with KC, and we're talking about it basically the whole end of the Laker game. Where's Malik Monk been, and why is it now that we're starting to play him? And we can answer the question, it's because Dennis has been suspended for the past 2 games. But like the spark that Malik has brought off the bench, his playmaking ability, like, yes, he had 26 points last game, but 8 assists with that. I think that is, an undervalued part of his game. Defensively, he's been decent. People forget that Malik is that spark plug off the bench. Now, there is times where Malik comes off the bench and just doesn't have it that night, and I can understand where your frustration comes from there. But I would say over 50% of the time, that man comes off the bench, provides a spark, provides some instant offense that they haven't had in that second unit over the past couple of weeks, and then he's been able to close the game. So, I think that's where I would point to is Malik Monk has been the difference maker the past 2 games. I'm intrigued to see what he looks like tonight coming off the bench. And if he can keep this up, I just want him to still be the offensive force that he is. He doesn't need to take a million shots. I just want him to be a great ball handler, distribute the ball, take the shots when you need to, and be instant offense. And that's kind of what the Kings have been lacking in that second unit. And I'm excited to see if that can happen again.
Yeah, we obviously had a conversation about Malik Monk. We talk about him often here and what he's been able to do in these last 2 games. Dennis Schroeder not being there has obviously opened up minutes for a guy like Malik. Do you see a scenario where Schroeder comes back and they still give Malik those type of minutes and he plays with Dennis Schroeder, however they feel they need to do it, but Malik's minutes still stay there even with Schroeder back in the rotation?
That's the question I'm going to ask myself after I watch tonight's game, because right now I want 3 games to kind of evaluate where Malik is at. Because if he plays well again tonight, then I think, to your point, Casey, I think you have to take a hard look of whose minutes you take away from, if that's Keon or if that's Dennis moving forward. But I also say this, guys, trade deadline's how many weeks away? It's 3 weeks away. Yeah. Time is now. If you want to make a move, I don't think Malik's stock after the past 2 games, and if he plays well tonight, is not going to be any higher. Like, I think you pull the trigger on some things, and that maybe frees up some minutes, either if it's Malik's on the team or if he's traded. I think that's where the question mark is. The question where I'm going to come into is I'm going to watch him tonight, see how he plays, and then starting tomorrow, ask myself, okay, if he plays well, do they take minutes away from people, or is he traded within the next 24 to 48 hours? And if he plays poorly, I have a feeling they're probably going to go back to what they had previous to that, with Dennis being the main ball handler in that second unit, and you play Keon and Malik depending on how well each is playing in that game.
I think that's very sweet. Can I tell you, I don't believe Malik's play has anything to do with anything.
Really?
I don't think Malik Monk wasn't playing because he wasn't playing well. I don't think that's the case. Now, here's the tough part about my dumbass. I can't tell you why he wasn't playing. I don't know. I don't know if it's just we're going Dennis, we're going Keon, we're going, Nick DeMar, all of this. That's what we're doing. Maybe it just truly is as simple as that. All I know is one game. I can't remember which one it was. I feel like it was the one they won in Miami, but that might not have been it. He played the first half, didn't come off the bench the second half, and it felt like everything changed after that. So Malik could go for 30 tonight. I don't think it matters.
It's already been written.
I feel like now maybe I'm wrong, because I don't understand why Malik wasn't playing in the first place. But I don't think it's his production that matters to either Doug Christie or this front office or whoever. I don't know what it is.
It's also maybe getting Keon on the floor and seeing what they have out of him.
Sure.
Possibility of it. Like, and Keon's been in good spirits too. Like, talk to him today. I'm just like, hey, with Malik playing well, like, what does that mean for you? And he's like, I'm good. I'm Gucci. I'll do whatever the team oriented player. I'll do whatever they ask me to do. So, but to answer your question, Dame, I don't know. That's a question that Doug Christie has skirted around numerous times this year and just said it was a basketball decision and doesn't go much deeper into it.
What if the Kings go on a run and we just track it back to Dennis Schroeder slapping Luka Doncic?
The slap
that turned the season around, and all of a sudden the team wins like 40 of 36 or something.
Goes around and make the playoffs.
They make the playoffs, and
I want AJ DeBonsa here in Sacramento next year, guys. I don't know about you.
I'd love AJ here. I'd absolutely love
not
AJ
KC's
here.
pick.
Well, no, if they have the number 1 pick. They got a number
gotcha,
1
gotcha,
pick. I'm taking Darren.
Gotcha.
Really?
Yeah,
Well, that's fine. History says they're not going to have that, so it's okay.
Right.
We'll see how it goes, guys. I think right now, like I said, this is a very interesting stretch because, again, no Trae Young, by the way, on Friday. I don't know if you guys saw that report. So that will be interesting against Washington, see how that ends up happening. And then who do you got on Sunday, right? Houston? No, it's Portland on Sunday, right? Yeah, it's Portland. So, this is where the schedule weakens a little bit, right? We've talked about how hard their schedule was at the beginning of the year. Weakens a little bit. They're at home for another. Oh, what are you shaking your head? What are you shaking your head
have
for?
10 wins in a week schedule. Like you don't. Like, everyone is better than you. Like, everybody. Their 2-game winning streak is the thing that's keeping them from being the worst team in professional basketball. Ain't no light schedule. Portland's going to beat their ass on Sunday.
They beat them twice.
Who
Well,
did?
Portland beat the Kings twice, but Portland, one day we're going to have a conversation about, because they done everything that everybody wants people to do.
Yeah. Yep.
And they out here.
Well, they're not the only ones. There's a lot of them.
I think the other thing there, though, they're waiting for Dame to come back next year, fam.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow. Well, good luck to them. Shout out Dame, always. I was going to say, hey, thanks for joining us. Enjoy Seattle. However, would you like a few minutes? Look, he's glowing already because he knows where this is going. Would you like a few minutes to talk about your New England Patriots and the Houston Texans coming up on Sunday? For the record, just so you know who your true friends are, I've got the Patriots winning. The individual directly across from me has the Houston Texans in the AFC Championship.
That changes things.
Now, mind you, Jake, I had this about
He
4 weeks ago.
He did.
It has nothing to
He
do
did.
with them facing the Patriots. But yes, I think the
did.
Texans.
Even watching them play against the Steelers and how poorly that offense, how bad it was, and if Nico Collins can't play for Houston, you're still going to pick Houston.
I saw how poorly the Patriots played on offense. And this is a better defense. It's a better defense than what the Chargers were throwing out there. It's the best defense in football.
Best defense in football. I agree with you on that, but I'm going to take Drake over CJ every single day. No questions asked. I'm going to take the running game that the Patriots have. No questions asked. Offensive line, I think it's a toss-up, but I'm going to take Steph Diggs over Nico Collins right now just because I don't think Nico might play. So I think if you're a Patriots fan, where this game is going to be won and lost is going to be in the trenches, guys. It won't be the skill positions or anything like that. It'll be, can the left side of the Patriots line stop them, and then can Josh McDaniels scheme that, because they have two rookies on the left side of the line. And then defensively for the Patriots, can you make sure that you contain C.J. Stroud and just make him be a non-mobile quarterback and stay in the pocket, because I don't know who he's going to throw it to this year. But it's going to be a low-scoring game, I can guarantee you that. Defensive battle, back and forth. It's going to be just as boring as it was last Sunday. I hate to say that, but then they're going to get to the championship game, and all bets are off. I think, Dame, you were there when speaking of our good friend Chris Biederman asking me, do you think the Patriots have a legit shot at the Super Bowl? Yeah, I think any team right now has a legit shot at the Super Bowl. Do I think they win the AFC Championship game if they're taking on Denver or they're taking on Buffalo? I'd probably say no. But as a Patriots fan myself, I'll say this, okay? This season has already been a success, and I've talked to my boys about this. The fact that we had more wins this year than we'd had in the past 3 years combined, we've won a playoff game. We are a year ahead of schedule in so many facets, and the amount of cap space we have this offseason is insurmountable. Plus, we're going to have another great draft this year. With that, if we lose this week, I won't be devastated. It's not. We are a year ahead of schedule. But if we win AFC Championship game, I'll still talk my talk and be a proud Patriot and Drake May fan. I can tell you that much.
Jake can keep listening to the show when we come back from commercial.
Oh, great. We're going to take you off the stream. He's going to obliterate the Patriots.
No, not the Patriots, but he said something that people need to stop saying. And you talked about this not too long ago.
All right. We'll find out what
Love you, though, Jake. Love you. You're my dog.
You're
my dog.
Have fun in Seattle, man. One of my favorite cities. Have fun out there. We'll see you when you get back.
Sounds good, fam. See you then.
All right, care, man. That's a man, Jake Gaden, right there. CBS 13. We'll come back. Hell of a tease from Kenny Caraway next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Where is it at?
Yep, okay.
You know what, guys? I don't think it's an issue, so we'll do it anyway. I think everything will be fine, but I just want to make sure. 13th round is back. Yes, indeed. 2026, the first one of 2026. Shout out to the dope ones. Big shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to Cola Seamoss. You already know the vibes. And this is just a little bit of a reset. Just a little bit of a preview of the things that I want to see in 2026 from boxing. Now, obviously, you've got this situation with Turkey, who has Riyadh season and he's making all these fights and all this other stuff. And I've been on the record saying, I don't know if that's necessarily best for boxing. I don't know if it's best for boxing to be in Saudi Arabia for all these fights. The vibes need to be in America, or at the very least in London, in Europe, anywhere in Europe. It needs to be there. We don't need to be fighting at 4 a.m. their time on these major fights. So that's one thing I want to see in control a little bit more. Also, you got a situation where they're talking about Zuffa boxing and all this other stuff. And no, protect the Ali Act. I don't want to see nothing from Zuffa boxing in that respect. If they want to start their own boxing, cool. Do it how you do it, but find a way to work within the parameters of what's already there. So there's that aspect. And then once again, people complaining about Jake Paul and all this other stuff. I want to see the fighters, the real fighters, take accountability and start to get active as fighters. No more fighting once or twice a year. You need to be 3 times a year for all the best fighters out there. Those are the things I want to see happen in 2026. We're starting off with a bang. January 31st, big time fight. Teofimo versus Shakur Stevenson. Can't wait for that one. And let's see if people follow suit in 2026. I want to see Ryan versus Devin again. That's the one I want to see again in 2026. So let's do better this year, boxing. Let's do better. It's 13th round. Rest all, we'll see. Yeah, man, I seen that, man. I'm 2 years off of my prediction, but it's happening. February 6th. Ooh, I want to hear what this one sounded like. The fall off finally happens. Mm-hmm.
About 20 seconds. Appreciate you tapping in wherever you are, 1320 a.m., youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you're watching on either of those channels, please make sure you hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up as well. We have seen some big shout out to Jesse and Kyle Madsen as well. Jesse's out ill today, but big shout out to those two because I did something I haven't done in a while. I had turned the digital stuff over to those guys over the last few months, and they have really got YouTube jumping with all of the shorts that they've been posting and clips of our shows. And that YouTube channel has been pretty extraordinary in 2025. And I know it's going to be even bigger in 2026. So again, subscribe, like the video, and hit the little alert. There's a little bell up in the upper right-hand corner. Hit that so you can get alerted every time ESPN 1320 goes live, because there might be some surprises coming your way. So lock in to that. You, Casey, hit us with a hell of a tease coming out of that conversation with our man Jay Gaden from CBS 13. I'll go ahead and pay that off. You seem to have taken exception to something I said, he said, we talked about.
Exception seems a little aggressive. So
okay.
I just say, I took note. And you said something a couple of weeks ago when I was not on the air, but I tapped in. I agree 100%. 100%. This notion in football, in the NFL specifically, we're just getting started. We're a year ahead of schedule. Hey, house money. It's all good. That is not how it tends to work all the time. We
always talk about being ahead of schedule. I really would like to meet these schedule makers.
The latest example of this has to be the Detroit Lions. I told people they had that clip of when the guy in the NFC Championship game kicks the field goal for them to go before the half to go up 24-7, I think, before the half. And Lions fans are like, who knew this was as good as it would get?
Oh,
who knew this was the peak?
Boy, can we relate to
that. And the notion that, and I hear Patriots fans say it, I hear Bears fans say it, we're ahead of schedule. Man, if you have an opportunity to win, which the Patriots do this year, which the Bears do this year, ain't no house money. You better win when you can, because ain't no guarantee it's going to be the same next year. Ain't no guarantee it's going to be the same next year. And I understand. I'm not saying I think the Patriots are in a good place, as good as you can be. They've got a good coach. They've got a really good quarterback. all this other stuff. But football, such a violent sport. So many things can happen that can change the course of your franchise due to injuries and performance and stuff like that. Yeah, there ain't no house money. You better win when you can.
Yeah.
There ain't no ahead of schedule. The Patriots got an opportunity to go to the Super Bowl this year. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Some people in the chat said Washington the same way. But Washington was saying this, oh yeah, we got JD, like it's good. It's good. And it might be. Maybe this year was just a bad year.
And I think it was. I think they'll be back. I just don't know they're back to 12-5. I don't think they're back to the NFC. But I think Washington may be back to a playoff team next year. But I never. It's not fair. Like, I get it. I know where they were. I never saw them as championship contenders. I didn't. Detroit, I did. And Detroit is a fantastic example of this conversation we're happening, because Jesse, he asked the question to us privately. I don't remember if it is last week when it was, but like, is the Lions window, is their championship, is it closed? And it was like, man, if it was open, boy, it was open briefly.
Yeah.
It was quick.
Yeah.
Like Kings. That window, I'm not even saying
No,
championship
for real.
window, just that window. Grand opening, grand closing, like all them clubs in downtown Sacramento.
Right.
Is DLo and Casey out here for 102.5? And it's closed the next week.
Well, Malik's.
Oh, my God. Man, Malik's went into bankruptcy fast. Goodness gracious. An L21 lasted longer.
But, yeah, man, like, I'm always leery of that. Like,
Absolutely.
I think about even the 49ers in this incarnation of the 49ers. Like, oh, man, they found some young guys. They're playing good. Like, it's house money, or next year was really the year they're going to really be like the Rams. Like, this year was like the retooling year. Next year it's really going, man, go win these games this year. George Kittle tears his Achilles out of nowhere. Fred Warner, who knows what happened? Who's to say that, and I'm not wishing this on them in any form or fashion, but who's to say the Bears and the Patriots don't have the same injury issues the Niners had next year?
Yep.
That's the type of game you're playing in football.
Hell, go back to 19. Your 2019 49ers?
Yeah.
And then the 2020
was crazy.
It was an awful year.
So I thought about that specifically when I think the Lions got eliminated. And I was gone. They got eliminated on Sunday, and I wasn't here on Monday. And yeah, I was like, I don't subscribe to that. We had a schedule. My boy Alan,
Wow,
the Bears
what a
fan,
trend.
said that.
So you skip out on shows the day after they lose, huh?
Who?
Wow, that's what you just said. The 49ers got eliminated. And I wasn't
No,
here
the
next day?
Lions got eliminated.
Oh.
I think the Niners won. I think that wasn't Sunday night because I was here for that. Niners smacked up the Texans or the Titans. I think that.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Yeah. But I tell Alan, the Bears fan, be saying like, oh, it's cool because we a year ahead of schedule. Man, don't play that game. I hope you are. I hope it's continued success.
See, and you're Chicago. Just speaking of Chicago specifically, you're Chicago. A salute to Detroit and all of that. Hell, even New England. New England carries the weight of Tom Brady everywhere. I'd argue they carry the weight more of Tom Brady than Belichick, or more than Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. You're carrying the weight of one of the greatest players to ever live, probably the greatest quarterback to ever live, the greatest winner to ever live. You carry the weight of that in New England. And even with that, you're still not Chicago. Detroit, same division, rivalry, things, the whole thing. You're not Chicago.
Yeah.
Caleb, I said Caleb plays in that. If Caleb is playing next week, next year, when we approach preseason, you talk about the return of Patrick Mahomes, and we'll see what Josh Allen looks like here this week. You got Lamar and whatever the Ravens situation might be, and you start having these conversations about MVPs and front runners and guys to watch. Caleb's name is going to be mentioned, and the idea of and this falls along the lines of what you're talking about. The idea of taking the next step. We had this conversation endlessly the year after the Kings made the playoffs. Well, just because they made the first round last year doesn't mean success is determined by the fact that they make the second round this year or beyond. There's a progression that we were hoping at the time would have to take that would take place. And just because they don't get to the second round of the playoffs or further doesn't mean that progression isn't happening. It's just and we had countless examples of teams that wound up winning titles that would make the playoffs and they would lose in the first round, second round, and it would be a while before they won. The expectations of what Chicago is going to be dealing with for Caleb to be a top-tier quarterback and for that team to win late into January is going to be far greater than anything they're experiencing right now. Yeah. No one's – again, I don't believe in the term. You're talking about house money. Chicago was dead to start the season. 4 weeks into the season, it's like, oh, Ben Johnson, Caleb. Guys, Caleb doesn't have it. Now, all of a sudden, Caleb's leading game-winning drives, doing all of these things that you expected him to do when he first entered the league. And it's like, okay, I do this all the time with Minnesota. It's like, all right, I'm going to wait and see. I like it. It's fun to watch. Let me see before I start talking about them being contenders, MVP contenders, Super Bowl contenders, all of those different things. Obviously, they're playing in the divisional round. They're a Super Bowl contender at this point. I believe in them far more than I believe in Washington last year, but that has a lot to do with the field also.
Washington was in the NFC Championship game.
Didn't buy it. Right. Didn't buy it. They were the Atlanta Hawks to me. Trae Young. I didn't buy it.
It's and it's one of those things where like little things that you don't even think about happen. And ironically, I think the Bears experienced a little bit of it this year, and their record is good in these situations. But you win. You get to divisional rounds, all this other stuff. Oh, now you're a higher profile team. Now you got 5 primetime games, which is cool. Like you're on Sunday Night Football and you're on Monday Night Football, but number one, you're playing the best teams now in those high profile games. Number two, we playing on Monday night 3 times. That's cool. That means we got 3 short weeks. So, man, all right, well, how do we adjust to that? I think the last year after the Niners made the Super Bowl, and this was a schedule quirk. I don't expect this to always be the case for all these teams, but they faced like 11 of their games they were in the negative rest, like the team was coming off a bye or an extra 3 days rest. And a lot of
Thursday night game.
Yeah. A lot of that had to do with your schedule and primetime games. And those are things that you don't always factor in. So it's not impossible. Clearly, there are a number of different teams that are good out of nowhere and then continue to be good for year upon year. But ain't no guarantee, man. There ain't no guarantee for some of these young teams.
There's a lot of ups and downs at that quarterback position as well. And so much of what 2 teams that we're speaking of, it started with talking to Jay Gaden and the New England Patriots, talking about the New England Patriots, continues here with the conversation about the Chicago Bears is like the progression of the quarterback. And even in this case, you brought up Jaden earlier, the quarterback withstanding all of this stuff. Like I'm leaning on the Patriots. I hate to point this out. I think CJ is my guy. I was a big CJ Stroud fan, particularly his rookie year. I absolutely thought he was going to bounce back after what happened last year. I do not love the way that he's playing right now. And that's part of like, hey, we could talk defense. We could talk all of this. That's part of the reason I feel the way I do about the Patriots. But the way I feel about the outcome of that game. But in its most simplistic form, like I'd love to spend the next 3 days telling everyone, particularly Friday, just sitting up here as we're talking about these games, telling everybody why I'm so smart and why I have these games predicted the way I do. But it's Josh Allen, it's Brock Purdy, and it's Matthew Stafford. Those are the quarterbacks I trust in these games. I trust those 3 quarterbacks more than I trust Bo Nix, Sam Darnold, and Caleb Williams right now. In these situations, this isn't week 1. This isn't week 15. This isn't even week 18. I was also the guy who said, hey, maybe we're holding Sam Darnold to an unfair standard. I think Sam Darnold will be just fine on Saturday. I think Brock's going to be better and a handful of other components. But when you just put this down in its most simplistic form, I'm leaning on those quarterbacks, Allen, Purdy, and Stafford.
Yeah, and I completely understand that. I look at a guy like Sam Darnold.
Him too. Greatest bag getter of all
For real.
times.
Up there with what's my man who got the payday and then got jumped in the depth chart.
Matt Flynn.
Yeah, Flynn. That's an underrated bag right there.
Oh no, ain't nothing underrated. No, ain't nothing underrated about it. Like that is a bag for sure. But Sam Bradford did that over and over and over again. Have we ever done pocket watching with Sam Bradford?
I think we did.
It's insane.
At least Sam had to play.
Yeah,
Matt didn't even have to play.
I wonder how many contracts. We've never done pocket watching with Matt.
That
Flynn.
might be the one. That might be that, and that's the difference. Sam kept doing it, like you said. He kept getting bag after bag. That might have been a one and done.
I also wonder what that contract looks like right now compared to what it looked like then.
Wasn't it probably like 3 years, $34 million? It felt like a lot at the time, but
it definitely felt like a. Oh man.
Maybe
Jesse's not here. I'm not hitting any music.
Yeah.
7 years he played in the league.
Uh-huh.
We are all very, very aware of that one contract he signed. What do you think his career earnings are? 7 years in the league, you think you know that one contract.
Do I get a highest year?
Oh, God bless it. Okay, it has to be this year, right? Okay. Yes. Let's see, that's 7. It has to be this year. Highest year, $8 million.
I think Matt Flynn got $42 million.
7 years, $19 million. The contract that he signed,
I ripped that thing up quick,
was 3 years, $19.5 million, with $10 million of that guaranteed.
Oh man, I thought it was like 30,
So did
40
I.
million.
So did I. But that
No, he
was
ain't Sam
13
Bradford,
years
dude.
ago. So the money was different 13 maybe, or 14 years ago, I guess. Now we just thought it was different.
That's drastically different.
Oh,
Different 10 years ago, I'd be like, oh, the quarterbacks are making $120 million on their contract. Different would be $30 million. No, he made 19.
For context, Sam Bradford's last contract was 2 years, $40 million with 15 of that guaranteed. Again, Jesse's not here. No official button. No official game here. No music. 9 season for Sam Bradford. Highest year, 18 million. Nope. Highest year. Oh. Sam Bradford was the one who ended the rookie thing. Yeah. He essentially created the rookie scale. Yeah. The Sam Bradford rule. 26.8 million.
No, this is ridiculous.
His second year. 26.8 million his second year. Only 9 seasons. I swear you couldn't have told me it wasn't longer.
Man,
but you talk about the bag getter. What do you think his number is?
Number is 132.
That's a hell of a guess. $130 million for Sam Bradford.
Count it.
Jesse is not
Count
here.
it. Let's go.
What are the standings?
Music played. Let's go. Count it.
You are 0 for 3 on the season. You are winless.
Not anymore. Count it.
Who did you just beat?
The corpse.
Brick Center. Well, Jesse's not dead. I'm very much hoping Jesse will be back tomorrow, but he's very much not dead. If there was a podcast today, the podcast would be named Brick Center.
Just carry it over tomorrow.
Yeah. Jesse, we've got a hell of a title for you.
How did we even get
It started with
Yeah.
time.
The
You
quarterbacks. You trust the quarterbbacs.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold, I do not trust.
Right.
I've never
I
seen it
understand.
from Sam Darnold outside of the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
Where they had that great comeback against Penn State in the Classic. I've never seen him in those moments perform. Hell, in the mini moments this year, the 2 Rams games, he wasn't good at all. Threw 4 picks in one of them. The other one fumbled a backward pass somehow, and that spring. No. Not to say he can't do it. I'm saying I've never seen it. I think Brock Purdy is better than Sam Darnold, and I think he'll outplay him on Saturday.
I'm with you. Those are the storylines that I'm watching heading into this game. Those aren't the storylines, but those are just some of the things I'm looking at, man. Those quarterbacks. And, I mentioned the Broncos, the Seahawks. We talked about the Texans earlier. The Texans situation, I know you're really high on their defense.
Mm-hmm.
That's not so much Drake May versus C.J. Stroud. That's just me liking the New England Patriots football team as it's constructed more so than the Houston Texans right now.
That's completely fair. And that Texans offense gives me pause for sure. And not even so much CJ, just them. I don't know if they can run the ball. That's always been my concern with them. So, which makes things more difficult for CJ, who's not playing his best football right now.
I mentioned this during the handoff. I'll run this back for you right now. For those just tuning in, we appreciate you so much for being with us. I don't think the 49ers are running off any sort of luck or magic or how do they keep doing it? I think they're a very well-coached football team, and they're operating as such. I think in every Super Bowl season, there's a little bit of luck that goes into things, be it injury luck, be it unfortunate muff punts, being, there's stuff that just happens, be it to your favorite team, to the opponent, like whatever it is. There is luck involved in that.
100%.
But the 49ers aren't here after 12-5 season, a wild card win. It's not luck. It's not some sort of odd magic. This is a really, really good football team with one of the best coaching staffs, not just Kyle, not just Robert Saleh, the entire staff. It's one of the best coaching staffs, I think, in the entire league. And that's what they're here for. The next up mentality, though, it's not something that they echo at press conferences every time somebody gets hurt. It's something that they understand internally. The defense. Fred Warner's job. It is now your job to step in here and do that. We're not asking you to be Fred Warner. We're asking you to come in here and do his job. It's not the same thing. And I think I don't think there is a better team in the NFL at doing that than the San Francisco 49ers. No. It's one of the things that made the Patriots dynasty great. They just made catchphrases out of it. Next man up, put it on T-shirts, all of this different stuff. And it's fine. You could do that. They lived that. That was real. That's part of the reason they won all those championships together. That's what I think the 49ers are right now this season.
Yeah, and these guys are, I won't say the catchphrase. I will say the catchphrase. They're tougher than a $2 steak. They don't blink. They are tough. And here's another thing that they do that I think we saw on Sunday separated them and the Eagles. They play for each other, man. I think that stuff matters. Like they play like they don't want to let their teammate down. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to I'm playing for myself or I'm playing for the glory or all this other stuff. I think Seattle probably feels the same way. Like a lot of these teams at this level play that type of way. But the Niners play like they don't want to let their teammate down. Whether it's a teammate that's hurt, whether it's a teammate that's right next to him. Like even the guys who are filling in, like the Kendricks and the Wallow, and before that, Winters and Bethune and all this other stuff. They play like, man, I don't want to let Fred down.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? He's hurt. Like, I don't want to let him down. He's helped me out, and giving me advice and and he talks to me all week and he's trying to prepare me. I don't want to let him down, and they're not, it's not exclusive to them, but that's just the mark of a good team. That's the mark of a team that can go far in the playoffs, whether it's the Niners, Bills, Broncos, Bears, whatever. Like, there's a reason these teams are outside of just talent. There's a reason these teams are where they are at this point. And the Niners personify that as much as anybody else at this point. And all the things that you said too. They're unbelievably coached and prepared. Unbelievably coached and prepared.
And I mean, in maybe this is where maybe people's phrasing has been wrong in the discussion about the San Francisco 49ers. It's not going to be luck that runs out. At some point, the mental toughness, like it can get you so far, but at some point you succumb to a more talented team. Mm-hmm. I think what I keep getting hung up on, and this is what I was really thinking about on Sunday night before we joined Jake over on CBS, and it's that I don't think that's Seattle. I just don't. I don't. And when you're at this point of the season, you don't have 100. You don't have 50 some odd guys, 53 men. You don't have 22 guys. We were taking the field every day. You don't have all of the guys who are coming in running special plays and all of the. No one's 100%, right? So they might not have the catastrophic injuries that the San Francisco 49ers do, but like their guys, Kenneth Walker, their guys, they're banged up too, and they have. I'm so curious about the mental component for them, because again, we talked about the pressure, home field, number 1 seed, all of those different things. Sam Darnold knows the Sam Darnold narrative. And I often talk about and I'm a big believer in the human element to professional sports, the emotional aspect of it. And hey, Sam, maybe at some point, you know what I mean? At some point, it's up to you.
Yeah.
And I just don't think it's this week. I think he could, and here's maybe where I'm way off course. I think he could play well, and the San Francisco 49ers still win. We'll come back, man. We could talk a little bit more about this if you have anything else. We mentioned Giannis was booing the crowd in Milwaukee last night. There also might be a video of Giannis crying on the bench. I'm not sure.
But
it's
one's
the
debatable.
internet. It's the internet. You can turn it into whatever you want to. We'll talk about that. Plus, James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. We got the Kings and the Knicks tonight. And we'll get you ready for that here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Norm, are you using voice to text? What is that? That's pretty funny, though. We haven't made any T-shirts in a long time, man. Sorry if I'm quiet, guys. The commercials have to play in my ear because I have to monitor everything. So Do I think Sabonis or Monk talk to Mike Brown tonight? That's a good one, Leezy. I'm gonna bring that on the air. I think the answer is yes, especially Malik. I think the answer is absolutely yes. By the way, I don't know if my man Cam, I don't know if you're still here, bro. It was a pleasure meeting you a couple of nights ago. Shout out Cam. Appreciate you, bro. Again, really, really, really nice meeting you. Do you think? Yeah, that's funny. No, nobody replaces Matt Barnes in that regard. Jack, I like the new Bruno song. It's Bruno. Like it. It's fine. Like it's Bruno. It's a good song. I'm excited for the J. Cole drop, and the fact that it's only like a handful of weeks away is even better. Like I'm excited for that. Very, very happy to see that. Katie loves Ray. Absolutely loves Ray. That might be the reason we go see Bruno's. Like she's going to want to see Ray. But yeah, I'm excited for Cole's album to drop for sure. I got to go see Bruno. Seen him once. I don't know that it'll be San Francisco, but we'll see.
Jamal Adams. So I got Jamal Adams that day.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Did you see the restock?
Yes, I saw him on NGO. Yes,
okay.
To him. Yeah.
All right, we're back. Okay. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. James Hammond, the insider, set to join us here at the top of the hours. We got Sacramento Kings and the New York Knicks tonight at the Golden One Center, where I think the Kings are playing like 40 home games in a row.
Let's go.
After not being here for a while.
Yeah. Never been out. Basketball stuff before we talk to him, but can I get 3 football tidbits out real quick?
Let's go.
Because I meant to say this the other day, but it was busy on Monday. The NFC West now combined 40-13 on the season. Well, the 3 in the playoffs. The Rams, Seahawks, and the Niners. 40-13. That's a crazy record. The NFC West got 3 teams in the divisional round. They joined the 2022 NFC East, the 1997, this is throwback kids, NFC Central, and the 1992 NFC East is the only divisions with 3 teams in the divisional round.
Okay.
Good for them. And then got one more for you. Where is it at? That? We got to talk about that at some point. That's hilarious.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah, I was going through did you see the clip I reposted of Isaiah Thomas the other day?
I never see what you post.
Man,
Come on, man.
You missed it all now. I got to show you that.
Isaiah, your boy Isaiah?
Isaiah, Sacramento Kings. Isaiah Thomas.
Okay.
It was hilarious. We'll talk about that. But the NFC West in these playoffs, Rams are number 1 in offense. The Seahawks are number 1 in defense.
Man.
And the 49ers are number 2 in offense.
Wow.
That's crazy, man.
That division is something.
It's something else. I knew it was going to be good. I didn't expect them to be this good. What was it? 3? The Seahawks had 13 wins, and the Rams and the Niners had 12. Man. It's crazy. I hope both those teams go to hell, though. There is it ain't no Micah Parsons here. Oh, winning for the division. No, lose on Saturday, and then you lose on Sunday.
Winning for the division is hilarious.
And one of the most contentious divisions in all of football, the NFC.
Right.
Oh,
is that it?
brother.
Is that all football
That was
tidbits?
okay. On the football tidbits.
Real quick, this got nothing to do with nothing, but it is fun for our show. Here, if you watch here in the lower right hand corner, for those who are watching, here's the video we were talking about. Draymond Green steals the ball, hits it off the side of the backboard. Shout out to 95.7 because they're the ones who actually posted this. Draymond hits the side of the backboard. That is amazing. There is no world where this isn't awesome. He's shooting the basketball and just
almost
hits the
took
side
out
of
the
the
security
backboard.
guard. Look at a security guard like, oh,
man, I'm trying to work. Didn't even say sorry either.
Security guard
Clown.
got destroyed.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Come on.
That's actually not the video we were attempting to run. We had said there is allegedly, we'll let the chatty house, we'll attempt to break it down for those that are watching on the radio. We'll let the chatty house judge. Yes or no. Is Giannis on
an
crying on the
11-5
bench?
start here in the fourth quarter has
Giannis
retired Giannis and the regular rotation players here.
The Bucks, excuse me, they got their ass kicked.
Yeah. By a team that team keep beating people. They beating everybody at this point.
I'm going to hold this off till tomorrow.
Okay. They beating everybody at this point.
Settle down. What do you want? A hoodie? A hat? Calm down.
Shout out to my boy A-Rod.
There's usually a point in the season where I just go, all right, you got my bad. I might be there with Minnesota. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Don't get all excited. But the point is, Timberwolves beat their ass yesterday. And it wasn't like, oh, they ran away with it. No, they were beating their ass the entire game. Mm-hmm. The Milwaukee Bucks fans were booing the Bucks. Giannis responded, I think, on an and one.
Mm-hmm.
He booed back, much like he did in Sacramento. When the Sacramento Kings, when the Golden One Center was booing Giannis, he, I think, got a little testy, went to the rim, pop, and boo. Well, it's one thing to do it in Sacramento. It's a whole other thing to do it to your fans in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And this video went up of Giannis sitting on the bench. They're losing by 40. He looks distraught. He's shaking his head, and he had the towel over his head, and he was rubbing his eyes with it. And the caption reads, Giannis is crying on the bench.
Who made that caption?
I believe it. Well, your boy.
Well,
your crew, your girls. I don't know who this is. It was the account that you told us all about today. Your little triple X-rated account here that shows basketball videos.
Shout out Brick Center. That's a basketball account.
It actually is. It's a hater account, and it's very, very funny. It's very, very funny. But I ask you, is he crying?
I want to say no. I'm like, no, he ain't crying. But so the towel's on his face right now, he's rubbing his eyes, and right there, it kind of looked like
So
that moment right there was like,
can I give you my? This is my breakdown of the video. You called it. You just gave us the play-by-play. He's got the towel over his head, and then he starts rubbing his eyes. The reason he looks like that is because he's rubbing his eyes.
Why is he rubbing
with the
his
towel?
eyes?
Well, maybe I'm hoping that there's sweat in them. That's my.
I'm gonna say
my honest
no.
hope.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine Giannis is crying over a January 13th game, even though they got beat up.
Yeah,
but a January 13th game.
My official verdict is no. Giannis was in fact not crying.
That's my verdict as well.
Also, to our dear brothers and sisters in Milwaukee, y'all are 17-23. What did you think was going to happen when Minnesota came to town? I mean, were you upset that the game wasn't more competitive? Were you upset that they were getting blown out the way that they were? Are you fed up on the season? Well, what exactly are you in your feelings about? I don't think we started booing till like the third game we lost by 40.
Yeah, they're in a tough spot.
They were booing because Anthony Edwards didn't play. That's not a good enough reason. Like I understand you're saying Minnesota isn't as good without Anthony Edwards. No, I get that, but nah, come on.
Milwaukee in a tough spot, and we've talked about it a number of different times.
Chatty House thinks he was crying, by the way.
If Giannis don't ask out, if Giannis is showing some type of renewed, like not renewed, but like, hey, I'm still willing to stick this thing out. It's tough. I think I understand them going and say, all right, let's go get somebody with them.
You're not reading close enough. Got to read between the lines. Yeah, you look.
Well, I get it.
Go ahead.
I get it. He's
Giannis
not asking out, but if he doesn't take the extension, he's saying, but he's not even been asked the extension yet.
He can't be offered it until like October.
So I can't do it until I can offer him the extension and he says no. I can't do it until then.
All Giannis told Sam Amick, because I think this is the origins of all of it, is his conversation with Sam Amick in The Athletic a couple of days ago. He's not going to ask out. Giannis Antetokounmpo, the guy we were just watching on video, is not going to come out publicly nor privately and say, trade me.
Yeah.
This is the same guy who weeks prior has said, I can't control what my agent does. I can't control what third parties do. I could be wrong. It might not have been the same article. Might not have been. So I don't want to put anything on.
Actually.
He brought up, I can't control what third parties do. Okay. Now, Milwaukee can ride. I hope Milwaukee rides this out because we talked to Eddie last week about, like someone's going to do something desperate. And Milwaukee is the most desperate team out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be the type of team that goes and acquires a player like Zach LaVine. And my hope is there's only one player like Zach LaVine in the entire league. And Milwaukee calls to make that offer.
I think they will. I think that's exactly how this is going to play out.
Here's what I'll say about Giannis. He's playing for a different team next year. That's my opinion. He's playing for a different team next year. I don't think he's getting traded in the next 3 weeks.
I don't think so either.
I do think he's playing for someone else next year.
I think this is for sure a summer type deal, for sure. And that's when maybe you don't wait until exactly October.
Well, see, don't be fooled by that either. That the contract can officially be offered, I don't remember, October 5th. Okay. The second this season ends, hey, we're going to offer Giannis the, $275. Yeah, don't bother.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have to wait till October.
Yeah, you'll know.
You can,
if you're the Bucks, you'll know.
You can have that conversation, and they'll let you know at that point if they're upstanding. We're not signing it. Even if they say, no,
it doesn't benefit them to say, okay, cool.
Right.
It does not benefit Giannis's people to do that.
Even if they say, we're not signing that right now. That's a no to me.
Yeah,
so
it's a no. Yep. All right. We'll start.
On.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's on.
I hear you.
So
let's bring in our insider from the Insiders. It's our man, James Ham, who I promise I'm going to get out of here on time, as I regularly forget to do here when he has to get to the Golden One Center. Hammer, you think Giannis is playing for a different team next year?
Man, it's so tough. I really wish he wouldn't. I mean, like I know there is this saying that you want to see players play for championships and all that stuff, but I really wish he would just retire with that team, 5 years from now, whatever it is. He's been a great Buck his entire career. It's just tough. It's tough. I mean, you can see how a team like the Kings, they had such a fleeting moment with a group of players. I think the Giannis situation, it shows you too that it doesn't matter how good your 1A is. It doesn't matter at the NBA level. Like if you miss the right ingredients at the wrong time, everything can come apart like super quick, and getting it back on the right path is like super, super difficult. And so I hope the best for Bucks fans and realistically for that organization that they're able to figure it out. But that's why, it's never a good thing to chase. Once it's over, once like an era is over, you almost like need to reboot completely and start over. And when you have a player that's that good, you're never going to be bad enough to, get another top tier pick to put next to him. And it's tough.
Ham, I want to get your opinion. Like, if you're the Milwaukee Bucks, when would you seriously start looking at moving Giannis? Would it be now? Would it be when he, decide or through back channels says, I'm not signing the extension? Like, when's that go time for you to look for a Giannis trade?
I would have to look at his salary because, to be honest with you, I don't know exactly how many years and what's a player option and what's a team option and all that stuff. I'll look it up as we're speaking. But I always go back. There's this great scene from the movie The Mexican with James Gandolfini and Brad Pitt and Julia Roberts. And
not a Mexican in sight.
No, but they're in Mexico.
49ers fan Julia Roberts.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. And James Gandolfini's character asks, it's a real question. Like, if you truly, truly love somebody, when is it time that you give up? And the answer, Julia Roberts hems and haws about the answer when he asks her that question. But when he asked Brad Pitt, it's like the answer is never. Like you never give up. And I think when you're a team like the Bucks, you don't. You keep trying everything in your power to make him happy and to keep him there because he's a legacy player. He's someone that should go into the Hall of Fame wearing your jersey. And someone that you should be able to say, like, look, there he is up in the rafters. Here he is, part of our organization still. He's going to be part of our organization forever. And we figured out a way to make it work one more time, to make him happy, to keep him here and have him finish out his career. You get 13 years in, and that's a lot. 13 years, that means that you're super close to completing the goal of having him be a Dirk Nowitzki, of having him be, I don't know, a John Stockton, a Larry Bird, these guys that stuck around and finished out their entire career somewhere. It's just, that's where it kind of gets sad for me because I don't think anybody at the end of the day is going to remember the Damian Lillard Bucks, era. And now that he's back with the Blazers, it's like, well, that's where he should have always been.
It's like D-Wade in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Or D-Wade, Cleveland, and I think Chicago was in there too. Yeah, no one cares. Yeah.
Yeah, you forget, Patrick Ewing in an Orlando Magic and Seattle Supersonic jersey, or Hakeem Olajuwon, God forbid, in a Raptors jersey. Like those, it just feels like dirty and lame. Like I would love to see Giannis finish his career as a member of the Bucks, and I don't know how they get there. I can honestly tell you that in my belief, trading for Zach LaVine isn't the way to get there.
Hey, that's not true, James. I absolutely think this is a great move for Milwaukee.
Yeah, speak for yourself.
He is the type of scorer, Hammer, that the Milwaukee Bucks can use.
Hey, look, if it were to work, it would. Then yeah, that's amazing. But I still believe that there's probably a younger player out there that helps you bridge to what's next and is good enough that the only problem is, like, when you're a team like the Bucks and you've been chasing this for a couple of years where you're trying to reassemble something that's great, you end up giving up so much of your draft capital that when you really have to have it, like right now, they probably don't have enough to go get something that is really going to impact the bottom line at the end of the day and make Giannis want to stay. And that's a tough thing. So yeah, it's just really, really a bad situation to see and to go through. And again, I'm more of a basketball purist, just like I am with baseball. I'd rather see someone play their entire career somewhere, if that's what's right. And for me, it's always been with Giannis. You get to year 13 or whatever it is, like, you probably should figure out a way to keep him.
DLo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Our insider from the Insiders, James Ham, here with us. Kings and Bucks tonight, or excuse me, Kings and Knicks tonight And Mike Brown is back, and of course that is it started a lot of conversations, including with us. We had one to start the show about, Mike and whether Mike should still be here and why he's not, and all of those different sorts of things. And I think when you talk about, coaches that got away, the coach you'll always be talking about in Sacramento is probably Michael Malone. I struggle a lot with the Mike Brown firing. I go back and forth. I don't think it was the right call, especially now that I think we know the reasons why it ultimately happened, who made the call, and everything that went into it. I just don't know how much things would have changed if Mike was here, if Mike was still here.
Malone or Brown?
I'm sorry, Mike Brown.
Okay.
I shouldn't have brought up Michael Malone. Sorry, Mike Brown.
That's Michael, too.
Yeah, and I think, the Michael Malone firing is always going to be the what if, right?
Mhm.
Like, and we can sit here and what if the living, bejeebus out of this team. But at the end of the day, that's what they've basically been since Rick Adelman left. It's nothing but a what if franchise. What if you would have not drafted Thomas Robinson and drafted Damian Lillard instead? What if you wouldn't have fired Michael Malone while, DeMarcus Cousins was out with viral meningitis, and you dropped you dropped 2 games below 500 so you could fire him. There's always going to be the what ifs. But I'll say this, Mike Brown wasn't a what if. Mike Brown was the best coach this team has had since Rick Adelman left. And he's the second best coach they've ever had in their history. And it should not have been a what if. It's just this franchise refuses to buy in hook, line, and sinker and ride out the tough times and figure it out on the fly and pull together. Instead, they always pull apart. And so to me, like, again, we can talk about what ifs, but the dude snapped a 16 season, 17-year playoff drought. Like, no one else could do it. And again, this is my 10th NBA head coach that I've covered, Doug Christie is. And I don't know how many it will take before they get back to it. And I hope that it's Doug and that we don't have to go through 6 different coaches or something. But, there's that whole thing, it's not me, it's you. This isn't Mike Brown. This is the Sacramento Kings. And that's, at the end of the day, like, they chew up coaches, they spit them out, and they move on to the next, thinking that there's going to be something bigger and better. And, as much as De'Aaron Fox said, hey, the grass is greener here. The grass isn't greener here right now in Sacramento. And a lot of that is because of the Mike Brown firing and the aftermath that happened with that firing. So I prefer, again, like the stability of a Giannis staying 13 seasons in a place to watching this churn that never, ever, ever makes any sense to me. Again, and it's not just Michael Malone. I mean, and it's not just Mike Brown. Dave Yeager had the team going the right direction. They had 39 wins. They probably should have had 41, but Dave got spiteful at the end of his tenure in Sacramento and didn't want to get him to that 500 mark. At least that's what it felt like to me at the end, especially that final game of the season where they scored 82 points in the first half and lost to a team that played 6 players. So look, at the end of the day, we're going to keep going through this what if and what could have been and all that stuff, because we don't have anything to hold on to that's real and dear to us, like playoff wins and championships and success. And it's not on Mike Brown. It's not on Dave Yeager. It's not on Michael Malone. It's on everybody else at the end of the day who pulls the plug every time something gets difficult.
Well, it's on all of them. I mean, it is on all of them. Like they play their part in it. The biggest part, I'm not saying that, but they play their part in everything that's going on. Like Monty McNair, who didn't want Mike Brown fired and refused to do the press conference and all this other stuff. Okay, if you loved him so much, why couldn't y'all get on the same page with how to build the team? If he was so damn good, why didn't you just listen to him when he said, get this player, or this is how we want to do it? Like, you were out here getting players that didn't align with what he wanted to do. So, like, he plays a role in that too. But you said something about Dave Yeager that once again is one of the issues that I have with Sacramento. And they not saying that these people who are gone are necessarily at fault or they don't know basketball, is like little stuff like what you just said. Yeager, they could have got to 41 wins, but Yeager didn't want to give them 40 wins out of spite. I'm sick of people like, dog, why are you worried about that? Anybody that's worried about little stuff like that, I don't want them around no more. And I'm not saying Yeager is wrong or it's not Vivek's fault. I'm not saying that, but why does that even matter? Go out there and just do what you need to do to win. But you so busy being spiteful and you don't want to talk people. Hey, I'm sick of people saying we need to play the rookie, so I'll play them all in one game and we get beat up by 50. What are you doing?
Yeah, but that was funny.
No, that was hilarious because it was immediate.
It's like, all right, y'all want it, huh? There's not how you want it, huh? Okay.
And maybe Mike is that guy, but they need people around here who aren't worried about little stupid stuff.
Yeah, but I'll say this, like the trail before any of those things happen, like if you're just listening and you're just watching intently, you know what's going to happen. Because before Dave Yeager did that, like everyone in Sacramento knew that Luke Walton was getting hired as a coach. It didn't matter how many wins Dave Yeager finished the season with. Everyone knew Luke Walton was getting fired in LA and was going to be the head coach of the Kings. Like there wasn't anyone in Sacramento who did not believe that. You go back to the Michael Malone situation. They literally tried to replace him during the offseason. They tried to sneak in a lead assistant and replace his lead assistant without telling him. And he flew back and showed up for the meeting. Like, hey, I don't want to hire that guy. I'm not hiring him. It's in my contract. I get to hire my assistants. So like, look, the writing is always on the wall. Like, again, look at how bad it got during the offseason before they extended Mike Brown because he didn't want to extend him. Or at least somebody didn't, because Monty McNair sure as hell did. He wanted to keep Mike Brown because he saw stability. And some people can say, well, he was just trying to not start the clock. It's like, or he had a coach that had won 96 games over the previous 2 seasons or 94 wins over the previous 2 seasons. And he knew he had a good coach and he was building something and they were waiting for some big deal that never materialized. So yeah, it's always like, again, it's 1 step forward, 3 steps back.
I got questions, Hammer. First one being, are we sure
about what?
About what Monty wanted. I can't get over, and this was something Casey and I walked through earlier, and we're just talking. I can't get over this feeling that Monty and Mike were not on the same page.
It doesn't matter if they weren't on the same page. I mean, it does matter at the end of the day, but Monty still thought Mike was a great coach and was the right coach to be here, which is why he pushed really hard to get the extension done during the offseason.
Why didn't you listen to him then? To Kenny's point, why didn't you listen to him?
As far
why
as
didn't you, like Mike clearly wanted a specific type of player in uniform for Sacramento, and Monty couldn't get it or anything close to it.
Yeah.
And Mike, I mean, we can try to pinpoint when this all kind of went south, and we've taken as far back as the Harrison Barnes shot, but in reality, it's the Chris Duarte training camp thing. That shot, it kind of turned everything on its side, even though it didn't really materialize into anything because Chris Duarte wound up getting hurt, and that was kind of the first Mike, like, oh, I don't know why is people react. I told Kevin he was going to play, and Kevin did that press media scrum with you guys. That man's eyes told a very different story than the story that Mike Brown told us. Like, Kevin looked legitimately shook, and I would have been too, given the way that he played in the previous year and the way that team was playing basketball. Chris Duarte didn't fit that, but Mike was just so desperate to get better defensively that he was going to a far lesser player who may have had a stronger skill set in that regard.
But we can't pretend like that Kevin Huerter didn't get broken during the All-Star weekend or that Kevin Huerter stepped up in the playoffs. Again, I like Kevin, and it's just like when you go from being, the 3-point shooter he was to the 3-point shooter he became. It was really, really difficult to continue to play him. And sure, he dealt with confidence issues and everything else, but like, I don't. Mike Brown never told anyone not to shoot a 3-point shot. He told everyone he'd shoot more. And so I don't know. Like it's tough. Like all of these things play into like a larger picture issue, and I'm hoping that again Scott Perry can get it right this time around, and that they can build something. That's what I'm always hopeful for, because I look at my friend Gary Gerald, and I just want to see a winner for him. And I look at the fans that show up every single night, and regardless of how bad the team is, they sit there and they cheer and they go crazy when the team wins. And like watching the Lakers fans go away sad was awesome the other night, and watching Kings fans like own the building and chant "Light the Beam." That's what it's about. That's what it should be about. And it's where Kenny, you always say this should be about wins and losses, and it should. But a lot of times, like this team just gets lost in the weeds, and it doesn't become about wins and losses, and it becomes petty and crazy and weird. And I've had to cover way too much of it. And that's, again, I wish that wasn't the case. I wish that everyone was pulling the same direction all the time. And that's the one thing I'll say about like the late 90s, early 2000s Kings. Like you had a symbiotic relationship between a general manager and a head coach. It was just a beautiful thing to watch. And was it always perfect? Did Rick Adelman always get the perfect player? No, but he made it all work. And they worked together, Jeff Petrie and Rick Adelman, they worked together just seamlessly. And that's just not something that we've had here at all. And it's really difficult, because when the going gets tough, the first thing that starts happening is finger pointing and weirdness. And that's just kind of like where this franchise has been for a while.
Yeah. And a lot of that, I think a lot of it this last time around came from the front office structure, which was made by Vivek Ranadive, that allowed that stuff to seep all the way through, all the finger pointing. Like, oh, what's going on isn't my issue, or I didn't do anything wrong. It's this guy's fault, and I'm going to go tell the owner. And just bypass the general manager and president of basketball ops, whatever, and just go straight to the owner. Oh, I got a problem with Mike Brown. I'm going to go talk to the owner. Mm-hmm. And it's a recipe for disaster. Really is.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that, and, again, if you do have a player who, like Scott Perry, to use Scott Perry's term, who becomes a hostage, then get him out of the building. Like, that's it, as a general manager, like that's your job. Like if you have a problem and it's not going to get any better and you can't work through that problem and you sit everybody down and have those conversations, then move on from them. Because at the end of the day, the franchise should be strong enough to withstand one or two voices of that are becoming an issue and are destroying team unity and team chemistry. And that just doesn't seem to be the case. Like so often, players win, but in this situation in Sacramento, like nobody won. You all lost. Every single person lost. The only one who might win this whole situation are Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox, who left. And so when you're the group that lost everything, like, sorry, but that's on you. It is. It's on you every step of the way. You had decisions to make, and it's a pretty basic choose your own adventure book. Like you can choose the right path and things can get better, or you can go down the dark tunnel that leads to a pack of wolves that are going to eat you. And this team chooses a dark path every time. And
the reality of the situation was they couldn't get rid of nobody. Everybody should have just stayed and figured it out. Because the people who had a problem, I'll say it's Sabonis and Monk. You had just signed them to a deal that made them untradeable. You can't trade. They can't go nowhere now.
Malik was untradeable.
They knew though.
Probably.
They knew he was untradeable. They couldn't go nowhere.
They thought they
And
got a
that-
great deal. And to be honest, half the league thought they got a great deal on Malik.
I did.
I did too.
Yeah.
Never stopped to ask myself, wait a minute.
Now,
Why?
now look here. We kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, but the money might not make him what's completely untradeable.
Right.
The situation and the word that got around the league may have helped to him being difficult to trade at that point. But at that point, it was nobody's going nowhere. No, we're gonna sit here and figure this out as a family. Sabonis, Monk, you don't like Mike Brown? Cool.
But
You
Mike
can't
was
go
here
nowhere.
when he signed that contract, no?
Man,
Mhm.
I got so many zingers
think it
just
was-
going through my head. I've got to just bite my tongue. It's all right.
Is it? I think it was the same summer. Well, it was a little before free agency, and then Mike Brown's thing went
Okay.
into the summer.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But-
Gotcha. You're right.
Yeah, you guys got a problem with him? Figure it out. And Mike Brown, you're not going nowhere. You're the coach. So you guys sit down and figure this out. Or don't and be miserable together, but nobody's leaving.
Yeah.
Like, that should have been the case.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, and if you can't work it out with one person, what you don't do is blow up the franchise. You know, like you have to make real decisions, and you have to understand what the repercussions are going to be to those decisions. And it just really does feel like they don't see it. They don't look at what's next. Everything is going to get better every single time one of these poor decisions are made. And the reality is they never get better. It never works out in their favor. And that's just a tough reality. You know, I tell my boys there's two things. Number one, if one of them hit the other one, I'd always ask, did you deserve it? And if you deserved it, then don't come to me crying when you got popped. Like, we're going to go have a discussion about hitting each other and stuff. But at the same time, like, don't be the one that asks for it. The other thing I tell my boys all the time is you don't have to be the one that makes a mistake. You can learn from other people's mistakes. You can look and go, oh, that's something I shouldn't do. And you can tell your friend, hey, don't do that. That's a bad idea. But if they want to go ahead and do it themselves, that's fine. Just remember that you don't have to be the one that makes a mistake. And this group, they just, like, every single time, like, oh, we got to be the one that makes the biggest mistake possible. I can't wait to make the next one. And it's unfortunate. It really
Did
is. 'Cause-
anybody tell Vivek he was making a mistake?
well, that's a question, because I hope so. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, like, somebody has to be there to make sure that they're telling the emperor that he doesn't have clothes on. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, Kings Knicks tonight.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Mike Brown. Knicks team is a bit all over the place. Kenny pointed out they had lost, was it 5 of 6, 4 or 5, something like that. I think it was 5 of 6. But they beat the Trailblazers the other night. They're third, I think, right now in the East. But this is the tough part for Mike Brown. Second in the East, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is the tough part for Mike Brown. It doesn't matter. You're not even – the only thing you could do right now is bad. You can't do anything good right now because this is a team that was in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. This was a team who determined the only thing we did wrong was have the wrong coach in place. And they didn't make a lot of moves, if any, during this offseason other than letting Tom Thibodeau go. And it put Mike Brown in this spot where it's like, yeah, you'll be criticized during the regular season. You're probably never going to be praised. But you better not fall short of the conference finals because at the very least, that's where everybody is expecting you.
Yeah, I'd even say this, like, losing a couple of games mid-season, losing a couple of games 3 weeks before the trade deadline, that's not a bad thing. And like, look, the eye is on the prize, which is winning a championship, getting to the finals, like what you said, getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. I think it's bigger than just the Eastern Conference Finals for this group. That's what their sort of goal is. It's to at least make it to the finals and try to win the whole thing, right? But number one, it's a group that's been together for a year. That spent a lot of time together last year under a different head coach. And so now you're getting a little bit more time to see who and what they are. And when you have these lulls, they're to be expected because this is a really good team who's at the top of the standings. And like they could coast in from here and be the 2, 3, 4 seed without any problems. But sometimes it also does pay to have a couple of bad games, a bad week or two in January. So then that way, maybe your general manager will go make one more move. We'll get you that extra little piece that might get you over the top. And so if I'm the Knicks, like they like where they are, and they probably like most of their team, but no head coach is going to say no to a little bit of reinforcements, especially at this point in the season. And again, you know what you have. You know what your deficiencies are, whether it's defensive issues or whether you need more three-point shooting or whether you need somebody who's a lightning rod off the bench. Like at this point, I think they're starting to figure out exactly what they need to get them to the next level. And, do they have the ability to go get that extra piece here and there? Because this team didn't make it to the end last year. And it wasn't just because Tom Thibodeau ran them into the ground. It was because they had two massive trades during the offseason that gutted their depth completely. And then they got to a point where, like, if I were Tom Thibodeau, I would have done the same thing. I'm going to go with the 5 or 6 guys that give me a chance to win. And at this point, they've fortified a little bit of that bench, but I still think that they could use a piece or two to get them over the hump. And so, again, losing a couple of games right now, 3 weeks before the trade deadline, isn't a horrible thing.
Look like they're a Dennis Schroeder away.
Oh, that'd be great. We'll come back. We'll talk more coaching, but not about Mike Brown, about the current Sacramento Kings head coach, Del Christie, and we'll base that off some things Hammer said earlier during the handoff. So that's ahead. We've got 15 more minutes with James before he heads out to the Golden One Center for the Kings and the Knicks. Tonight, it's DLo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good.
What do we got? I'll get in tomorrow.
What are the odds a Kuminga trade happens tomorrow? I'm going to go none.
I would agree. Sorry, I'm getting a doctor's appointment.
I need to get one too, matter of fact.
Need to get what?
A doctor's appointment.
Kenny got a past physical.
I have my shoulder issue that, has been bugging me for the last 2 years. And it's just gotten to a point where.
Oh, we got you, charismatic. Let's get that when we get back.
Oh, he can't hear you.
Huh? Oh, we can't hear James?
No, we can. I don't think you can because you're.
I can't hear
Yeah, he couldn't.
no.
James was talking about his shoulder, and then.
Oh, sorry, James. I'm sorry, James.
No, he couldn't.
Sorry.
He couldn't hear you though, but that was funny.
We got like 2 minutes. Jesse's out, so I'm running everything, and there's commercials in my ear and all that stuff. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my shoulder's still trashed. I got that Kevin Herter shoulder problem.
That's a problem.
It's a good thing I don't shoot baskets for a living.
It's your right shoulder.
Yeah, I honestly think I have a slap tear or like a rotator cuff tear or a torn labrum here on the front side.
Oh, man.
Not great.
30 seconds. Here we go. Nope, that's a lie. My bad. Can't read. Now 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's how we. Oh man, I'm hyped, man. That's how we kicking off 2026 with that J. Cole album. He got a little video and everything. I gotta go watch this.
Okay. All right, back here with our man James Ham from the Insiders as we got Kings basketball tonight against the New York Knicks at the Golden One Center. Big shout out to our man Charismatic, son, celebrating his 10th birthday.
Hey, there we go. There we go.
Hey, happy birthday, young brother. Happy 10th birthday. We appreciate you and the old man rocking with us. Always. Hammer, we talked a lot about coaching a few minutes ago as we started this conversation with Mike Brown coming back to Sacramento tonight for the first time with the New York Knicks. We were talking briefly during your show about Del Christie. And, you know, Kenny brought up a really good question about Domantas Sabonis and how he was on the court working out. And, you know, what do you do when Domas is back and you've got Dylan Cardwell, who's quickly become a fan favorite. You got Maxime Renaud, you know, running what will probably be about 10, 11 weeks of starting NBA basketball by the time he returns. And, you know, we talked extensively about those players, and it might be worth bringing back that conversation. But I asked you, you were talking about DHOs, reverse DHOs, and all of that. And I asked you, do we even know what Doug Christie is trying to do offensively?
You know, it's funny. Doug has avoided talking about offense forever, right? He anytime you try to bring up offense, anytime you try to bring up the amount of 3-point shots or anything else, he just stops and says, "Hey, look, this is about defense, it's about defense, about defense." But at the same time, like you start to, he said it the other night during post game that like, look, you know, both of these young guys, they really do struggle with the DHO game, the dribble handoff game. They're still learning. It's a process to figure that out. The reason why the Kings have been able to do that the last couple of years is because they have a absolute brilliant passer in Domantas Sabonis as a center. I mean, like there's no question that after Jokic, Sabonis is the best passing center in the league. But it's not just, you know, that Domas can hit a bounce pass or whatever. It's that he has this ability to set ridiculously good screens, free somebody up and do a handoff. And so we, you know, again, we've talked about this a couple of times, but, you know, the dribble handoff versus a pick and roll is that you're taking the decision making out of the standard dribbler's hand and you're putting it in Sabonis's hand and letting him make the decisions. Well, we didn't see a lot of the DHO game early in the season, but I think it's something that they intended to get back to once they kind of got a flow. And then Sabonis got hurt, and then he got hurt again. And so they were never able to get to it. And in the meantime, they're replacing him with either Drew Eubanks, who again is more of like a true rim running center, and then the two young guys. And the two young guys just, they don't know that game. Like the college game is predicated on pick and rolls. If you get that, if your team runs a bunch of pick and rolls, very few college games are predicated off the DHO game. And so I think like trying to get these guys up to speed on, offensive coverages, defensive coverages, reading and all that stuff, that's like step one. And then you're going to slowly filter in more and more and more throughout the season. And the fact is, like, that's part of the problem when you're playing young players. It's not just that, they don't have some of the rudimentary basics down. It's that when you get better and better and better as a player, you know exactly where each one of your players on the perimeter want the pass. And you try to hit that pass within like a half inch. Like you're firing a pass in perfectly into the hands of a shooter so he can just raise up and shoot. Well, the Kings aren't there. They're not there with their young bigs, and that's okay. Nobody expects them to come into the league and just be perfect at everything. And especially, the modern, college player is not coming into the league with a whole bunch of rudimentary basic skills. And the fact that, we've heard Doug talk about Neat Clifford's ability to make the pocket pass, but not only the pocket pass, but the read on the pick and roll game is like super advanced, and they're excited about that. The fact that Max and Dylan both have this ability to, again, with Max, he can finish above the rim with both hands. He's got a super soft touch on the floater. He doesn't have to be right at the rim to score a basket. Dylan likes to be a little bit closer. He's not a player you want to have put the ball on the floor. But all of these things are things that, again, when you're watching a rookie develop, you're making a punch list of things that you're going to work with them during the summer. And sometimes the punch list is huge, and sometimes the punch list is like really basic stuff like, hey, you have to shoot the ball better, which is something that, Doug has talked about with Neat Clifford. Like, look, we're not going to mess with this 3-point shot during the season. That's the summer thing that we're going to work with him on. But when it comes to the bigs, it's a little more intricate. It's, because their job is totally different, and you're closer to the basket and you're relying on other players to do some of the things that you need to do. And so the process is slower. And that's why a lot of times you hear, oh, big men take till, third year in the league or till they're 25 to develop. And it's true. It's because the nuances of the game are very specific. And when you get some players in the door, a lot of times they have a way bigger skill set than you ever thought that they did, because at the college level, they're not getting to show some of the things that they can do. And I've talked about this a million times, but like the Kings had no idea that DeMarcus Cousins could shoot or handle the ball or pass like he could. They knew he had great hands. They knew he was physically like ready to play in the NBA. They knew that around the basket, he was incredible and that he was a force and he played with a mean streak and all that stuff. But when they got him in their building, they realized that, what every coach realizes when they get a John Calipari big, it's that John Calipari doesn't let them do anything. They're chained to the basket, and that's all they get to do. And the guards don't get to shoot. All they do is pick and roll, and all they do, they rim run. It's the dribble drive motion offense. They get to the key, dish to the corner, or finish at the rim. That's all your guards are allowed to do. So when you get some of these players into the league, you realize that they have this huge arsenal of skills that they've just never shown. And I think that that's where they're cycling through right now with both Dylan and with Max. It's just like, okay, what skills do they have? What body type do we want them to be? How do we want to develop them further? I think Dylan, we talked about earlier, Kenny, it's easier to envision who Dylan Cardwell is as a player than it is Max Reynaud, because he's a lot like Keon Ellis. It's like Keon Ellis versus like Devin Carter. Like we know that, very specifically that Keon Ellis is a catch and shoot 3-point guy, a guy who, can get out on breaks on occasion and get off steals and stuff. Really, he's a catch and shoot 3-point shooter, and he's a great defensive player. And that's all he has to do. And that's kind of the same way with Cardwell, a true rim runner. All he has to do is run at the rim, and then he needs to get in the dunker spot, and then he needs to be good on the defensive end. He's blocking shots, he's rebounding, that kind of stuff. With Max, it's like, okay, now we're talking about the DHO game. We're talking about the pick and roll game. We're talking about whether he can shoot the three. We're talking about whether you can start using him as an offensive hub. So there's all of these pieces that you're trying to figure out and again, script out during the summer. Like, how are we going to attack this summer? And I think it's really interesting. And that's why I told you guys earlier, I think it's really interesting. It's really important that they get Domas back, because Domas is going to he's going to help you figure out who some of these players can be, because he'll take a lot of the onus on himself to be the hub and allow them to do more basic stuff. And then you can start to progress them in a different way. And it's complicated, but it's really not. It's the NBA. It's how the NBA works. It's why some players take 3 years to develop, and some players, they just get it right away. But even still, they may get it and they may score a bunch of points, but they also may not win games. And, that's part of the process, is learning and developing and all that stuff.
I know when Domas comes back, off the top of my head, well, I mean, I'm willing to see anything this year. Like, season's over. It's all good as far as record-wise.
Mm-hmm.
But I almost got no interest in a Domas Max pairing on the defensive end.
Mm.
That'd be some of the worst defense we've ever seen in this city. And ironically, Max does a really good job. It does an okay job on the perimeter. But once you're by him, it's over. Or if you're attacking him, there's no resistance. Well, there's no resistance with Sabonis either. That'd be a bad defensive pairing.
Yeah, but you have to figure, though, that like, while Domas isn't a shot blocker and he's not unbelievable in space on the perimeter, he has proven to be one of the better strong man-on post defenders in the league. There are times where he ranks extremely high in field goal percentage against as a post player. So if I do want to see Max and Domas, because I want to see if Max can hang with some of these other guys on the perimeter while Domas handles the big man, while he handles the bruiser and the paint. And so I think that there are ways in which these combinations of players can work. But the fact is, we have to see them. We have to see them play, and you got to give them, the 5, the 10, to 20 games to develop chemistry and everything else together. I think that there are possibilities that it can work. And I'd also say this: there's a possibility that Max isn't a bad shot blocker. He's just not a good man-on shot blocker. And that if he had Domas, battling a big man, and then that big man goes to shoot a shot over the top of Domas, that Max is athletic and long enough to go and block that shot. And so can he be a weak side shot blocker? And so these are the things that I want to see, because I think that there is a process here to get these guys better and just to see what you have. So again, when you get to the summer, your idea of what Max can be at the NBA level could totally change when you see him with Domas. And maybe it doesn't. Maybe you still have the same plan, but it's also possible you're like, man, I think we might have something here, and there's a possibility we might be able to turn him into more of a Lauri Markkanen type player than a Sasha Vucevic type player. And, both are valuable pieces at the NBA level, but like, can I get him to be that elite stretch 4 or even a stretch 5, as opposed to, just a guy in the post? And I think that that's where we need to see like different types of players playing with these guys. And also it's really tough to have 2 rookies play next to each other. So like Dylan and Max playing alongside each other for stretches, that's a testament to them. It's a testament to Doug Christie for having the faith in them, but it's also like, you're going to lose games that way. And that's okay. In this season specifically, it's okay, because you want them to learn and grow and figure these things out in a season. So this season isn't just a waste. It might be a waste for DeMar DeRozan. It might be a waste for Zach LaVine and Dennis Schroeder. But what it's not a waste for is your franchise. And it's not a waste for guys like Max and Neek and Dylan.
James, get out of here. You got to get to the Golden One Center. I'm on time today, Hammer. Have a safe drive out there. We'll see you in the morning.
I'll see you guys. I'm going to the game tonight. I don't know if you guys are, but I am. So if you're at the game, I'll see you there.
I will not be going to the game.
I'll be there. I don't know where I'll be, but I'll be there.
No, probably on the Knicks sideline.
On the Knicks side.
Mike Brown, Steph.
Yeah,
not at all.
Maybe that.
Kenny. See you guys.
As always. There's a lot from James there. I had like 7 follow-ups, but I was adamant I'm going to get James out of here on time, because I always forget. We just get to talking. I'm used to him being here till 4, but he's got to get to the arena.
To be clear, Sure, I want to see Max and Domas.
No, I understood what you were saying. You
Yeah.
were talking about defensively. That's going to be
Yeah,
really bad.
It's not a good look. And
But
the thing that concerns me about Domas and either one of those guys is the spacing on the offensive end could get real nasty. If you don't have a point guard that can shoot, like a Dennis Schroeder, he's not really a shooter. Russ isn't a shooter. I'm assuming one of those two will be around. Maybe DeMar's gone, maybe all that other stuff, but you got 3 non-shooters on the floor at least. That could be bad. And I'm talking about Max or Dylan, Domas, and whoever the point guard is.
Yeah.
That's I don't know if that's a good way to figure out how these rookies can play either.
Where does Domas rank? Like when we talk about DeMar and Zach LaVine, and even to, I guess, a certain degree, Dennis Schroeder, and the train out of town list. Where does Domas rank on that list?
What you mean? Because I got an answer, but I want to make sure I'm.
So we have to factor in everything, contracts, the ability to move the player, the desire to move the player. It feels like when you take all of those things into account, we could workshop this together instead of me trying to put this onus on you and ask you to answer it. But like DeMar is first, right? Again, in terms of the ability to move the player, the desire to move the player, DeMar is probably first.
I'd put him first.
Again, factoring all things in, is Dennis second? Or is it Zach?
Let's see, Zach and Sabonis, we've talked about it before, they have the same conundrum for me, because when you factor in the ability to move them,
right,
that's what moves them down the list.
Right.
So, and with all that being the case, Dennis is probably second, and then Monk. Not that I want him to.
I forgot about Monk.
Not that I want him to, but I think that's what the front office wants.
Yeah.
And then it's a toss-up between LaVine and Domas for me. I mean, I think LaVine has one less year on his deal.
No.
Or they're the same.
Is it two? No, because Domas one, yeah, but he has the next year the player option. Domas has another year after that.
Well, I put him. I put Domas ahead of him then.
Okay,
I can deal with one more year of this. I don't want to deal with two.
Let's change the question then. The desire to move the player. What do you think?
Them. Because I think they're
yes. Let's say them. The desire to move the player. Who's first?
Zach. Even all things considered, before
they
DeMar.
want to move Zach.
Yeah.
Who's second?
DeMar.
Okay.
Not
okay.
Monk.
Monk might be first, but yeah, you for whatever reason.
I think Zach's ahead of Monk though.
Get that money out of here. Malik. Okay, so Zach, Malik,
DeMar.
DeMar's third. Who's fourth?
Domas.
Before Dennis.
Yeah, I don't think they're really tripping off Dennis that much. Whether he's here or not. Like if they can find a deal, cool. If not, all right, he's here. I don't think they're really stressing that.
Can anything still work with Domantas Sabonis here?
My first thought is no.
Yeah, my first and second thought are no. Yeah. Hold on, let me get the third. Wait. Shh. Yeah, it's a no for me, dog. I think I am down on Domas. Like I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. I know the Mike Brown stuff is real. I don't know if some of these other things are accurate, but I don't know, man. If Domas does it, you hostages or volunteer, bro, like you got a lot of hostages. You can't move all of them. You have to fill the basketball team. But I keep like, is there a way things could work with Dennis? And excuse me, is there a way things could work with Domas? And I keep winding up on no. I just keep landing on can't.
Yeah,
can't. And it's not about his talent. I do believe he's good. I believe he has a lot of shortcomings.
Yeah,
but I do believe he's a good basketball player.
I agree. I think he's really good. I think he's best when one of the reasons why I say no is because he's best when there's about 2 or 3 better players than him on the floor. And I don't know if you can get those 2 or 3 players with him still being here or while he's still here. So to get the most out of Domas, to use him in the best way, I don't think they're going to have the roster to be able to do that, to maximize that. So I don't see things getting better while he's here. A lot of it is circumstantial and out of his control. Like, it's not necessarily a blame Domas situation. Some of it is a blame Domas situation, but I don't want to make it like it all is. It's just, like I said, to get the most out of his talent, I don't think they'll be able to put the roster together to get the most out of him while he's still under contract.
That's tough. That's tough. I don't know what type of – there's Toronto. I think it was our guy Jake Fisher was talking about the Toronto Raptors recently and their interest in Domantas Sabonis. But we did this with we were talking about another player. I can't remember if it was Ja. I don't remember who it was. Oh, it was Anthony Davis. Those contracts, and we looked at them. We went through the RJ Barretts, the Emmanuel Quickleys, all of that. We went through that. It's not favorable for them to acquire someone. Like, I think Quickly was the one that was like 32 million, and it's years. Like, there's a lot of S's early at the end of that. It's like,
it's early in that deal.
It's like, you might, and that's not a knock on Emmanuel Quickly. It's more of if you're a team trading someone the likes of Domantas Sabonis and or Anthony Davis, you're probably not interested in acquiring a player who makes $90+ million over the course of the next 3 seasons after this one. That's probably not what you're looking for. You know, can you stomach 30, 35 next year? Yeah, maybe you can stomach that to move off of the size of those 2 deals we just referenced. I just don't know that you're interested in bringing 90 back, even if you like the player.
Right.
You might like Emmanuel Quickly, but it's like, I like Emmanuel Quickly. Kings fans, do you want that? I'm not even asking if you want the player. I'm asking you if you want that contract back. And with all that, that's the true story of the Fox trade might be you botched the trade so badly. You botched that entire 6 months so badly. You can't even restart for a couple of years. Yeah. You messed up so bad. You traded Fox. That's not the beginning of the restart. You messed up the trade so bad you can't restart for another. I mean, you hope it's inside of 2 years. There's a very real possibility it won't be.
Yeah, and that's tough. And like I said, I'm not trying to, pile on this guy, but part of it is that Domas contract.
For sure.
It's not him, the player, but that contract is tough, whether you want to build around it or whether you want to trade it. It's tough. It's tough. And you combine that with a Zach LaVine contract, like you just said, like, we can't even get started for a while,
right?
Because of those 2.
Yeah. Jesse's not here to tell me the show is over, but I'm pretty sure it is. I'm not positive, but
maybe.
I don't know. I know it's normally around the time our show ends, so we'll go watch some Kings basketball with you. We'll come back. We'll be back tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let's be clear. Vamos Kings, light the beam.
Prove it. Wear your Malik Monk jersey tonight. All right, y'all. We're going to shut down because I have to keep the station on the air, and there's a couple of steps I have to take that I'll remember it when I see it. That's the worst that could happen. We'll see you guys tomorrow.